well deserved in the legal education, and of course raise the bar when it comes to providing the best legal education. This is going to be an annual initiative conceptualized to fuel excellence in the field of legal education by identifying the right law schools who exhibit a commitment to settling the gold standard for legal education in the country. The first part of the day will see India's top lawyers and leading educationalists on one platform to have stimulating discussions on various topics about the future of legal education in India. We have an insightful keynote session to begin the day and to end the day, of course, and in between we have some panel discussions that you don't want to miss out on. The second part of the day will reveal what all we can do with the sound effects. And of course, it'll also reveal BW Legal World's ranking for top 100 law schools in the country. So you need to stick around for that, and we'll have an award ceremony later on in the evening. But before we give you an indication of what's in store, the conference will have keynotes, roundtables on some of the topics, including nurturing the right talent at law schools and law firms, reinventing on-campus and off-campus legal education, setting global standards for legal education in India, and much more. So without taking any more time, I would like to request the team to kindly play the event AV so that we can know a little bit better about what the event is all about. Can we have the AV on the screen, please? Event AV. Right. So in the interest of time, we'll keep the AV to that point only. Thank you so much. I'm sure you know about BW Business World. We can cut it then. Thank you. So I'm sure you know about BW Business World. We have entrenches all over the country with all the verticals possible. All right. Fantastic. So you heard the man, ladies and gentlemen, Chairman, Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World Exchange for Media, Dr. Anurag Batra. Let's have a round of applause for the man to step up on the stage.
You also have to see what is the role of an MC. You know, what should be the role of an MC and how spontaneous he should be is also one of our businesses. We run a business magazine on the business of events. It's called BW Applause, and a website called Everything Experiential. Today is a day we are celebrating the future of education in India, and we launched the edition of the BW Legal World Law School rankings. And really, I'm not an expert in this domain. I'm not an expert on law. I'm not an expert on legal education. However, I have been educated and I understand a little bit of the business world. The reason I want to keep it to time is that we have somebody who's really a stalwart, who's really a giant, who's really somebody who is an industry leader in the true sense of it. We have Mr. Shardul Shroff, who's the executive chairman of the Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas law group here, who will be delivering the keynote address, and somebody who's made time to talk to you. So please give Mr. Shroff a big round of applause. One of the reasons I'm wanting to cut through is really what he speaks is I also want to listen to it. I just want to take 2 minutes to contextualize what we are doing at BW Legal World. We started BW Legal World on 12th December 2019. Mr. Shroff, you were at the Imperial. It was our first initiative. Since then, and we still have a long way to go. We're trying to become the homepage of the legal and the business fraternity in every way. And we've done the Global Legal Leaders Summit for 3 editions, 2 BW Legal 40 under 40 initiatives, 1 Legal 30 under 30 initiative, 2 GC 100s. GCs are really the core of the business in the sense that Mr. Shroff is an advisor to the legal advisors, to the promoters, CEOs. So really our daily newsletter from BW Legal World for the last 30 odd months is a regular. We brought out a print edition of BW Legal World, and we want to become a 360-degree community serving the needs of the legal and the business domain. Just to contextualize, I don't have to tell to this audience or Mr. Shroff what are the challenges for legal education, but I am somebody who went to an engineering school, went to a business school. Now I'm the first alumnus in 50 years to be on the board of my business school. And in spite of people like me, it's a good business school. The Management Development Institute in Gurgaon, MDIS, it's called. So career choices can be determined not necessarily by your education, but by also your natural skills, your ability to be able to bring functional skills together. And there are 1721 law colleges and universities that are currently operating in India. This is as of March 31st, 2022. So it's very latest data. Today's conference, I expect the future of legal education should be able to address, and Mr. Shroff, I'm sure, will address points like how does legal education in India fare when compared with global legal studies and opportunities, because he understands both how are the Indian legal universities and colleges reinventing themselves to keep pace with foreign institutes. Also, LLB is not a distance learning course. So how bad has been the impact of COVID on legal education in the last 26 months? What is the industry's perspective on this? What is the working and what about legal education that is not working for law firms? What is working and what is not? What do you expect in new graduates? What are the colleges, in your opinion, should be doing to fill the gap in what the curriculum provides and what the industry needs? That's somebody like Mr. Shroff will address that. And most importantly, the roadmap to becoming a good lawyer, the roadmap to becoming a good legal professional. What should be a student's focus? What should the directors, academicians, professors of law should be doing to become imparters of education, which is really the need of the hour. Also, I've been hearing this over the last 26 months in COVID, that legal professionals have to be service providers. They have to be a combination of these 6 skills. One is legal knowledge, other is business knowledge, third is regulatory framework, fourth is technology, fifth is the communication skills have to be even more important post-COVID, and sixth is a way to be able to integrate all these 5. So are we doing that? Because communication matters. This is what we expect to address over the next 3-4 hours. This conference has pretty much been put up by Ashima and Garima, and with support from Anurag and Krishnendra. Krishnendra couldn't come in because he's in Indore. So please give a big round of applause to Ashima and Garima. This is also the first year of our legal rankings, law school rankings. And it is the most comprehensive rankings because NIRF ranks only 72 colleges, sir. We ranked 100 colleges. We had a jury meet, and you've been part of our jury meet. You know that we do our jury meets seriously, with honesty, and we have no brief, right? And there is a surprise from the regular rankings. There are upsets. There are, in our view and our jury's view, and the jury, one of the jury members just come. We had really law firm owners, law firm founders, we had GCs, we had people who understand the legal domain well in the jury. They've come up with a ranking, the first 35 institutes, they got into every school's pluses, negatives. Post the 35, the involvement level was a little lesser, I will say that. In fact, some of the schools are not even known to the jury. So clearly, when you see the ranking today, you must know that it's come through a process. And this is the first year. And this is comprehensive ranking in schools. I'm sure as this ranking gets to the second, third year, it will become really representative of what's happening. It is not. But rankings are also like children. They evolve, they grow, and they become what they need, who they need to. So I don't want to stand between you and Mr. Shroff, but I want to welcome you all. There are vice chancellors. I met a couple of them. And, I met Professor Dr. Tabrez Ahmad, who's the vice chancellor of the GD Goenka University. And the good thing is that there are private colleges in law that are doing well. One of them is in the top 10, and so on and so forth. In the evening, the Minister of State for Law, Shri Satyapal Singh Baghel, SP Singh Baghel, He's a member of parliament from Agra. He'll be here in the evening, deliver his keynote address.
Which talent, what talent, for what purpose? Law as a business versus law as a profession. The changing role of law school and law firm has therefore necessarily to be discussed, as both the law firm and the law school have to cater to specific needs. The future is embedded in the past and the present. So one must change and model one's profession on the state of the legal industry. Therein lies the progress of the law student, that is the talent, the law school, and the law firm. The fourth limb, of course, is the client, as all this revolves ultimately around their needs. As the legal profession undergoes what are fundamental changes, cost pressures from clients, there will be a time when there would be a reduced need for associates. As a result of the technological tools and outsourcing, as well as the reduced market quality of life in the profession, that has taken a hit. People have always worked hard in large firms, but working hard once meant something different. One did not have smart devices or clients in China and US emailing you at midnight and expecting an answer back in an hour. Students are now asking, even if I get a job, can I have a life? Is it going to be satisfying? Will I be secure? What is the competition with? There is no educational barrier to entry, no experience required to be an instant entrepreneur. As against that competition, one has to do a minimum 5 years of study to be qualified as a bare lawyer, and then of course go in for LLM or solicitors or whatever post-qualification, post-graduation teaching or learning to become a practicing lawyer. Legal education is perhaps the costliest education after MBA education at prestigious institutions like the International School of Business. It is reported that entry at the ISB is about 28 lakhs for a single year, whereas the highest I know of is at the Jindal Law School, which is about 7.5 lakhs. In my times, law education cost me 900 rupees a year for 3 years. That is about $40 approximately for being professionally qualified to be a lawyer from a government law school. The situation is vastly different abroad, where student loans and distress is legendary. There has been an attrition of the esteem once afforded to the legal profession, and the current global consternation with the unholy trinity of COVID, the Ukraine-Russia war, and inflation and global shortages, which are going to exacerbate this even more. Why should then one attend law school? One should attend law school now because of the technological advancement in the practice of law. It's going to be radically transformed, like a business that has hibernated in relevant and relative dormancy for the last 400 years. From e-discovery and litigation analytics to artificial intelligence and machine learning, there has never been a more exciting and dynamic time to be a member of the profession. The best law school experience does not confine students to a career of practicing law, but rather introduces them to the lifelong study of practicing life. There should not be a restriction on the teachings of a single perspective or advice that there is a solitary resolution to any problem. Instead, they should learn that the constantly evolving complexity of the modern world requires a holistic, comprehensive, and malleable solution to problem solving. What are the predictions for the legal function in the future? How is talent to be contextualized in the future of law? And that is ultimately dependent upon the changing role of the end consumer of law. The student can be an end consumer, the law firm can be an end consumer, and the client can be an end consumer. And therefore, all their perspectives have to be taken into account. By 2025, the regulatory environment is going to be far more complex. Pressure to cut costs is going to be an all-time high, while standardization and automation will create new routes to efficiency and insight. COVID-19 is not going to be wished away, and it will ramp up all these challenges even more. The sudden move to remote work is also proof of concept for relying even more on connectivity, centralization, and technology. The role of in-house legal teams is changing quickly. The businesses that they support are going to be digital. What are the long-term outcomes of these accelerating changes? How are the forces shaping the legal function of tomorrow? And therefore, what are the discoveries that clients have come to? There are about 8 or 10 mantras or equations, as I would say. They foresee that half of the legal team will not be lawyers. The traditional legal function hierarchy will likely to be morphed into a more agile and cost-effective structure. Use of automated solutions, chatbots, or other forms of productized legal services will increase. This will require more multidisciplinary workforce with different skill sets. Works of paralegals, data analysts, operational experts, and other specialists in the legal function might rise to a point where legal professionals become almost a minority. Secondly, the contract lifecycle management will be the central source of truth for all contracts. Organizations have already done the work to centralize their finance and resource-related activities within single systems, as well as their customer relationships and sales. Centralizing how they manage contracts from negotiation through execution and afterwards to termination is the key forward. Ultimately, the central key is the organizational ability to reduce costs, manage risk, and improve performance. Like regulatory change, for example, or litigation results will create the need to update masses of contracts and the terms of which have to be properly tagged. There will be no line between legal tech and tech. The line between enterprise technology and just tech will be blurred. Reading data will be as important as reading legal terms. Businesses are increasingly relying on their legal teams to help them identify opportunities to increase revenue and decrease cost and risk. There's a need to check how the contracts are performing and when it is time to end contracts or negotiate better terms. Legal data pools will get richer and analysis with a strategic insight will be in demand. And this is an opportunity to identify how to improve legal contracts. Legal teams will be measured on strict KPI, such as the money they make for business. Law as a driver of financial results will be the norm. Client experience will be at the heart of legal delivery. How the client feels after the end of the delivery of the service is going to be so important that it will lead to the second round of legal work. A bad experience will mean no further work. All standardized legal work will be permanently subsumed into the business. All legal processes which are not bespoke will be automated and self-service enabled. Contract processing will go completely online, slashing the time to complete details. More importantly now, managing culture and shifting mindsets will be essential. The cultural aspect of a law school or the cultural aspect of a law firm are going to be very significant in the way forward. With legal operating models undergoing tremendous change, it is important to recognize the amount of potential effort that is needed for success, whether when they are installing new technology or refining a process or organizing the need to devote enormous energy in terms of resources, budget, and time taken to actually get things off the ground. To drive successful legal operating models built on continuous innovation and improved legal teams will be needed for a huge shift in the mindset across the organization. They need to arm themselves with new skills, and their leaders will need to demonstrate their commitment to realize transformation benefits. Putting implementation in the hands of a dedicated change management team championed by management will be critical. A legal chief operations office will be just as important as the general counsel's office. It is expected that changes in many legal functions will transform them into true partners with business, offering advice that is more proactive, evidence-based, and strategic. Teams will have to support the growing spectrum of risk, compliance, governance, operation, and regulatory issues. So talent is therefore will be required for these purposes. Training from law schools will be for these purposes. And that is the nurturing of the balance that is needed between the students, between the law schools, and between the law firms, ultimately for the service of clients. There will be a need to process technology and skills to service the company's ongoing needs for practical legal advice. It's not textbook advice. It is practical legal advice and support the business with more efficiency, more user-friendly approaches, and more focus on adding value. Let me now turn to the law firm discoveries in this period where there has been amazing amount of growth in business and in the law. What have the law firms discovered and for whom? I think there are 10 grounds which I would like to touch upon. Patience is a true virtue. You have to start at the bottom of the chain. I remember when I started as a branch manager of my Delhi branch, that I used to go to the registry and make the notes on the orders in pencil because that was the norm. Today, you get everything online. We used to paginate briefs. We used to get the string attached with a big iron, almost like a nail. And those were the experiences that we had when we started. We didn't start on the basis that, oh, I'm going to be in such and such major case, and that's all that I'm going to do, and therefore I should not touch any of the basics. Patience is truly a virtue. You must know everything from start to finish in a law firm. Menial tasks are essential to growth, like proofreading. It is essential, you have to do it. Build and maintain your network. This is something law firms find completely lacking in relation to students coming out from law school. Variety is the spice of life, and you must have exposure which is all round. You cannot say, I'm going to be only a litigator, I'm only going to be a finance lawyer. You have to have a broad vision of everything, because that everything is business, and business is the center point of all law. You should work abroad. People should be exposed to a foreign posting. I'll give you the example of Japanese firms. All their junior lawyers who are in line for a partnership are compulsorily made to go for 1 year in a preferred law firm to have experience, to come to know the foreign firm's partners, and to get a cultural change, a cultural shift from the country in which they are going to practice. The next issue is passion in the law. You cannot be a good lawyer without having passion. I remember the movie Legally Blonde. At the end of the entire movie, there's a wonderful speech by Reese Witherspoon on how the difference between an ordinary lawyer and an amazing lawyer is the passion in the law. You must make sure you have friends outside of the office. People who have a very narrow vision and who are only in the office tend to become political and abuse their presence by office politics. You have to trust yourself, step outside your comfort zone and challenge yourself. These are the kind of opportunities that a law firm must provide to law students. The millennials have taught us, don't sacrifice your personal life for professional life. Work-life balance is critical for preventing burnout. Lastly, stay healthy, both mentally and physically, because that is an essential thing in relation to the long-term process that you will be undertaking. The future law firm, therefore, will be embracing technology. There will be a cultural shift, fit the job around people's lives. That's a very fundamental change when you say fit the job around people's lives. This has not been attempted in last several decades. Pivoting towards ESG, the whole climate change issue, the sustainability issue, the governance issue are critical issues as we are seeing in the kind of environmental change and damage which is being inflicted upon us. The lawyers have to lead the charge in pivoting towards ESG. And the last, therefore, issue is that law firms must take charge. They must lead the charge. See how many lawyers were in the Constituent Assembly when it came down to drafting the Constitution of India. Let me take the third limb of the proposition. Therefore, what does a student need? What are the skills that a student has to develop? And who has to provide those skills? I think it's a joint responsibility of the law school and the law firm to develop these skills for making better lawyers. And what are those skills? Learn how to listen. Every client wants a patient hearing and doesn't want an abrupt cut down when he's talking about his problem. Learn about the unintended consequences of lawyering, the impact on mental health. Learn how to nurture creativity. You have to be providing creative solutions, analytical solutions, and that is a part of the law college teachings as also the law firm working. How to have difficult conversations, sometimes with clients, sometimes with colleagues, because they are being obtuse. Conflict management skills. How do you manage conflict in a firm, conflict with reference to clients, conflict between clients and clients, conflict with teachers? How to be resilient? How can you be mentally strong to overcome the challenges in life, overcome the challenges which you face at work? Next, how to run a law practice. Students must know what it takes to be a law firm owner or a law firm manager or a group of partners leading a firm. I don't think they know that when they come out of college. How to manage their personal finances. Students in the initial years blow up their entire fund that they get in their very first year because they feel they have achieved life by joining a good law firm or getting money which they never expected in life. They have also to nurture an internal self of self-worth. There are so many students coming out of law schools who have terrible confidence in their ability. They lack confidence completely. And you cannot do the practice of law without being confident. There has to be an emotional quotient in the learning of the law, and there must be interpersonal skills. So the issues that are summarized are technical knowledge and ability. This is one thing the law schools are not addressing. Interpersonal skills and emotional quotient. Ability to work collaboratively, because students are always competing with each other. And therefore, they only know how to hoard their own things, whether it's studying a textbook or whether it is some notes that they have made. They don't tend to give it across unless they're really at the bottom of the class. A top student will never give you his notes. Increase business-like thinking. Right from college, one must think business. There must be negotiation skills that they must be taught. There must be financial management that the students need to be taught, because that's going to be critical in the way you apply finance for the client's work. And lastly, but not the least, time management. Students have known in their education space or in their question and answers that they give in an exam that they can leave out a question. That is an impossibility in the practice of law. So they have to understand time management. The issues, again, as I said, from the student's perspective and what he has to gain is an analytical and evaluative skill, teamwork, written communication, how to even write letters, write petitions, write a document. These are very critical forms of written communications, and they have even become more important with the work from home problem. A global mindset, a business sense, and organizational skills, passion for the law firm. If you don't care for the law firm will not care for you. You have to have a commitment to the place you work. You have to have a commitment to the law school you go to. And without those commitments, you can never shine out or become a great lawyer. And lastly, every student needs a mentor. These are the sum and substance of the issues affecting law students. And it is this aspect which means nurturing the talent. In the topic that has been given to me, nurturing the right talent is about getting the right qualities and teaching the right qualities to the students. It's not just the law. It's not the technical subject. It is these personal skills which make the difference. I remember that in my first year of interviewing law school at Bangalore, we had the #1 first-class first student, and both my brother Cyril and I were interviewing. It was our first ever interview of a law school ever. I'm talking for 15, 20 years ago. The student came up to us and said that you better employ me. You better employ me because I will teach you how to run a law firm. Here was a guy who had just got 5 years of law school teaching, and he told both the managing partners of the law school that I will improve your law firm. Even though he was the first, because he lacked humility, we rejected him. I think that is a critical issue that you must understand, that it takes all types of people to make a good lawyer and a good firm. And arrogance is one of the least qualities that a law firm aspires for. I want to read out a letter that a young student wrote to me in relation to law colleges, law schools, and the profession. And it's a wonderful letter. I'll read excerpts of it. Law school is a bridge that connects students and the legal profession. One of the prime objectives of law schools is to prepare the students as best candidates for recruiters. Instead, law schools should focus on making a lawyer. I believe that the specific or particular set of skills that are required to work in a law firm or any other legal profession can definitely be acquired through the initial period of training that is offered by recruiters. But in order for this to be possible, law school should focus on equipping students with qualities that make them efficient to grasp and learn those specific skills at any given point. The underlying rationale is not just prepare students for a job or a career, but to impart them with knowledge and values that will stay with them forever. Law schools, therefore, should give more importance to imparting core lawyering skills in students rather than specific subject knowledge. This includes inculcating fundamental values of ethics, responsibility, and commitment. Students ought to realize that the law is not like any other desk job, but a unique and ethical profession where they as lawyers play a key role in shaping the society. This realization through special courses on core legal skills would prepare the students for any type of legal career they wish to pursue. And when it comes to law firms, what is important for the student is to have a good grasp over the subjects. It is essentially to make them understand as to what it really means to be a corporate lawyer and what their role entails. This can be achieved by conducting simulation exercises in law school so that students get to understand what they're signing up for in the future. This is where the role of law firms also becomes crucial. The landscape of law firms in India and across the world is radically evolving. Somewhere down the lane, students perceive law firms as competitive corporate jobs that come with its benefits. This perception results in them merely preparing to get placed, and they do not aspire to achieve something bigger once they get the job. To resolve this, firms should help students see the bigger picture, the twin role law firms serve as economic and service institutions. Once students realize the service provided by firms adds significant value to the growth of society at large, the perception of their own careers will change. This will make them understand their role, responsibility in the law firm with much better sense. Another important factor that widens the gaps between law schools and firms is the inability of students to adapt to the workplace atmosphere, increasingly its culture. The difficulty in adapting to the culture is a result of several reasons. This is where the basic lawyering skills are needed for students to be able to make this responsibility. She goes on to state that internships are the key to understanding a culture of the law firm, because when you get an opportunity to work, you understand the qualities of the firm and the culture of the firm. Having said this from a student's perspective, Gayatri says that this is something which should be attended to by both law schools and law firms when they nurture the right talent. Two other people wrote to me and said, law schools still test memory skills and the rote method. They don't apply the Socratic method. They don't apply the analytic principles. There is much more of rote learning that is involved in law schools. His suggestion is test on how you apply the law. Where can you find the law? And therefore, teach them database management. Teach them software, which they will apply when they go to a law firm. There must be an ability to keep one's notes in a folder in the system, which they can rely upon and recourse for research papers. And therefore, his emphasis has been on the knowledge base. A professor from a school writes that structured teaching, learning, and evaluation is the critical aspect for any law school or university. Offering many electives, and this school had 110 electives, is critical to the growth of a student. There has to be a compulsory emphasis on legal research, and the assessment should be about analytical thinking, critical thinking, and the problem-solving ability. And most important, she writes, community engagement and legal aid programs or giving back to society, whether in the nature of pro bono or in the nature of ESG activities, or any form of returning back what the society has given to you, is a critical element of learning the right qualities and the right values for a student. So I think the fourfold platform which I have revealed or stated, all four have to work in unison ultimately to nurture the right talent from the law schools for the law firms. It's not a one-way problem. It is a multi-dimensional problem where all four pillars have to significantly contribute for the student and the ultimate consumer of the law, the client. Thank you.
Why don't you let Mr. Shroff be there?
Sure.
We'll take some questions, yeah?
Please.
Yeah. Unless until you know more about law than him, then I'll let you take this. Please give him a bigger round of applause. I don't think, he's a stalwart. There's a reason. He doesn't need to prepare a speech. He's prepared a speech. He's given it with passion, delivered. And I must tell you, I went to a business school. I went to an engineering school. Then what you're saying, a lot of things could be true for business school, because some of the things for doing well in life and in any profession are true. But I have three, we have vice chancellors, educators. I have three questions. And you can keep your questions ready if you have. You won't get an access to Mr. Shroff. If you ask the good question, maybe he'll remember your name. Maybe you'll get a job. When I was in the business school, I did that. Yes, these are hacks, I'm telling you. This is not right. So you talked about internships. And I have a son who's in 9th class. So he wanted to do internship. I sent it to 2 internships. So he goes 3 days to one place in 3 days, and that's a lot of pressure off my wife. So
But
they don't-
internships where?
So he goes to Tech Mahindra and he goes to GoDaddy. So, but they don't really give him any real work. He's in class 9, he's 13. But the point I'm trying to, do you give real work to students? When I say, I'm not talking of Sam, but I'm talking of you as an industry figure. Are law firms giving real work to interns? And what has changed in the last 25, 26 months in terms of internships?
Let me answer each one of the three questions that you've asked. For a student who is in the 9th standard, it is very difficult for such a young kid to really understand the law. What we do when we have such requests.
No, he doesn't go for law.
No, I'm just giving an example of what a law firm did in circumstances. We had such children who wanted to come and look around at the firm and move from department to department just to understand whether they want to do law. At a very early stage, 9th standard, 10th standard, they wanted to make a career decision based on actual seeing how the work is, how does it happen, what is the culture like. So they came and spent 10 days at the law firm, just moving from department to department to understand whether it excites them to take up the law as a profession. And we found it of immense use because those students actually did law. So there is nothing lost in giving a young student the opportunity of the sight of the workplace and the kind of people who are working there. The second question, yes, we give actual work. It's not only research briefs. It's not just proofreading. It's not just go photocopy this. No, they are put on actual work in relation to matters. They're made to examine the law, research and provide a research brief as to what case law could be relied upon, say, in an injunction matter. So yes, there is hardcore legal work which is being given, and they work with the team which are fully fledged experienced lawyers. That's the way at least internship at our firm is done. The fundamental difference of what has happened in the COVID period is that internships have become virtual. So the touch with the team, the bonding that a student requires, the teaching of the mentoring that the student requires has weakened. And to that extent, students are losing out. But they get the learning, they do remote work, but they're missing out on making a team. They're missing out on a mentor telling them not this way, but this way.
So thank you so much for being so real in that answer. My second question is, what do educators, what do professors who teach these young budding professionals, what is the change in their own skills? What do they need to do to upgrade, to be relevant to what's happening in the environment?
I think a significant change is needed by the law schools and the law firms. Even I'm not ready for this kind of future. Despite the fact that we've been running ahead of the curve, there is a lot for us to do. For example, the technology of law. I mentioned in my speech that a chief legal operations officer will be as important as a GC. What does that mean? That systems education, how to update your knowledge in terms of what you had not learned in school and college of your time. The upgradation of your own knowledge. For example, if a question is asked in real life as to what is the law in, say, Google's sentient computer, they have, in the last 3 days, there are reports which say that a computer can think like an 8-year-old child and is responding as an 8-year-old child. So you have created artificial intelligence of a level of a school kid, and what are the legal issues? What would be the kind of questions which will arise on legal liability, legal, enforceability? Would the same laws as apply in the field of natural persons apply in the field of computer and artificial? These are stuff which is cutting edge and which people are learning. And that's the kind of stuff the students want. They don't want to hear and learn it in the chance that they get a good law firm where these issues will be researched and these issues, they don't have that chance. There will be hardly 10 law firms in the country who will give them that chance.
Thank you, Mr. Shroff. I would like to, at this point, take one or two questions. If you have a question, raise your hand, give us your name, and ask a short question. We also have Mr. Pramod Dubey, who's a senior advocate and a very prominent criminal lawyer, also amongst us. Give him a big round of applause. Sir, please tell us who you are.
Thank you.
A short question.
Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Akbar Khan from ICFI Law School, IFHA, Hyderabad. Sir, to be precise and specific in this aspect, as sir said, internship has become a mere formality now to be fulfilled. Because the student takes up actually one topic before getting into the internship firm. Then after entering the internship firm, he changes his topic. So he remains undecided and uncertain on the topic given. And one more point, sir, when it comes to the syllabus, why not the clinical papers be overall and upgraded as such to give more practical exposure to the students? The clinical papers like drafting, pleading, convincing, professional ethics, ADR, moot court, so on and so forth. Why not add some more components? This is what I feel in specific to be done in order to give more practical inputs to the students.
Sir, we got your question. All yours.
Yeah, I think speaking for myself, we don't follow this method of internship. We give the student one particular discipline to learn. We don't let the student shift from pillar to post. The student is given at least 1 month, if not more, to learn about the specific discipline of the law in which he is allocated. So he really learns something. If that student is given a pre-placement offer, which happens to many students at the firm, then the student is expected to come back to the firm on a second placement or a third placement, in which he will again go with the same discipline to learn the subject. He's not going to hop around. But when he joins the firm, we give students opportunities of every 4th month changing the discipline. So a student will get at least 3 subjects to learn in a practical, deep way. At the stage of internship, because his knowledge is incomplete, we let the student come up to the required level of professional knowledge that he needs. We don't skit him around place to place. He's not just left to the chance of somebody taking an interest in him. There is an obligation on the team which requisitions him. In our firm, we actually ask the team leaders to say, do you want an intern? And if you don't want an intern, you will not get one. But if you take an intern, you must promise to teach him something. You must promise to make use of him, not just give him a paid holiday. This is about exercising the skill set to actually learn whether the student is a good student. Just seeing a piece of paper and saying that, oh, your CGPA is so high is not enough. We've had cases where in group discussions while recruiting, the group discussion students have come out much better than people with high CGPA. And in relation to the practical, your clinical courses, I agree with you totally. I don't have a difference in view on that.
Thank you for asking that. Thank you. I hope you're satisfied. He wants to ask a question. We'll come to you. Tell us what's your name. What do you do?
Sir, I'm Tejasvi. I'm for a finalist student from NL Shimla, and I have also served assessment at SAM also with the real estate team. So my question is, how the use of data
You
interpretation.
don't have a name. You don't want to market yourself. People spend a lot of money to market themselves. That's how media companies stay alive. Okay. So you have Tejasvi. What's your full name?
Tejasvi Shukla.
Yes. So,
And you're in which team?
I was with the real estate with the Mrinal Kumar's team.
Okay, real estate.
Yeah. So my question is how the data use of data interpretation is going to shape the legal profession. And I have just a follow-up question also. Due to dynamic environment, there's an increase in vertical M&A and JVs. And as the president says, they are often unsuccessful. So how combining data interpretation and rigorous one with the practice of law is going to be affect them or improve them? This is something I just wanted to ask.
So I have 2 answers to give you in the context of the 2 questions that you have raised. There is a whole science, and IBM is one of the first to have started this, that upon feeding in judgments of particular judges, the computer can prepare and predict the outcome of any case. You do a history of the judgments of a particular judge, right from the district court to the Supreme Court. See how the way his mind has moved. See how the kind of decisions that he has given. Feed that into a system, which is basically data gathering, data collection, data interpretation. And then you feed the live problem that you have. And based on the material that is in the system sifts the output of a judge. It is the artificial intelligence and just machine learning which brings the correct answer of how the judge will react. And this has been proved to be almost 90% correct. So it's a phenomenal advance of the law. That is why now in the United States of America and elsewhere, they have an legal analytics as a study course, not merely for judgments, but about your clients. How do your clients, what client is going to come back to you? How many times has he come back to you? What is the value is fetched? All this is subject matter of legal analytics. So data is very critical. That's why everybody says data is the next oil. Why is there so much fight about data retention? Because it's a very valuable commodity. The second question you asked me, just repeat.
It was all about vertical M&As.
Yeah. Vertical M&As and lateral, horizontal M&As are ultimately matters of scrutiny in competition law. Vertical M&As are proved to show that there is a more appreciable adverse effect on competition. And therefore, they're scrutinized with higher degree of scrutiny than a horizontal merger. That's the law as a process.
Thank you, Mr. Shroff. The lady also wants to ask a question. Short question. Your name, what do you do?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prashansa Singh, and I'm from Campus Law Center, Faculty of Law, DU. So, sir, I have two questions. So my first question is, as a starting law student, what should I have in my arsenal to say secure an internship at a firm like yours? So at the cost of sounding like an idiot and not like that Bangalore student, what is it that we should possess to actually have a tangible internship? Because as I'm just starting out, the legal world seems quite bleak because it's a very cutthroat competition. People are doing multiple internships. So you are supposed to be quite lost when you're just starting out. So how do I tackle that? My second question is regarding the pedagogy. Our curriculums are not in tandem with what is required of us in the legal world. We are not prepared to deal with actual legal issues.
Got it, Prashant. There's something on Twitter, short 144 character.
So just, I mean, I'll try to keep it quite short. But sir, these problems have existed for decades. These are the structural problems which all of us have tackled, you have tackled. What are realistic steps that we can take? Because it seems quite bleak right now, because these are going to persist for a very long time.
We read bwlegalworld.com. We'll open up a channel for internships.
All right, I will, sir. Thank you.
I think,
Mr. Shroff, I just wanted to comment in lighter vein that if in India you did analytics on judges and their past judgments, their future judgments may still not add up to what the analytics show.
I agree with
But
you.
that's in a lighter note.
I agree with you.
But now, Prashansa's question in your answer.
Yeah. Prashansa, no?
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you what the problem is there with the law firms. They are of limited capacity. The ratio of a partner to a student or the lowest entry is 1:4. So if we have 100 people, we can have 400 interns, or we can have 400 lawyers, of which the intern is the last in the row, in the queue. On an average, a law firm, even of our size, cannot take more than 60 interns. We have about 20 law schools and universities applying to us. That means we can, on an average, take only 2 students. If we have to give a balanced approach to internship from every college which is empaneled with us, we can give a right to only 2 people. Therefore, obviously, there is going to be an intense competition in joining. The fact that a student has done multiple training is not the issue. What kind of learning has the person had? What is his social background in the sense, is he a sports player? Is he a music lover? Is he a reader? All those issues matter to us because it shows us the mind of a person. It shows us how laterally expanded that person is and the ability to therefore think laterally. It's not just about the CGPA that has emerged. CGPA is certainly an important criteria for us to select because we cannot afford to have the last person in the class joining us. It costs us 25 lakhs for a single student coming out of a college. Multiply that by 60. And you will understand how much costs a law firm engages like ours. I don't speak about others in just getting interns. And what happens in real life is that while 60 come from colleges, there are 40 more who join the firm at various levels. They come as laterals, whether at level of a principal associate or a junior associate or an A0, and we have to accommodate them based on their skill set. I have even refused children of judges who refuse to go through the internship.
So sitting or retired?
Sitting.
Okay.
Sitting. So it doesn't matter. You have to go through it's a merit-based entry. So if you don't want to go in on the merit base, then don't come.
And Prashansa, on a serious note, it's also the personality. See, one of the things that I've heard from him is passion, communication skills. What do you do beyond work? So, at the end of while you're legal, my CGPA was decent, but I was not top of the class. But I'm the only alumnus from my business school, 20,000 alumnus on the board of my school. Okay. So it is loss of hair also can get you on the board. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But it's the personality. Okay. How hard you work. What is the contribution apart from learning in that internship? Could you help Mr. Shroff or whoever you work with something that they appreciate, which is of real value? They see you go beyond the extra. You're extraordinary. That's what you look for. Yeah, commitment,
Passion for the firm.
If there are 40 interns and they have to hire 4 people, what is that about that 4 people? It has to be something special. So communication skills, the fact that you asked a question and you asked an intelligent and real question shows that there is something extra you have, right? At least people know you now, right? I know your name is Prashansa, right? And you talked of Bangalore. Wait for our rankings. You have a surprise in rankings. So I'll leave it at that. Please give Mr. Shroff a big round of applause. He has many more questions coming. Okay, the gentleman wants to ask the last question. I don't know the gentleman. He hasn't paid me, but you can pay me after the question.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Vineet, and I'm a lawyer myself. Well, it's been almost 7 years I'm into this profession. So as we all know that the dynamics of the advisories have changed a lot. So these days, all clients are looking forward to business solution rather than legal solution. So especially in the relation to the fact they need a business answer. Not a legal answer. Huh?
No, I'm kidding. I don't know what I.
So, sir, what should be the way forward so that we end up advising the client within the law so that they cater to their business needs and at the same time ensuring the legal requirements?
I think I mentioned this in my presentation, that every lawyer has to have some business sense. You cannot be a corporate commercial lawyer without having a business sense. And there are clear demarcations of where the students go. Either they go into further studies, either they want to do the legal education space, or they want to litigate, or they want to be corporate lawyers. Different fields of law get involved when you are actually in the process of coming out from college. There's not just one stream that people will only go to corporate law. Now, the ethical rule is that if a person is asking for an extra legal solution, a non-legal solution, as a firm of our repute, we would say no. We have said no in many cases that this is not something we will do. Go to another person, don't ask us this question. We will give a legal way out if there is a legal way, fitting the facts, and that is the way to practice the law. I have not practiced the law with cutting corners.
Thank you, Mr. Shroff. There are many questions. Professor from Subharti wants to ask what we'll address, but please give Mr. Shroff a big round of. Mr. Shroff, there's a memento for you. Just don't go. it's something that you like. It's in liquid form, but it's not what you think. It's coffee. So we want to give you a small hamper. Please, we live in a Facebook and a social media area. We'll need a photo with you. Garima and Ashima can give you the memento. Please give Mr. Shroff a big round of applause. He's been very supportive. There are many other questions. I'll address them in the next. If you can be in the center, so that, yes. Mr. Shroff should feel that he's really wanted and we appreciate it. Can you make him feel a little more warm? And Mr. Shroff practices what he preaches. He's lost a lot of weight and he's looking so healthy. He talked of health. That's one takeaway I have. I also want to acknowledge the presence of many stalwarts from the legal domain. Mr. Pramod Dubey, I've already acknowledged. Mr. Sudhir Mishra, the partner in Trust Legal and a leading lawyer in the environment space. Ms. Priyanka, Mr. Sridhar Pottaraju, Mr. Siddharth Batra. These are people I know well. I'm sure there are other legal luminaries. I may not personally know them, but Ashima and Garima know them. So I'll hand the mic back to Ravin Kundu. You're the MC. I'm not. I'm not getting paid today. Okay. Back to you, Ravin.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Of course, we'd like to once again express our gratitude towards Mr. Shroff for being so kind and joining us here. एक बार दिल्ली वाली जोरदार ताली अगर आप उनके लिए बजा दें for the valuable time. Wonderful. Thank you. So, in order to get to the next step that you have in your career, wherever you are sitting in that chair to move towards the chair of Mr. Shroff, it's going to take a lot of hard work. Now let's break down how. In the next panel discussion, we'll be talking about the brightest legal minds that will come together to give you some nuggets of wisdom on reinventing on-campus and off-campus legal education. How are law schools keeping pace with international institutes? I'll request you all to join me in welcoming the panelists on the dais with a round of applause. Mr. Sridhar Pottaraju, advocate on record for Supreme Court of India, joining us. Mr. Asim Abbas, partner, LNL Partners, also joining us in this panel discussion to enlighten all of you on the topic. Can I please request you all to put your hands together and while I invite the gentleman on the dais? Dr. Mohammad Salim, Director at Lloyd Law College, also joining us. Dr. Tabriz Ahmed, Vice Chancellor at GD Goenka University. I'll request him to join us on the dais and I'll request you to put your hands together. Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor at Amity University, Noida, who's joining us virtually, but you can still clap for her because she can actually feel the warmth of the claps on the screen. And finally, Dr. Sandeep S. Desai, Professor and Dean, School of Law Presidency University at Bangalore, who is also joining us. I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together for one of our partners. Thank you so much for the support.
While Sandeep, Professor Sandeep Desai comes on stage, I'm sure you're calling me. I'm just trying to save time.
I was about to get to that point. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Batra, let's have a round of applause.
Thank you. I think it's a perfect panel because we have practitioners, we have academicians, we have law firm professionals, we have independent lawyers, and we have people who lead law schools. So the topic of our discussion is reinventing on-campus and off-campus legal education. How the law schools are keeping pace with international institutes. This was addressed by Mr. Shroff in some way. Let me get an opening remark, short opening remark on how are Indian law schools keeping up pace or not keeping up pace, if you really believe that. I'll start with with Mr. Aman Abbas, absolutely on the right, Mr. Abbas, then Mr. Sridhar Pottaraju, get both the panelists who are law school professors, and then get Dr. Mrs. Singh on the virtual dais to be able to give her inputs. Mr. Abbas.
They have this In rest of India, the classification of legal profession includes civil lawyer, criminal lawyer, tax lawyer, and in law firms, there are further classes. There is energy lawyer, there is a PhD lawyer, and such. While the law firms, or rather the law schools, are teaching the basic general laws, but I think that Shah has talked about it, but I think when it comes to the technical education, that's not what they are teaching in law. And let's see what is happening around us, or what has happened in the last couple of years, or what will happen. Technology is something we cannot control. And if there are students who are coming from law schools with very less knowledge of technology, that would be very better. And to further complicate the matter, let's have a telecom problem. There is a big revolution which is happening, telecom revolution. Today, I don't see even a good operation of telecom law, despite the fact that there's a whole jurisprudence which has revolved around that. And to my knowledge, I don't think that's a subject that we about, where in future the decision will essentially be a machine-based decision. There is an input, goes into a box, and there is an output which gives you the answer. And Niti Aayog recently has come up with this principle that at the level of algorithm, it has to be built in that each machine-based decision should be non-discriminatory and should adhere to the constitutional principle. So here we are talking about an algorithm by design to ensure that constitutional provisions are met. So I don't know whether law schools have evolved some sort of system or a curriculum which will teach that, because that is definitely a requirement for law. So I think there is a bridge or a gap which needs to be addressed to connect law schools and law firms, especially with respect to technology. Law, I find a big gap.
Absolutely, with what's happening in the NFT space, artificial intelligence, crypto, even e-commerce. I mean, you're absolutely right, because in the last 3 years, those areas of practice have expanded hugely, and they're likely to become even bigger. So absolutely, you hit the nail on the head. Mr. Sridhar Pottaraju, your comments. You've just written a book looking at Indian scriptures and what is this, bringing some management wisdom for legal professionals and for professionals for every area. What is the law school's curriculum needs to add or change to keep pace with global law schools?
For me, I think the most important and critical factor that law schools now need to look at is the mental health of the students. Most of the law schools are offering 5-year law courses to children at about 17 or in campus. So most of them actually are in an environment alien to the natural domestic or home environment, and they are exposed to a lot of living outside. Add to that the practice that they are exposed to of internships. It's actually quite nerve-wracking. I mean, to look at the applications on social media or otherwise. I think we need to demystify this urge or need to have internships, and then let it grow up to be a good human being with emotional strength, because legal profession is going to be challenging all the way through. I mean, and it's a long
So you're saying adding courses like mindfulness, communication, softer skills, though he didn't call them that, and they're real skills, but you're saying life skills, more finishing, more grooming.
Absolutely, we need to let them flourish into a grown-up human being. They are not even adults, some of them, when they enter law school. They are below 21 by the time they're reaching 3rd year or 4th year. So they're not fully grown. Now to actually put so much pressure on those young minds is leading to mental health challenges.
But that's a larger issue. We are restricting ourselves.
No, I'm actually coming to the point there. So therefore, it is essential that they make part of the curriculum
Yeah, mindfulness in the era of mobile phones is tough, even for people like me, but
That's something which I would like to find out.
no usage of mobile phones in schools. That'll be, if that's a, then possibly they can get better life skills, but that's very radical, not likely to happen. Let's bring in the three academicians on the panel. We'll bring you in first. Your opening comments on what are you doing right and what can you do better?
So let me first thank the business coach for dedicated program and inviting the stalwart Mr. Ram to speak. He spoke in so detailed, so filtered out, so holistic. I think nothing left for us to discuss. He's got everything almost. So we had to him for covering the entire thing.
Again, clapping is good for heart muscles.
This is actually important for all India. So what I think we have to make them understand.
Garima, we are scrapping the panel. There's nothing left to. Thank you. No, I'm kidding. Go on, sir.
Requirement of soft is very important because we have to see those students who are actually studying in a good law school, they're able to really groom properly, understand the skills, they understand that the culture. But those schools who are actually mostly in rural areas and not in the good cities, good school, not having this good library, they feel a real challenge. And regarding the internship, I think very few are getting the chance to go to law firm like the Saraf in the ring, because we have seen the you mentioned
Shroff. There is another Mr. Saraf, but he's Mr. Shroff.
yeah.
Okay, unless until you want him to change his name.
1761 law schools are there and 2000 actually studying. But I feel everybody should be given proper chance to go and test the all kind of law firm, all kind of the practices, so he can then make up the mind what kind of lawyer he want to become, whether criminal lawyer, civil lawyer, or maybe IT lawyer. So the exposure is very, very less. Now the challenge is that how the law firm can accommodate this big number, because more than 1,000 students are there, and everybody should get the chance to do the internship. Second thing is that regarding the updating the curriculum to link to the market, because the market is very fast changing, and we know that how the BCI is working is very slow to update the curriculum regular basis. So we are still running the old curriculum, and now the market has gone very, very high. You see the pandemic what happened. We have to be a global lawyer because the way market is changing, only India is not the market. You have to be able to handle the cases maybe coming from different jurisdictions to understand their culture, tradition, economics, and then to also understand that how you can be going to be comparable to the people who are having the cases from the foreign country. For example, if Apple is a case of the patent issue and you are going to argue, because this case may be filed from the world, because Apple is marketed from the world.
Understood.
Now, if you're going to file a case in US or UK or maybe European country or maybe civil law country, how you are going to handle it. So one thing is that the curriculum should be updated, maybe to relevant to the global standards with the growing economic standards. Plus, internship is a very important aspect.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Now let me bring in somebody I've interacted virtually in the past, Dr. Mohammed Salim from the Lloyd Law College, and I requested him to be very real, not give us good things to hear on the dais, but very real things.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to this forum. I'm actually thankful to BW Legal and all the August gathering who are present over here. I would be short because Dr. Batra has already notified to me, but to be real, when we talk about, there are 2 points which were raised by Mr. Asim Abbas and then Mr. Batra, that internationalization of the law schools. And the second aspect is that updation of law school to cater the requirement of the corporates. On both the issues, I have my own standing. I may be extremely different and conventional. The objective of law school education is not only to cater to be standing tall or besides or equivalent to international universities or international standards. No, I don't think so. The requirement of law school in this country is not only to cater to the requirement of corporate firms and companies and all that. To my understanding, law school education, law school process is to cater to the requirement of every person in this society.
Sure.
And 90% of our
topic
90% of our society require criminal lawyers, civil lawyers, lawyers who are supportive to the cause of the people at large.
Sure.
There is no point in creating a law school which is catering only to the requirement of one set or two set of three set of industry or profession or practice. If we cannot Rather, I would say it from that perspective. Law school is unfulfilling in its ambition and requirement and objective if it is not catering to the requirement of society at large, and very specifically to be serving and adding to the justice system of a country. So I would say that yes, artificial intelligence is something which is added in the course. I have taught to LLM students in my law school, where we have added artificial intelligence and we have taught them. There are many more courses which are on the same pattern, in which cyber law and all that, in which Praveen sir is here, Pavan sir is here, and a lot of work is done in these areas, and law school curriculum is updating. But at the same time, larger issue with the law school is, yes, upgradation and all that. Larger issue with the law school is that whether law school as a whole is able to cater to the requirement of last person who is in search and earnest search of justice or not. Because what we see is the problem with the justice system or judicial system is going down. And how can our law students also to see that corporate is a site for them to cater, but also to see that how we can serve the requirement of poor people in our country.
Absolutely. That's a very positive dimension to bring in. But let me say our topic is a metaphor for improving legal education. The outcomes or the applicability being social impact in bottom of the pyramid in bringing justice to people who can't afford justice, creating activists to take up issues that not necessarily are commercial. So you're bringing the right, but let me bring in Dr. Balvinder Shukla, who's the Vice Chancellor of the Amity University. They also have a law school. She has experience of, I've interacted with her over many, many years. And she has an experience of, many multidisciplinary courses that are there apart from law. So Dr. Shukla, in terms of legal education, how can we do better?
Thank you very much. But first of all, I would like to congratulate Business World, for organizing this very important discussion, which really needed, because we have seen that globally the legal education is extremely important, especially for our country. So it requires a lot of changes, and we know that the government, various bodies, Bar Council of India and others are trying to reform the legal education. And I think we really need to develop the legal professional in the country, where the most needy person in the country also gets the justice and the necessary support for the legal support the person can get. So the graduates who are coming out from the law institution, they need to have the requisite skills. So just the theory courses are not going to bring that skills and competencies. One side, we need to have the global connect, the partnership with the legal colleges and the associations world over, so the students understand the international laws. And secondly, that can be done, that maybe the students can go for study abroad, for a shorter period, to maybe do the internship with the law firms globally, or they can earn the certain credits in the international institution, which can be, because national education policy have given a lot of freedom, though for the law, the Bar Council of India has to take the call that what they will be making the curriculum and framework. But without diluting the BCI norms, still the law school can do many things, that how to bring the international expert, collaborate them, how to give the students the research-based projects. So if there is a course of, say, that is a 5-credit course, so maybe the 2 credits should be the theory and the 3 credits should be the research-based study, so the student understand that what are the nuances of a particular course, whether it's constitutional law or any other law, so can understand the practical aspect also of the students. So the moot court competition need to be more specific to each course that's required, and also the internships, and that the honorable minister in the the initially, and then my fellow colleagues, that they have emphasized. So internationalization is very important, and the connecting with the practicing organization, law firm. So therefore, maybe we have made in Amity University, we have made it mandatory for every the semester, as well as during the summer break, the student must go and do the internship or the major project or minor project. So the student have the practical. We also have made a mandatory for student to be participate not only the moot court competitions which are being organized in the university, but in the other university, because learning is very important. So if you really need to develop the good oratory skills or analytical or critical thinking or good writing or drafting skills, which is very important, or leadership qualities or the teamwork or interpersonal skills, the group-based activities need to be increased in the curriculum, and that can be very well be done by the faculty, how the faculty is designing the delivery part of the course. It's not only the syllabus, but how the course is being delivered is very important. So which can also develop the sophisticated analytical reasoning skills, complementary skills such as leadership, adaptability, resilience, and key skills from the other discipline, including the technological acumen is very important, that how the the AI, data analytics, machine learning, and all those things you can apply. Financial literacy, as it has been emphasized, the global orientation is extremely important, that how we understand, because now today it is not only the laws are within the country, because when you have the international trade, bilateral, all those things, it's very important that how you have the comparative law of the various countries where the students can understand. And I'm very happy and I'm really thankful to you, Mr. Batra, for organizing this forum, and it will go a long way for the understanding of the academic professionals as well as the budding law professional, that what kind of skills and competencies are required to really groom the future legal professional. There's a huge demand of legal professionals. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla. Let me, if Dr. Sandeep Desai is back in the room. Are you back in the room, Dr. Desai? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll bring you into the conversation. Why don't you be seated? I always say speaking engagements and jury assignments are not transferable. So I will maintain that. We'd invited him, and we're glad that you're here, but I'll involve you from the audience then. Okay. I hope you're okay with it. Yeah. Let me go to Mr. Abbas. Mr. Abbas, you rightly said, and let me acknowledge the presence of Mr. Pawan Dugal, who's India's foremost expert on cyber law, prolific author, very prolific in the media. Also, Mr. Tarun Nangia, who's, in my view, India's best legal show, gets sitting justices, and is in his trademark gallows in his dress, Mr. Shroff. When I grow up, I want to be like him. I may not grow up, that's the problem. But coming back to the topic, Mr. Abbas, you rightly said that technology law is growing, and there is not enough attention or detailing to a technology law. One of the things that the academicians may not talk about, and I want you to honestly comment on it, what do the academicians need to do to be able to retool themselves? What can they do to kind of get their game up? Are they, if agar meri jeb khali hai, to main dusre ko kya dunga? Right?
Yeah, I think very interesting question. So, and continuing from the comments made earlier by the panel members, first of all, law is a reflection of society. And there is no denying that law essentially is to protect the last person who is in the queue. Now, when we have a case for introduction of a technology law, in law course, it's not a replacement of a criminal law or a civil law. It's an addition to criminal law and a civil law. So that argument that it's there to protect the last person is not contrary to introduce technology law in law courts. That's number one. And number two, when we're talking for technology law, what are we talking about? We have more than 1 billion mobile users in India. if you see the digital payment in the last 2-3 years, there are billions of people who are using digital payment. So when we are talking about technology law or a corporate law, we are not talking about the elite section of the society. We are talking about the vegetable vendors.
Bottom of the pyramid.
We are talking essentially about the bottom. The other thing is, and this I think generally is to a corporate law, when we talk of a corporate law, it is not that we are serving the interest of corporate groups. I'm sorry. I think today, legal profession is a preferred choice of a bright student in a good school. And the reason essentially is the opportunities with the big law firms provide in the corporate practice. We cannot deny this contribution of a big law firm who are into corporate practice, that legal profession has come back with the full force as a bright future because of the corporate law. So corporate law is something which can't be ignored. The law firm needs to focus on the requirement of a corporate law.
Thank you so much for making the point that when we're dealing with corporate law, you're still helping a merchant who may be a small chai wala shop, or a fruit merchant who's taking, or a small vendor who's taking digital payment. Mr. Pottaraju, what do the academicians and faculty do to be more relevant in current environment? Apart from reading your latest book.
Yeah, of course, reading my latest book would definitely enhance their experience. It's magazines from Mahabharata. What I would suggest here is, as a student, I was told by my lecturer in Delhi University campus that she studied the same case material which she was teaching us. So I think that speaks about the academic curriculum, which is
You're saying it hasn't evolved in 33 decades.
At least when I was a student, it did not. But there was one professor who took the initiative and then created a completely new curriculum as the judgments were being delivered by Supreme Court. So it takes the individual professor to take that initiative and the pain to ensure that the children who are passing out are actually learning the latest law, not the law which has been actually printed by the university's press some 30 years back. So therefore, they need to be dynamic in their courses, and then every semester, probably the course needs to be tweaked or edited or updated, like any book is edited every year. So I think that responsibility squarely lies with the law schools. There's no two thoughts on that.
Fantastic. Let me again bring the academicians into the conversation. This time I'll start from my left because I brought you late. What is your ask of the Mr. Shroff? Is there other professionals from the law firms? Mr. Weber is here from Saraf and Partners. I was about to say Ellender, but I realized that I was going to make a mistake. So what is your ask from the industry in terms of being able to help you get to a level where you're able to forget competing with international curricula, you're able to improve what you do? At the end of the day, as an institution, as leaders who lead those institutions, our endeavor is to be able to take whatever we do to a couple of notches above every year, every now and then.
Thank you. I would say one sentence, and then I will come back to the question which Dr. Batra has asked me. When I say that the objective of legal education is to serve the whole society, I am saying that law and legal system and legal education institutions, legal education academicians or a system has to serve everyone from the president to the poor. And this serving is vertical and pyramidal. So there are a lot of people at the poor level and there are few people at the top level. Yes, I admit we are here to, we are responsible as legal educators that we have to cater to the requirement of everyone in the society. And it is, yes, beneficial both ways. When we serve the society, good students who are from top school backgrounds, who are choosing law as the first and foremost profession for them because of the good return which they are expecting in the industry and environment. Yes, we are supposed to cater to them, as well as those who are here to see legal education as a process of their Sanskritization, their process of conversion into a civilization or merge into a better civilizational process. Yes, we take that responsibility. The second aspect which Mr. Batra has coined to me, that how we have to come to the internationalization, or what is the expectation of us from the industry people to improve the law school education. I would only say one thing in that, not much as we can improve the footfall of the industry people in the law school. That is the out of three most important perspectives by which we can improve legal education in our country. Out of three perspectives, this is one most important perspective by which we can improve legal education. The greater amount of footfall, involvement, and say of industry people in legal education process as a whole. That is the only way by which we can improve legal education to be better serving, to be qualitative, and to be in a position to cater to the requirement in 360-degree to the society, to all parts. And I have experimented this in last 7 years, and I have seen the fruits of this process, that I have 27 faculties who are core practitioners, industry people. They are in firms, they are partners, and they have every week they have a footfall in my law school, one or the other day. Because of that, the thinking process, the learning process, and our law school process has exponentially have changed to the better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your final comment before I take one or two questions and take closing comments from the panelists. Legal profession is about time, and media profession is also about time. So between these two, we'll keep to the time. Your final comment in terms of how to improve legal education.
I think I agree with the Salim. He's saying that we have to engage more with the industry, with the lawyers and law firms, because ultimately they're the beneficiary. If we can produce good lawyers, they're the beneficiary. So I think we have to engage more with the good lawyers, good law firms. They have to be part of the curriculum designing committee. They have to coming and delivering lectures on the very advanced areas of law. And also we have to engage the foreign law firms and the foreign professors. Thanks to the technology, now we can engage good lectures by engaging the Zoom and others. You were not earlier available. So we have to engage the experts, and we have to refine the law. And but I must ensure that from the very beginning, let us have a lot of counseling to the student, because the law has grown so much. Now, a lot of varieties are there. They should not be get confused. So they should be given proper kind of direction where they can grow, and they should have talent. Everybody cannot become a human rights lawyer and corporate lawyer and technology lawyer, because they have different skills. From the very beginning, we have to train them properly, teach properly, give them a lot of optional courses, and also they have to plan the internships and go and learn particular thing, become the experts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think my parents are academicians. I do have academics in my genes. My father ran a very large government institution in the academics. So did my mother. And, you know, I'm now on the board of my alma mater, MD. I can say that some of the issues that are confronting legal education are also confronting management education. They're common in terms of how the directors, how the professors need to upgrade, the connect with the industry. And I think it's the onus is on the institution. It is not on the industry. I mean, while the industry wants to develop. Second is, it's a given that must happen. And I must also say that adjunct faculty is adjunct faculty. The core faculty is what develops institutions. And, you know, a lot of institutions are known by the professors who taught there, right? So I think it is about also creating bright people who want to be teachers in law, right? Because there were people like Dr. M.B. Atherya when I was doing business school. You know, people wanted to be a B school professor or a management consultant because, you know, you had those iconic figures. So I think it would augur well for the academic side of legal education to get more and more celebrated professors or celebrated industry professionals to be professors. That's my view. And I think the fact that a certain law university is in the top 10 so fast tells you that doing basic things gets you. In my view, that legal university has done very basic things and some very extraordinary things, which may or may not be about education, and which, you know, I will not get into. But the point I'm trying to say is that by doing very basic things, you can get ahead. Even in life, you do basic. Mr. Shroff talked about proofreading. He talked about proofreading. Because if you can't do your draft right, you can't be a good lawyer. You know, semantics and synthetic very important, So it's such a small thing you talked about in your 10 points, So I think communication, follow up. I don't know whether it's taught in a business school or a legal school, closing the loop, taking initiative. I don't know, is there a course in that? I don't know. If not, maybe we should do one, right?
I can tell you there are no courses which are of actual real value in practice.
Yeah, I think that we could offer for management education also for tier 2 and tier 3 schools. But let me take one or two questions. Does anybody have any question? The lady there and the gentleman in yellow shirt. Oh, you're Mr. Sudhir Mishra. You look like him. Okay, first the lady and then we'll come to you. Yes, sir. Yes. Give us your name. The lady in red. The lady, he's a lady in red. You clearly need to go to the eye doctor.
Yeah, so my name is Nabila Siddiqui. I'm an assistant professor at Christ University. So
In
my
Bangalore.
question at the Delhi campus. So we
In
have
Bangalore.
3 campuses, Lavasa, Delhi and Bangalore.
Okay.
So I've recently joined, and one thing that I've seen from my own experiences is the fact that when we hire teachers, I think preference must be given to teachers who come with experience from the industry. So for example, myself, I had worked with the NGT. Now when I teach environmental law, I am at ease. So the way I engage classes, my students have given good feedback. So one thing that I've seen as far as engagement of teachers, hiring of teachers is considered, that is the model in the foreign universities also we've seen. That is having some industrial experiences.
Got it. I have a different view because I understand academics. I'm not an expert on legal education, but I think you need also pure academics. You need a blend of both. And there are a lot of pure academics who do great teaching to establish basics, establish theory. So it's not either or. I think there has to, that's my view. We'll get a comment from everyone on the panel.
I am advocating this since long, and I will re-emphasize on this fact that yes, every course of law require partly to be taught, examined, evaluated, and to be taught on the practical side and partly by the theoretical side. So I am advocating this in written to the Bar Council as well. I have submitted it to the Bar Council and to various universities. Every law course that is taught in any law school must have to be taught by 2 people, one from in-house and one from industry, who is like, for example, contract drafting, let it be torts, let it be any course in law. It has to be taught by 2 people, one practitioner and one in-house faculty. Only then we can create lawyers who are able to understand the law in books, in black letters, and law in practice. Otherwise, this process of legal education is completely faulty and we have to improve upon, and we all are responsible to improve it.
Thank you, Dr. Tabrez.
Yeah, so I must thank the Nabila for raising a very good question. To solve the problem, we started the Abhigyat program. We are sending faculty for internship. So faculty can go to law firm, they can go to Parliament House, they can go to Bombay Stock Market to understand how things are working. So this way we can solve this problem by sending faculty for internship. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Shukla, your comment, just to bring you into the conversation, that should we be giving preference to faculty that has worked in the industry?
It's a combination of 2.
You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Dr. Shukla, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Combination of 2 is very
Still can't hear
important.
you.
That the faculty, full-time faculty, and each course, there should be the practicing lawyer to come and give the value addition sessions. So maybe if his course is of say of 45 hours or 40 hours, out of this 40 hours or 45 hours, at least 5 to 10 sessions must be taken by the practicing lawyer, so that the student get the practicing side as well as the theoretical side. And the third component, which is very important, the student to be given the project based on that course. So they also do the self-research study, and then they can have the better understanding. So I will not educate either. I would educate the combination of this to have the good law education.
Thank you so much. Yeah. We'll bring the 2 gentlemen from the industry. Mr. Pottaraju, your comment, and Mr. Abbas, your comment, quick comment.
For me, a good teacher, irrespective of his background, is a good teacher. So whether he comes from the industry or he's from an academic year, I mean, if he's able to capture the attention of the student and then communicate the subject in a manner it is practically can be put to use in profession practice, I think he's a good teacher. We need to look for good teachers.
He or
there.
she. If
It doesn't
Amal
matter. It's
if
a reference.
Amal Clooney
It
was a
could
teacher,
be,
I'd also attend the class.
No, I mean, yeah, of course, there will be incentives to attend certain classes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Abbas. That was a comment on the lighter side. It gets too serious sometimes. Mr. Abbas, your final comment.
So a teacher inherently will be an academician. If somebody has done or experience of an industry, I think it's just a value addition to the core, to the core of that teacher. So I don't see any conflict actually here between pure versus somebody who has worked in the industry. Is just a value addition. That's all. It may give a different perspective, but I don't see any conflict.
I want to tell you, I went to MDI in 94, 96, gives you my age, but I went in and I have some legendary professors from management school. Dr. Singhvi came from PSU background, used to teach us marketing. And he was just, his class we wouldn't want to miss. He was our best professor. There's no question. Always at loggerheads with the management. Very pally with my parents, still very pally with my parents, and I touch his feet. But we had academicians, like I'd give you Dr. Preetam Singh, who was the director of the institute, with Dr. Abad Ahmed. We had lots of, I can take Dr. Anup Singh, who's now the vice chancellor of the Nirma University, Dr. Poonam Sehgal. They were pure academicians, Dr. Devi Singh. So, they were outstanding teachers. And I'm sure a similar parallel exists. So it's not either or. So yes, you need some people. Mr. Mishra, you wanted to make a comment or ask a question before we wrap up this call.
With the law schools, actually, I wanted to ask that when the law student comes to us for the internship or even for jobs, invariably they have this notion that everybody will get into Amachan. So when you do the counseling after
now, Cam Sam.
No, so
Sam.
After I said okay, Cam Sam, Sharaf and Agent B.
So you're saying the top 5, 10.
Top 10.
That's the point.
Has the law school done any assessment? What are the total number of inductions in last 5 years? In annual, how many annual new inductions happen in the top 5 to 10 firms? Because when everybody is being told that you'll go and join the top law firm, then the contradiction and employability issue starts there only. Have we done any assessment of that?
So I mentioned in my comment that the challenge is that because we are in 50,000 students every year, and everybody should trying to go to the top law firm. And how many can be engaged by the firms like Sharaf is running? Because very few will be getting chance to go and really work with them. So rest of them will not be getting really a real exposure of the top law firm. Now the challenge is that how they're going to keep balancing up their interests and become the really refined lawyer. So this way, I think the big challenge of internships are there. Regarding the counseling, I mentioned that we have to counsel and try to make them what they're aspiring, what they're deserving. Everybody cannot be a top class corporate lawyer and IT lawyer, because for them, they require a lot of skill sets, soft skill. They have to be able to manage the cultural challenges. They have to be kind of polished. They should have very strong English, very strong soft skill that everybody cannot have. I also mentioned about the challenge of the law school in a city, law school in rural areas, because those who are in the rural areas and maximum are in rural areas, very few are in the cities. So they are having the real problem of then coming, traveling. Also the cost issue is there because everybody cannot come, stay in Delhi for internship every year. Already they're paying big money to the law school. So cost issue is there, challenges of internship space is there, and also challenge of counseling is there. Because we have to counsel them and we have to make them very early stage that you cannot be really earning what we aspire. But the big challenge of coaching centers are there. If you go to CLAT coaching center, what they're saying, just to attract them to join CLAT coaching, everybody is saying, you will be just join the legal education, go to NLUs and see your package will be 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs. So this is, I think you raised a very, very good question. It is everybody's responsibility, whether it is a coaching center, whether a teacher, law school, we have to be very, very realistic and give them a real picture. So once they will pass out, go to law firm, they will not be having any kind of depression. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to end this panel because we're already, I just want to say when we did the 40 under 40, Mr. Shroff, you chaired the first jury and we got very good quality thanks to your involvement and other jury members' involvement. You remember lots of them said, we teach here. We teach here. I think in almost 70% forms, it could be a lot of forms, it could be 60. They said, we teach here, we teach here. So I think a lot of young professionals who 35, 37 are already taking course. Second, you talked about contribution to the bottom of the pyramid, legal. A lot of in 30 under 30, or 30 under 30, Mr. UK Chaudhary was our jury chair. There were lots of people who were contributing to social, doing pro bono work. So I think young people are very, very conscious of one, really contributing to the profession, adding to their own, personality, experience, and giving back. I can tell you, seeing some 300-400 between the 40 under 40 and 30 under 30, maybe 600 between the three editions. We are in safe hands. I also want to say Ms. Namita Chadda has joined us, and I hope, sir, we answered your question, Professor. You had asked me that question, I weaved that in. And you wanted to ask a question. If we can get him a mic. He's not from Delhi. He's definitely not a loud Punjabi from Delhi, so you need a mic.
I'm from Delhi itself. Thank you very much.
But you're not a loud Punjabi.
No, not
Clearly, he's distanced himself from loud Punjabi.
I was supposed to stand over there, right next to you, but I know
Nobody briefed me. Nobody briefed me, and because we took Mr. Sandeep Sethi's name, you can ask a question. Yeah.
It's fine, sir.
Yeah.
So if I am being permitted, I'm not going to ask the question. If I can make a note, like
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, sir.
So
what's your full name, sir?
I'm Dr. Shahab Shabbir. I'm an associate professor at the School of Law, Presidency University. So, sir, being a teacher of law, like for last 12 years and teaching abroad in India, both equally. So what I have found that with regards to the skill development point, I think that, it comes with the temperament that we are supposed to develop with the students, right? The moment they are going to get an admission in the law school, what we used to do, we used to, bombard them with the subjects. Contract law, this law, history, English and all. But we never point out the first thing is that whether they have got a temperament or not. I've got a practical experience. Many of us will be agreeing, with this point over here, that many of the law students, many of the law students, they're coming to pursue the law subject because they haven't got a chance in engineering or medical. So they're like, nahi mila mauka, law hi padh lete hain, something kuch acha ho jayega society, right? So that kind of temperament we have not been able to develop.
So you're saying it's the quality of intake. As Mr. Abbas said and Mr. Pottaraju said, that thanks to the charm of the law firms, the quality of work they're doing, the kind of remuneration, 5-year-old in the profession are making, the charm to join law firms. I must tell you, I have a grown-up daughter. She is now going to North Carolina to study in a certain university. But I told my wife, can she do law? Because I remembered a conversation my wife had with my son and my daughter 5 years back, and she asked my son, what do you want to be when you grow up? So he said, Mama would want to know that which profession makes most money. So I told my son, tell her that you want to be a lawyer. So point is, money is also an important thing. Then is about temperament, right match.
Temperament,
the right match, which he also talked about. Dr. Tabriz Ahmed also talked about the match. Not everyone can be that lawyer.
And then it comes to our moral teaching as well. So what I was talking about, from the first year itself, and this moral teaching, well, this particular panel is sitting and talking about how we can, make a pace with the foreign institutions. Why can't we make a pace with our own institutions?
Yeah, that's a more metaphorical.
I do agree with that. So our moral says, one point of scripture I would like to quote, like it says, na rajya na raja dish na dando na chadandikaha dharme ne praja sarvaha rakshantisma parasparam. Nobody knows about it, right? Students who have finished their LLB 5 years program, just go and ask them what is the full form of LLB. They don't know. What is the full form of LLM?
I know what is the full form of MBA. I did an MBA. You know what is the full form of an MBA?
MBA.
You know the full form?
Master of Business Administration.
No, it's much below average.
I
didn't know.
I'm not from that.
Okay, that's why we grant you. But I agree. Mr. Shroff also talked about ethics. Because again, the big legal luminaries, they have followed ethics to get here. They may have been practical at sometimes and pragmatic at sometimes, but mostly have followed ethics to get there. The means is equally important as end. So please give our panelists a round of applause. I would sum up by saying that there is a lot to improve. And I would say there are 3 things that can improve to improve the legal education. I'm an outsider. I'm not a legal education expert. One is introducing new areas of practice, especially in technology. Second is upgrading the educators, trainers, and the fact that you send your faculty for industry orientation is fantastic. And last but not the least is be able to bring soft skills right at the curricula, counseling to be able to identify the strengths of the student. And so what happens in every profession, every education domain is that certain schools will attract the cream of who have exposure. You know, education is also a business of attracting the best. ITs attract the best. IIMs, MDI attract the best. MDI I did because I went there. Okay. So I think that needs to change. And I think the next future in legal education is legal tech. Like you have edutech. You know, edutech in legal will also impact these schools. Either they will adopt and leverage that and see it as an opportunity, or they'll lose out in some measure. So please give all our panelists, Dr. Shukla, Mr. Abbas, Mr. Pota Raju, Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Salim, and thank you for your intervention and bringing the right point. Thank you so much. At this point, I'll hand it back to Ravin to bring in the next set of panelists.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Before we move on to that, I'll request all of you to kindly get together for a group photograph. Can we hold on for a bit? Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Just a quick reminder, there's a lady on the screen as well, so you might want to leave some space.
Otherwise, it'll be a panel. It won't be a panel. Male panel.
And you thought Dr. Batra is not a fantastic host. So let's have a round of applause for the moderation as well. Thank you once again. Since we're running a bit behind time, I'll quickly move on to the next panel discussion that we have for you without taking any time. Building legal wines of the future verse, what needs to change in the curriculum. The last panel touched a little bit on this, but we'd like to extend a conversation on the points that matter. So this next panel discussion is included by Dr. B.B. Pandey, Distinguished Professor, NLU, Delhi. Dr. Pandey is joining us virtually on the screen. Mr. Pramod Dubey, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, joining in this panel discussion. Thank you, Mr. Dubey. I'll request you to take a seat. Mr. Amar Kumar Sundram, General Counsel, Senior VP Legal and Chief Compliance Officer at NEC Corporation of India, also joining us virtually. We have Dr. Chandrasekhar Ranwadle, Director, Symbiosis Law School, Noida, who's joining us on the dais. Dr. Pawan Duggal, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, Founder, Pawan Duggal Associates, also joining in. Thank you so much, sir. Ms. Priyanka Valesha, Functional Head and Senior Manager, Legal, Yum Digital and Technology, India, joining in the next panel. Mr. Vaibhav Kakkar, Partner, Saraf and Partners, also joining in. And the moderator for this discussion is Mr. Sudhir Mishra, Founder and Managing Partner, Trust Legal Advocates and Consultants, and one of my favorite moderators ever. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Mishra. Wherever you would want to be. You're looking like a sunflower, sir, so anywhere is good. We'll be able to catch you wherever you are. So that's your panel, ladies and gentlemen. We still have the guest joining us virtually as well in this panel discussion. I'll leave it over to Mr. Mishra.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I can see a lot of law students. So Dr. Tabrez, first, let me clarify one thing that I have just asked my panel, and three of us from completely rural background. I did my 10th from Siwan. I did my 12th from Banka, Bihar. And I never had a 60% before class 12th. I run quite a commercially successful law firm, which has been ranked 37th in RSG Consulting Report in 2019 in India, out of more than 400 firms. I'm a door tenant in United Kingdom, and my boss there is the Attorney General of United Kingdom. With me is Pramod Dubey, who is a senior advocate, alumni of Campus Law Center like me, and Sridhar, who was in the previous panel. He is also a proud rural person. And Dr. Chandrasekhar on my left is also has a rural background. So it's not about rural or urban. It's about the changing goalpost. I would say that 94 to 97, when me and Sridhar were classmates, I was a reluctant lawyer. I had no interest in law. I wanted to be a civil servant. Again, I had no interest to become a civil servant also, but I had to because my father was a civil servant. Somehow I gave my interview in 1998 and came as a reluctant lawyer, but I loved it. I just loved it. So it happened by accident. There is no stereotyping of any of these models. All these models will exist in your mind. Ultimately, the most important factor which I am believing is that the students are more eager, more focused. A 22-year-old person today is far more focused than me because I was not focused at 27 or 28. So you are far more focused than my generation, I can assure you. The problem is in teaching, because the problem in teaching is that the entire legal education has been so commercialized now, and it has gone beyond notional norms. It is so commercialized that a person, when he walks into my office as an intern or as a young lawyer, we just don't understand from where to begin. So I will discuss all this in detail. I wanted to make these initial observations that curriculum, law school building, rural, urban is not an issue. At least I never faced a competition, not even in the pandemic. Neither the opportunities are less or there are no opportunities. You talk to anybody who's working very hard, there are enough opportunities for everybody. If you want to follow a particular crowd, then there is a problem. You have Pawan Duggal here, whom I have seen almost for 15 years making inroads. We have seen Pramod Dubey doing the same thing. So this panel will demystify. Vaibhav is here, who has always been speaking, and we were working together during the pandemic. And we realized the kind of output we have done in last 2 years, we had not done in last 1 decade also. So coming to the topic, a very technical topic. So I will go to the topic, building legal minds of the future, what needs to change in the curriculum. So anyway, I'll start with the professor only. Professor Chandrasekhar, what do you think about curriculum? What do you think about legal education? What needs to change?
Namaskar. And to say in the professional world, it's a good evening to everyone. Well, I have been taught by teachers that change is the essence of life. So law has its life, so it has to keep on changing because it's ever evolving. I have done my graduation in law from ILS Law College. 3-year course, 18 subjects taught in 3 years, taught by the best professors, of course. Attendance was not compulsory, but I can say I was attending. But that was a good learning, but never heard about moot courts, never heard about internships. That doesn't mean it was not happening in my law school. It was happening in my law school because there was another stream, which was learners coming up to 10+2 and who cater to the 5-year programs. So I could see there was difference. But as I grew, and of course, teaching is my passion. It is not something which has come to me because I couldn't get something. Because my teachers impressed me that much. And that's why I got into teaching. And the credit goes to one of my Guruji. His name is Bikaji. Bikaji Guruji still calls us. We forget to call him. But he always calls us and checks what do we do. He's well ahead of time. So when we are talking about the curriculum, it's a good word, not syllabus, because everybody looks at it as a paper to pass. But curriculum, when we talk about, now please, one of the speakers said that, in different words, I'll say that law is the reflection of the society. So when the society is ever evolving, the means of governance, thus regulation, also have to be ever evolving. So you can't just restrict yourself to the time and place. It changes with time and place as well. So like breathes, does law. So if when an indication about the digital payment was said, nobody believed. And that's what the society is and real society is. Nobody believes, but everybody starts following. And law, legal education also took that time. We also need to give that credit to different stakeholders. We can't just take it. Education institutions just can't take it Because when you talk to industry, you talk to people from the profession, you get to learn from them. So you have to be open with that. Like I can tell you about the law school I'm part of. I don't hate it, I'm part of, because that's the structure we follow. We have this horizontal leadership in our law school. So when you interact, then you get to know this is the aspect which is happening. Like Mr. Vaibhav, I have been meeting Mr. Vaibhav at various conferences abroad as well. So discussions which happen there, we bring them back. We discuss ethically. Who makes the syllabus? Let me explain it to you. It is not made just by professors or the teachers of law. We have stakeholders, parents. We have stakeholder partners of firm, in-house counsels, senior designated advocate. We also have people who have nothing to do with law because they come with the real experience like non-governmental organizations as well. And when we develop that syllabus and that comes, Mr. Schroff, I have utmost respect for him. He also made one point that when you have number of electives to offer, there is a choice which is given. You need to give that choice because what interests me may not interest Mr. Vaibhav. And we will never have two different personalities. We'll have the same personalities or we'll force them to become one personality. That is the point.
So I will come back to you. So we have virtually Dr. B.B. Pandey, and he had just joined us, and I'm sure, is he joining? So before I tell you about an ideal teacher, and now Professor B.B. Pandey is there, I welcome him, and I have a very small personal thing to share. I was his student, and when I failed to clear IS, what is the relationship of a teacher with a law student during my time? I went to him. He selected a senior lawyer for me, who was not a designated senior. He had a 2-room office, in fact, 3-room house. 1 room was for residence, 2-room office. He's a very, very distinguished lawyer today. And I used to work on everything, whatever was given to me for almost 1.5 years. So Professor B.V. Pandey had that role in my life. You need a teacher like Professor B.V. Pandey in your life to change your life. And I was absolutely, my one question which another person who had taken me to Professor B.V. Pandey is today the founder of O.P. Jindal University. He was my classmate. He just asked him, Professor Pandey, how much money he will get. He said, isko paise bhi dene padenge seekhne ke. So that was his approach, and that is the relationship we had. But I can't tell you, when his class will start of constitutional law, even from other sections, people will come and crowd it. You will not get a chair. Sridhar will vouch for it. So it was all about teaching right. So Professor Pandey, the stage is yours.
We are talking, Sudhir, it's a great pleasure for me to be talking about things that have a history of 4 decades or even more. We are talking about the future of legal education and the curricular reforms at a time when the understanding of the rule of law and the foundations of legal system are undergoing significant transformations. At the one end, the transformations, the law is acquiring increasingly reconciliatory character by the introduction of multiple amicable compliance measures to ease trading and business interactions. Yet, at the other end, new and more repressive measures are being introduced to control the deviant individuals through bizarre repressive forms like the extra-legal encounters and bulldozer investigations. Today, the study of the rule of law has to find ways to wade through these extremities, and the future of legal education has to be take cognizance of this very vital reconciliatory task. Furthermore, one overbearing import of economics in the overall conceptualizations that have been responsible for the first transformation of the rule of law itself would need to be kept in mind, which have been encapsulated in succinct words of Justice M.N. Venkatachalaya, who had written very kindly a foreword to my recently released book, Criminal Law and Criminal Justice, Select Legal Writings, which was released in February 22. The quote reads, "The future of mankind depends upon how our generations will respond to the great challenges of the stunning, explosive, and subversive technological exploits. New conceptualization of the properties and economic patterns of the existing system will be inadequate to these rapid changes. Economic power will have manifestations unfamiliar to the existing system. Law will become a junior branch of economics. The frail faith that we may yet hope to build a new world capable of holding humanity together within the bonds of compassion and justice will have to be invented." This is what Justice Venkatachalaya wrote in his foreword dated 7th November 2021. This controlled transformations, as a scholar who cares to view all forms of human interactions, including trade and business, through the prism of civil liberties and individual freedoms, the repressive controlled transformations assume special significance. Such controlled transformations deserve to be seen with a special concern in the light of the increasing reliance placed by the modern state on the innovative control devices like surveillance and mind manipulations. In India too, the PMLA, the NDPS, and PMLA to curb even political dissidents are signs of distortions in the settled rule of law notions. Such menace of control criminalization is not unique feature of Indian state. Way back in 2000, Professor Andrew Ashworth had his seminal article, "Is the Criminal Law a Lost Cause?" which was published in 2116 Law Quarterly Review. Professor Ashworth made the substantial point. From the point of view of the government, it is clearly not a lost cause. It is a multi-purpose tool, often creating the favorable impression that certain misconduct have been taken seriously and dealt with appropriately. But from any principled viewpoint, there are important issues of how the criminal law ought to be shaped, of what its social significance ought to be, of when it should be used and when not, which is simply not being addressed in majority of instances. Now, for instance, our curriculums should carry these tensions before the students and honestly bear them out, honestly let them find the solutions in the society in which they exist. Because if rule of law, which is the essence of a civilized society, goes, our whole legal education infrastructure may collapse. If not, it may erode it.
Sir, thank you. Thanks a lot for your such a detailed, I'm sure a lot of law students will be hearing you and understanding that what you actually meant by rule of law, and if you feel that we are on the right track. Thanks a lot for your participation.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
And we all are delighted that you could join us and speak to us. I'll come to Senior Advocate Pramod Dubey, and I will ask you, what do you think the curriculum should change?
Thank you, Sudhir, and thanks the business world giving me the opportunity to be part of this August gathering. Let me begin with my regard to Professor B.B. Pandey. And I have to also share one of my experience. When I passed out from the law faculty, and I discuss in detail how you can build the future of the law student and the professional. So I was completely clueless, and I was not able to find my senior where I should start. Being the orthodox and the believer of the astrology, I consulted one of the astrologer, and he has given me a particular date to start my practice. So I started finding the seniors in Delhi, and I was not able to get a senior. So I found one of my college mates. And he assured me, yes, you come and meet me in court number 15, and then you will start your profession. So I went there, but the gentleman was not there. So I started searching him from the court number 1 to court number 24, Delhi High Court. And ultimately, I came to library. That's just opposite the post office in Delhi High Court, if you are familiar with the topology with the Delhi High Court. So I folded my coat, put in the polythene bag, and took the bus and went to my rented room. And I decided to leave this city because I was not able at least to survive here. So ultimately I went to consult my Professor B.B. Pandey, and just to take his blessings, I was leaving this city. So Professor B.B. Pandey tried to convince me, and he says, no, you cannot leave this city. I'm saying it is very difficult to understand the mathematics of this profession. Though I am electronics graduate with distinction in the physics and mathematics, and I had a good career throughout my life, but this is very difficult profession. I cannot survive. I'm not able to get my senior. Professor B.B. Pandey advised me, Mr. Dubey, Delhi, you will find a lot of opportunity, and it is my responsibility to provide you the senior. So Professor B.B. Pandey wrote a letter to one of the High Court judges who is retired, and that time he was practicing. And I went to that lawyer. That time he was a practicing lawyer. So he's recommended me to Mr. Siddharth Luthra to join his office, and I started my career. And it is Mr. Professor B.B. Pandey who made me to travel this path. And so far as this is my regard and to Professor B.B. Pandey.
Yeah.
And so far as the building the future is concerned, in the legal profession, you have 4 stages. One, it is your family life. The second is your school life. Third is your college life. Fourth is your professional life. So if you have joined the faculty, it is the entire endeavor should be of the faculty member, and you must need a good faculty so that they can make you a good professional. In the entire, I think the minister is there, so many people were there. So I think we should resume.
Yeah.
I would like to apologize to the panel for a bit while we welcome our chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together and welcome the chief guest, Mr. S.P. Baghel, Minister of State for Law and Justice, joining us. Thank you so much, sir. And terribly sorry for the inconvenience. Please continue, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. So you have to make the future of the professional. And for that, you have to train the professional. Earlier time, there was a law course after graduating. You have already completed 3 years, then you have joined the law. So you are carrying the matured mind. Here, you are entering from the teen age to a matured mind. So this is the very critical stage. and the law college carries a lot of responsibility to develop the student. We have the experience, the students after finishing their 5 years courses, they comes to us and then they ask us, sir, we are completely clueless. We don't know whether we should go in the corporate practice, litigation, non-litigation, civil litigation, criminal litigation, arbitration. So they are completely clueless and there is no guidance to them from their faculty.
Yeah,
So my suggestion would be in the campus itself, you trained your student from the very first day, what is the temperament as rightly mentioned by Potter Raju. He has already mentioned in his panel discussion, you judge the mind, temperament of the student, develop the skill in the student, and then you promote the students so that there won't be any kind of the clueless in the mind of the student.
Okay.
And he would be clear in his mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. I'll come to Vaibhav. Vaibhav, you tell us that Swaminathan Ankleshwar Iyer did a report 4 days back where he talked about that the biggest roadblock which will come to India's future development is lack of employability of our young population. Even for law students, the same rule apply. And it's not a strange that is the reason why Supreme Court had to say that each senior advocate should train 15 young law students into practice. So it means that law schools are missing something. And they are not acknowledging that why we don't have more of Professor B.B. Pandey. And we have our B.B. Pandey stories. I'm sure you will have your story too, that our teachers were passionate, they were part of our life. Professor Salim is one such professor, I know that. So what do you think, how will we solve this?
First of all, good evening, everyone. And thank you, Sudhir. It's a great question. The way I look at this is the following. It is a fact that as someone who's been in charge for recruitment in my previous avatar at Luthra, and I look after the recruitment program here along with some of the other partners at the firm, the number of law schools are ever increasing. And, while of course the number of law firms are as well, and number of employers, it's not just law firms, it's corporates, it's number of litigating advocates who are running big chambers. So there is, of course, that scope. But I often wonder myself that is there enough space available? But then, when I look externally and look globally, I think we are on that path of economic growth. And there is a target of $10 trillion that the Prime Minister himself has set for this country. Where we are, and if we have to grow to that $10 trillion GDP number, I do believe that legal profession will be a big contributor. I think legal professionals do play a very significant role of being business enablers. So I do genuinely believe that in times to come, there will be that much more scope for the profession. There will be that much more employability. It's just a question of finding your sweet spot, finding your right place. It is a fact, Sudhir, that when I started out in my career, if you look at most corporates, their in-house legal departments would just constitute a few people. And today, in 2022, I can tell you there are many corporates who run legal departments who are even bigger than the size of law firms. Yeah. So the economy will grow, the business will grow. And along with that, I do believe employability will grow as well. What is, however, important, and I think some law students ask this question, I think, and I think Mr. Shroff very eruditely also explained that what is very important is passion. So as long as law students are passionate about what they wish to do, my mother keeps saying this, Sudhir, that tumhari generation mein thehrav nahi hai. As long as there's stability and there is the desire to grow, I think, I can tell you as an employer of law professionals, and we recruit about 50 to 60 lawyers each year from different campuses, we ourselves are struggling to find the right talent.
You're right.
So the short point, therefore, is that despite the oversupply, if you're good at what you do, if you're passionate and you have the desire to,
you'll find a place.
You'll find your place. It may just take you some time, but you'll find your place.
Okay, hold on. I'll come to Pawan sir now, one of the finest IT lawyer the country has. And सो हिज जनरेशन में ठहराव नहीं है, मेरे जनरेशन में ब्लेम किया जाता था कि बहुत ठहराव है, हम कुछ करना ही नहीं चाहते थे. मेरा ये मानना है, आई वांट टू आस्क यू दैट where is the curriculum moving? Is it really moving, and where you want it to move for the young law students?
Thanks, Steve. I think the curriculum is stagnant. We can see some ripples on the top, but I see stagnancy all across. And I see curriculum thoroughly unprepared for preparing the needs of the times. In my recent book, New Cyber World Order Post-COVID-19, I've argued that by the time COVID is completely out, we are entering into a new cyber age, where cyber crime and cyber security breaches will be our constant companions. States will become very powerful. And if there's going to be one element that's going to lead us through the next 1 decade, it'll be our cyber skill sets. So today's curriculum does not give you anything about cyber skill sets. A Zoom, Google Meet, or Microsoft Team does not mean cyber skill sets. It needs to go far beyond. So today, when a youngster comes in, he tells me about a lot of things that he's done in law school. But 2 questions, and you find that you're completely lost in which direction the particular student wants to go. I think the traditional curriculum has to be dumped away. But then that requires courage and conviction of some law schools. Not everybody is going to follow the trend, but yes, if we can actually lead the students to be on their own, let's throw them into deep waters. Let them ask them to do online courses. These could either be the Coursera's of the world. These could be customized courses. Some of the courses I've been doing it on cyber law for the last about 4 years. And I was surprised. I thought there won't be any demand. So in 4 years, if 27,500 professionals do my courses from 174 countries across the world, speaking 52 national languages, they are telling me one figure, that there's a need for massive capacity building. And I think that's what I would want the current law schools, the current law professionals and students to go.
Wonderful, sir. Priyanka, will come to you, and I'm sorry I came at the end. So you tell us that in the Weber talked about the corporate departments, the law departments of the corporate world also strengthening, bulking up. What kind of changes you wish to see in the law schools? What changes you want as per the requirement of the corporate world?
Thanks, Sudhir. Very good evening to all of you. So I believe the first thing I want to say, law is science. So please stop underrating the profession of law. It is as noble as the profession of medicine. I think the change in the curriculum which is required here is that we need to see the practical aspects as well. So only the theoretical will not help here. And as Dr. Salim said, as Mr. Shroff said, we need to understand where are we applying that. Now, the law students, why they feel so flummoxed is for the reason that they don't know where to apply that. They're just reading the theoretical knowledge. So is it that in the last year of the law that you should be thrown, to any of the law firms or the corporates? I think that's not enough. I think from the very beginning, it's very important that the law professors or the, legal fraternity, here their role comes into the play. So as one of the professors said that we are sending our professors to for the internship. I think that's very critical, and that's very very good thought process, because that's the need of the hour. We need to change. We need to think that how I appreciate the fact that there are certain precedents and there are certain amazing judgments which are the core of our constitution and our law profession. I do not want to say that we need to make it completely technological advancement, or we should do away with the theoretical knowledge. It's as important as our practical knowledge is. It's just like we are doing chemistry in a lab. Unless and until we know what results are we getting, we don't remember it, right?
Yeah.
So
good thoughts. Amar, your final thoughts. What changes you want to see in the curriculum?
Thank you, Sudhir. At the outset, my little objection to you when you started your introductory remarks and you talked about yourself, Pramod, and Dr. Chandrasekhar, you missed adding my name.
Okay.
So, but coming back to your question, in a corporate world, and what needs to change in the curriculum is the linkage and the sync with the global trends that's happening. Today's curriculum that we see most of the time, it is India specific and in isolation of what is happening across the globe. Now, some of the global topics that we all deal with in our corporate sector, and many of the law firms would also be dealing with, for example, this sanction issue. So this Russia-Ukraine war happened. There is a big issue around sanctions. The issues around anti-bribery, corruptions, the issue around ESG, diversity, all these issues are now required to be brought in your curriculum and sync it with your regular curriculum in one way or the other, probably by the 4th year student or the 5th year student. The second important component is developing a curriculum which is designed to promote entrepreneurship skill amongst the lawyers. Today's lawyers are not necessarily into the conventional roles. They are into public policy. So in our corporate sectors, many of the GCs are playing the role of a public policy head. Many of the GCs are playing the role of ethics and compliance head, right? So the roles are expanding and changing. Are we preparing our law students to take up these kind of a role?
Very good. Very good. Very well said. Short and crisp. So with a single engine, I'm running this large panel, not a double engine. Dr. Batra, you took a lot of time. No. I'm talking about I have a single engine here. Now, I'm just doing 1 minute class. Professor B.V. Pandey, it's my rare privilege that you are here again. Just say in 1 minute, what do you want the law students to do? How do they design their future? You have seen so much in the last 50 years. Just give a message to them. They're all young ones. They're really looking forward to hear from you. 1 minute.
To understand first the transformatory challenges and the tensions generated by them, and understand that even business is served better by protecting the liberties of the citizens, by protecting the freedoms of individuals, because ultimately, whether it is corporate business or it is individual business, all are human beings. Their capabilities have to be honed for a bigger cause. And therefore, the transformation, the second transformation, is as important as the first transformation.
Thank you.
And
wow.
We must pay greater attention to second transformation. That is what came in the first panel. Even the smallest person have to be served. The first transformation will take care of all needs, including food needs, including access to justice needs. And that is the essence of a good curriculum.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll come to Amar, your 1 minute.
My thought process, Sudhir, is that, and so happy to see Professor Pandey, my old teacher from Campus Law Center here. Naman to you, sir. This is missing in today's generation. The way you talked about Professor Pandey, the way Pramod talked about Professor Pandey, I can go on and talk about Professor Pandey, Professor MP Singh, late MC Sharma, Professor Bakshi. This is missing in today's generation. That teacher-student connect where teachers hold the hand of their student and act like a real mentor. This needs to be built up now.
Thank you. Priyanka?
I'd like to say that for the law students who, they feel that where they are right now and they feel confused about where they want to be, start, focusing on what you want a little early. Don't wait for 5 years, to lapse. So you will equally have to make some efforts, to understand where your interests lie. The opportunities are not less right now. Considering the technological advancements, I think that opportunities are immense. Definitely, there are certain changes which are required to be done in the curriculum from the faculty side or from the in the institutions. But it's equally important that the law students, start thinking over, start putting the passion into law, as Mr. Sharaf said, that you need to have the variety to keep up the spice of law alive.
Okay.
So that's important.
Wonderful. Pramod, sir?
Sudhir, much have been discussed about the internship. I would say कि so far the internship concern, you will find the student who are having the influence resources, they are applying to the good law firm, they are applying to the eminent senior counsels, the good lawyers, and you'll find some kind of the student, they don't have the connection, they are not going to join the internship in that firm. So what you need, there must be an system in the institution itself, the college itself. They must provide the internship. There must be the chart of the lawyers, the teachers were there, the internship should be applied through the college, not through the individual. So that the student, as per the ability, as per their liking of, as per their field, they will get the proper opportunity to have the internship with the, either it is the firm or with the individual or the industry or the NGO. So you must develop the concept of the internship. Second thing I would like to mention, you must make the student a professional. Let them understand what is this profession about. What is this legal profession? They must understand, because what we are coming across this time, they are more concerned with their money part. They are thinking themselves that they are basically doing the job. They must understand that they are entering into the profession. They are associates. They are not the employee. There is no relationship of employer-employee, and they must dedicate it to this profession. Thank you.
Since there is a limitation to the number of interns, the top law firms can have in a period of a year or a month, I would like to say that don't get disappointed. It is not that that you cannot get trained or you can't get the exposure in with a mid-sized law firm. That's not the truth. Believe me that I myself has applied through my summer internships. I've reached out to like multiple. I think I still would have my previous email wherein I used to send like 100 emails. Believe me, 100 emails reaching out for the internships, because at that time our colleges were not having those advancement placement, and we never used to get any kind of stipends. So we were bothered more on the experience, the learning part, and we were happy to get into even a mid-sized law firm. So that notion that if you're not getting into the top law firms, please do not get depressed.
Thank you, Priya. Dr. Chandrasekhar.
Well, I don't have any advice or suggestion to make. I love you all.
That's good.
Because truly speaking, everywhere I go, I come across, it is always said that young ones don't know this, they don't do this, they don't do that. I must tell you, I was also energetic. So there is another word called mischievous for energetic persons. I just have two simple things to share, which I have followed in my life, and you will take my word. I'm a student who is failed etiquette and who topped the same university. So who made the difference? The person makes the difference.
Absolutely.
So please, from this moment, start believing in yourself.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's the most important aspect.
Yeah. Sorry, we are so over time. That's why I'm just pushing. No, that's perfect. Yeah, Vaibhav.
Thanks, Sudhir. Since I was actually busy answering your question, I didn't actually come to the subject of the panel discussion, which is what changes in the curriculum do we want? Sudhir, I can tell you one thing for sure. Being sort of seen it from the industry and being part of a law school, I was from the first batch of NLU Jodhpur. What I can tell you is that where we are completely missing as law schools is the subject of managing and being a manager of law. Whether you're a litigation professional, whether you're a corporate commercial lawyer, ultimately your skill sets are a function of how well you manage your profession, how well you're able to do business development, how well you're able to bring in clients, how well you're able to retain clients, while of course knowing the technical understanding of law is the basic that everyone is expected to know. But the management of law is a crucial subject, which, believe you me, is so missing. And when we look at within law firms, people who had much better careers are the ones who've been the best managers in law. That's absolutely missing from law schools at the moment, I feel. Also this perspective, and I'm making a fairly controversial statement here, I think there is this notion looking at certain distinguished senior advocates in the Supreme Court and the High Court, that this is where one needs to be forgetting the fact that ultimately legal profession is a service providers in profession.
Yes.
We are service providers, we are service enablers, and we have to service our client. Unfortunately, some of the examples that certain distinguished senior advocates do give, and I'm not referring to you, sir, is the believing that they're the end all and not looking at serving the clients. I think that construct conceptually, as well as the fact that you have to believe in managing law and your legal profession well. I think Mr. Shroff also referred to that in his speech. I think is absolutely paramount, which is completely
I
missing
agree.
from law schools.
So this is a very important part. I'll just tell you a little more because half the time I argue with my friend Sridhar also when he comes and when he's upset with me, he says, you're not even a lawyer, you're marketing all the time. So the fact is that I go to NG.
Dr. Batra manage this.
Hello. Yeah. So this is a debate which I have with my other partners in my firm also. Sometimes they overemphasize on the fact that how they brief, how they go with the senior advocate and how much effort is gone. The kind of effort you do for client handling, understanding how the client will pay you, all kind of jokes are there. Batra sahab will not like it कि फीस निकलवाना क्लाइंट से इतना मुश्किल है, कंघी करने के बराबर है. मैं इसके आगे नहीं बोल सकता. ठीक है. So, but the fact is, it's a completely different ball game. If you are part of that team which is managing the firm, which is doing a lot of marketing, reaching out for the firm, even that is a very serious legal work, and also the transactional work which Vaibhav spoke so importantly. One important part is, before I go to Dugal Saab, I'm all for this generation, and as sir said that we love you. There's one problem: overconfidence sometimes is not a great idea. When I see your CVs for internship, sometimes it looks like Ramayan. मैं राजाओं का राजा हूं, शूरवीरों का शूरवीर. मैंने ये भी कर लिया, मैंने वो भी कर लिया, आपने सब कुछ कर लिया है अपने second या third year में. It's not really a great idea. In our time, even our seniors used to say that you are doing well. We will not believe we are doing well. We were a little short of confidence. Maybe that was also not a very good thing, but we have to draw a balance somewhere. Dugal sir.
Just 30 seconds. I just want to make one point, and I can't overemphasize this. You talked about the fact that law schools are increasing. There's an oversupply. And there is also, at the same time, I'm telling you as somebody who's representing a large law firm, that there is also a problem of getting the right product for the organizations. The problem is that all the top law firms are targeting at a certain pool of students, which is that 200, 400, 500 students. If the law schools can improve their curriculum, make it more relevant to the industry, then that pool can become richer, which can also take care of the requirement of the industry, which right now it is not. So it's a huge problem where there's a huge oversupply. There's also big demand, but it's not being met because the right skill sets are not there.
Thank you.
So I think that needs to happen.
Mr. Dugal, final words, and we wrap up.
Thank you. Don't expect a Ferrari the first day you join your profession. It's going to take you a lot of time. Don't panic. Learn to be yourself. There's enough space. The 5 years curriculum is only a platform that's being provided to you. Write your own train, mark your own way. And I think just all remember two things. Hard work and patience is what's been the hallmark of all big professionals in this particular profession. And you will have to somewhere down the line recognize the importance of that and make it a part of your life. That's all. Rest is all fine.
And just to tell you that we have an attorney general in the country who's 90 plus, and we have no replacement for him. Government keeps on requesting him to extend it for another 6 months. So there's completely dearth of great senior advocates. Also, when we look for appearing in an important matter, a PSU matter, I had to get Hari Salve virtually for every hearing. We have no supplement for him. The client is not expecting us to get anybody else except him. So it's very right that at the senior advocates level also there's a dearth. At the recruitment level, at the A-level partnership also there's a dearth. At the induction level of lawyering also a dearth, because nobody is willing to work hard. That's the problem. Okay. So we wrap up this panel. Any questions we'll ask later, or we can ask 1 or 2 questions. People can. No, you tell us. 6 questions granted. Okay. Okay. You can ask questions from anybody. Yeah. Yes, sir.
and find out the problems what are there to the legal things. Unless he knows that, he will not be passionate, he will not be a good worker, he will not understand the law. What is law actually? So in our curriculum nowadays in NAC, National Accreditation System, we have whatever you have said, global competence, you have said about the technology, you have said about the inculcating, but the inculcating of ethical values is most important, which is lacking in the lawyers. And I think if you build up that, I think
I don't agree with you. Lawyers
agree,
don't.
agree,
So how many teachers go to these villages? First, tell me that.
This is what NAC has given us.
So that is what I'm saying, that you're completely disconnected with reality.
This is what NAC has given. You are talking only of
No.
internship.
We will talk because you send us to them to us.
You are only talking of internships and you are only talking of the professionalism. You are not talking of a human being being
It's a completely your responsibility to develop your student
doing that.
Because the students are, I just mentioned the student from their teen age coming to the professional degree.
Sir, you should also tell that.
So no. First you made your student to that level, then we'll do that. You cannot only concentrate on yourself on the advertising about your college. You have to put your effort. You are mostly interested in advertising. And every day when you open your newspaper, you'll find the advertisement of your college. This is not the proper thing which is expected from you. You cannot. No.
No,
we are fine. We don't want.
That is your view. That is
No, sorry, sir. I'm running the panel. You are not speaking.
That is your view, sir.
You are not speaking. I'm running the panel, please. Yes, sir. You wanted to say something.
Yeah. So there was very valid point made by sir that with respect to the legal aid, that even the teachers, and sir also said that how many teachers are getting into this. Let me bring on record that as part of legal education, the legal aid center is one of the requirement, and every institution has a legal aid center. And that legal aid center closely works with the District Legal Services Authority. And at the same time, now the Department of Justice has started a scheme which is called as Pro Bono Club. The alumnus of the institution directly works with the Department of Justice and assists them in evolving most of these cases which are not taken. So there is good involvement. So instead of saying who does what, you did not do this, I'll say that everybody is trying. We all need to come together and put that effort and reach there. And of course, if the blame has to come, it can come on one or it can come on other. But please also notice that there are efforts. Like for example, the introduction of the 5-year programs, that to business administration and law, started at Jodhpur, NLU Jodhpur, and Symbiosis Pune. So means, you will come across that there are several examples. When it comes to curriculum does not happen in a day. It just does not take place. It goes through a process. And these inputs come from everyone, and accordingly it gets developed. But when we made a point, and when the young generation, and of course, you need to have this skill set. There is beyond, and sir rightfully said, beyond law, you need to know the business. And business just does not mean economics. We need to understand that part first.
Any
so
other,
that's the only thing.
any
Thank
other
you.
question?
Mr. Mishra.
Yeah, this is the last question. Yeah, we have only 2 questions. Yeah, one question can be asked. Or you can ask outside with the panel.
Yes, Mr. Mishra, if we could request this to be taken.
Yeah, it will be the last question.
Oh.
Good evening, sir. I'm from Manipal University, Jaipur, a 5th-year law student. My question is with Mr. Duggal. Sir, why is it like the only the top tier 1 firms hire from NLU and not like students from the other law schools? Sir, I've written mails. I've written mails to your firm again and again, and I've followed up. And sir, I have followed up you on all the online courses as well, on Udemy, Coursera, and everything, sir.
Well, I think I'm not the best person for your question. My friend is, but I can tell you one thing. Look, it's not your law school that's going to determine how you proceed in life.
Yes.
It's you, your potential, and your ability for passion for succeeding. That's going to be most important. But why this happens, over to you.
Let me handle that question. Let me actually give you a very quick perspective. I was from the first batch of NLU Jodhpur, and I still remember how much of a struggle it was for me to get an internship at any law firm, because I was from the first batch of my college. And of course, NLU Jodhpur is now consistently regarded as one of the top colleges in the country. But I was from the first batch and I had the same challenge as you did. And now that I'm on the other side, and I remember I've had my share of conflicts with Mr. Luthra, Mohit, and now even in the new firm, about how do you distinguish between law schools? And I think as Mr. Duggal rightly said, law schools don't determine individual bright talents or brilliance. What it does is it just gives you a platform. And now when I'm on the other side, and believe you me, many firms such as us, we are now each year broadening the pool. This is only a way to be able to identify the right pool. Today, we look at 10 colleges. If we see the next year that there are 11 or 5 students who perform brilliantly well from that institution, we would be willing to deepen the pool. When you're on the other side of the table and when you have to choose, say, 30 or 40 students or 50 students from a wide pool of students, you figure out a way to shortlist, right? That is the way that you've shortlisted. By that, it does not mean by no stretch of imagination that a student from another college may not be better. In fact, may I give you my personal view? My personal view is that some of the toppers from the lesser known colleges are far, far, far hungry and brilliant than some of the top law schools, where we recruit a rank 27 or a rank 28. So it's got nothing to do with law schools. This is the only way to be able to shortlist, to be able to assess. And like I said, I think most firms are flexible. Luthra as a firm used to look at 4 colleges. Now at Saraf and Partners, we look at 11 colleges. And so do other firms as well. So the pool is widening.
Thank you.
As long as there's enough talent out there.
Done. Panel is over. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Please give them a big round of applause. They've really got the imagination going. We've already shared that our chief guest for the evening, Union Minister for State for Law, Shri S.P. Singh Baghel is here. Please give him a bigger round of applause. He should feel wanted. He's traveled from a far place. He went to Bihar in the morning and he's come back. And then I think he'll travel somewhere else. So thank you, Mr. Baghel, for making time. I think we have mementos for panelists. We have mementos, Garima, for the panelists? Okay, we don't have mementos. We want to save time. Yes.
Shall I continue?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. We hope you're thoroughly enjoying the conversations that are happening today. Once again, thank you so much for joining in. If you are joining us virtually, welcome on our website, bwlegalworld.com, and on all our social networks. Thank you once again for being a part of the wonderful conversations that we are having. I would once again like to thank our panelists on the screen. Thank you so much, Pandey sir, for being here with us. Thank you. With this, we'd like to move on to our very special keynote that we have this evening. And as you must have recollected from the conversation that are happening here, that there is a way forward, and all these gentlemen and the ladies coming up on the stage have been in the same shoes that you are, not literally the same brand, but then again, the same zest for the life. And they've made their way towards a fantastic future. So if you want to get to that point, that's exactly the end goal that we all have these conversations for. To add on to that, we have our next speaker who has served as Vice Chancellor for almost 22 years, being one of the longest serving Vice Chancellor in the history of this country. A founder, Vice Chancellor of 2 premier national law universities, his contribution is reimagining and redesigning legal education in the country has been significant. He is also associated in advisory capabilities and capacities of various prominent institutions and has recently been elected as governor of the board, International Association of Law Schools, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, it's truly an honor and a privilege to invite on stage one of the finest legal educationists in the country with decades of experience and probably one of the finest human beings you'll ever come across. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh on the stage. And joining him in this fireside chat would be Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman, Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media. You all can put your hands together for the gentleman as well. We are all here thanks to the vision that he's carried for years and years. I believe we just had a tea coffee break. So presuming all of you've kind of refueled yourself, you have?
You know, let's keep to the time, Ravin.
Right. All right.
Sir, it's my honor and privilege to do this conversation. You're a legend, and my parents are academicians, so I have lots of respect for academicians, and I fear them also. I must tell you. But while we were doing the jury meet almost a week back, like an advisory board to bounce off our rankings, I got to know about you. I'm not from the legal profession or the legal education, but in my role, and since then, your name has come up multiple times that you are an institution builder. You created multiple institutions, and those institutions have created lots of leaders that work in the industry today. Let me start by asking you, how has the environment for legal profession changed? What has changed in the last 3 decades and what has not changed?
The most significant change is tomorrow we have CLAT examination.
Yes.
From 2 to 3:30. And do you know how many students are appearing? For roughly 3,000 seats, more than 60,000 seats.
60,000 students for 3,000 seats.
60,000 students. See, the transformation is, there was a time when people came to law by chance. They did not come by choice. Today, students are coming to law studies by choice. And when we started these 5-year programs, I at NLU Delhi, she said, "Sir, I have a problem." I thought this must be some personal problem. She said, "I have qualified IIT Madras. I have qualified Stephens. I'm a 5th ranker in CLAT, and I now qualified ILET also. That means the test for Delhi." I said, "If you believe that you have come to me to know where you should join, ask your peer group. I will never say that join NLU Delhi." And I said, "You take your time. There's no hurry. You can again come after 1 week. Ask your peer group where really you want to go." After 1 week, they again come to us and she joins Delhi. I said, "Why you want to join Delhi?" She said, "Not that I want to become best of professionals in law. My aim is to join IFS." So my point is that is changed. Law is a study now.
Law is a career option.
People may like to be lawyers. People may like to be best of corporate lawyers, litigants. They want to go to judiciary. They want to go to civil services. And that girl aim was to come in IFS. And believe me, she came in IFS. She's in Beijing now. So the multiple career options offered by law studies have made this very popular. One point which we all missed, Mr. Saraf is sitting here, is sometimes people also ask me when we go for an orientation program, why students of the law schools are taken by best of law firms and not the other students. The difference is a culture of research. Let's not forget it. A culture of research which we nurture at the law schools. When a student of law from the law school come out, they do 50 research papers in 50 subjects. They start doing research from day one. And that makes a distinction between a student from a law school and a student from other institutions. I'm not saying the students from other institutions are no good, but it is the difference between the nurturing a culture of research. For best of advocates, you should be a good researcher. For a good judge, you should be a good researcher. If you are not a good researcher today, you cannot be a good lawyer. So let us remember that. Even you go to a law firm, I remember some people say placement. And I agree with those speakers, those who said that students must work hard. When they mean they should work hard, by that, I will go ahead and say, you manage your own placements. Law schools are not meant for providing you placements. Somebody asked me, what is the mandate of the law school? Threefold. the mandate of any institution, in fact, is to produce a generation of professionals, those who are technically sound. You understand what happened in COVID? Overnight, things changed for everybody, even for teachers, even for students. We had to shift for online teaching, online assessment, online everything. So unless and until you are technically sound, means that interface between law and technology, which has become very significant now. Now that is very, very important. Second, you should be professionally competent. When we do mooting, debating, all those activities are ways that we want to make a good lawyer out of you. And third, which many of us emphasize here, somebody was about to fight that you should go to villages kind. And it's very right, because we not only produce best of robots, I agree with you, not that those who are best of professionals, but those lawyers, those who are socially relevant. So these three factors you must bear in mind. Any institution must, let me repeat again, lawyers who are technically sound, professionally competent, and socially relevant. So if you do that, you are successful and you make your own placement. If you are right, if you are capable, nobody can deny you a good placement. So there is no shortcut to success. It is your own hard work which will definitely place you. I was recently, Mrs. Saroff, with Jay Sagar in one of the functions. He said most of the time we look at the students when they come for an internship, and we see a student very bright, will come on time, leave on time, do best of work, is very good in research. And when the student's internship is going to be over, we say, would you like to join us? It happens many times. It happens with so many students, not at the national level, even at the international level in the magic circle firms. Chris Parsons used to come to New Delhi every year to hire students as the trainers. Now, I don't know what number of students they are in those magic circle firms in UK. It is all because they take best of students, not we, because we recommend loss. And let me tell you, fortunately, not even a single student recommend any student for placement anywhere in any law firm. We seriously believe that you would be taken on your own merit.
Your own drive, your own efforts.
And that merit counts. So to be short, that transformation from chance to choice in the law schools is very, very significant. And that competency from no research to first-class research students. I remember one of the judges who was my Chief Justice, Justice Sinha, who came to Supreme Court later on. One day, he was very miserly smiling. When I came to see him, he smiled. I said, sir, today is something special. He said, yes, I'm very happy. I had a very difficult case with me. I gave some research to the students. I thought 10 times whether this girl would be able to do it or not. And ultimately I said, would you do this research for me? How much time you will take? She said 1 week. She said 1 week. And when that research was done, let me tell you, he said, I read that note of 10 pages 10 times and I could not believe it, written by that girl. I called her and said, who has written it? She said, I have written it, sir. I never believed it, but then she told me how the research was done. Every word of the research went into the judgment. So that is the power. That is the power of training these students. Law schools are no different. I believe in that Shiv Khera's phrase. We do not do different things. We do things differently. We are certainly different people, right? And the kind of flexibility in courses. Law Bar Council of India will provide 28 courses. We teach more than 50 courses, seminar courses in 4th year, 5th year, depending on the expertise you want to acquire. So these are some of the very, very important points. I cannot discuss everything now, That's Mr. Batra probably.
Thank you so much. It's so refreshing to hear you.
I would be happy to have questions. Few questions from the students.
You know, we have a stalwart from the legal education domain.
The minister is already here. We will not like
yes,
to
you
hold
don't
him
wanna-
up.
Yeah, I think he's done his degree, so he's okay. He's studied now. But Mr. Shroff, there is so much sync between what you said. You use different words, but what Dr. Professor Singh is saying. And I would only say, sir, that I believe that growth is a function of opportunity, not just talent.
Yes.
एक मौका मिलना चाहिए. So, and that's what the law firms do by
A combination of opportunity and talent.
Of course, you have to have talent.
Sometimes you get an opportunity, but if you don't have talent, and your talent is no opportunity. So
Sir,
hand in hand. But my request to everybody, please do not call education as business. We in India never believed education, sir. Minister sir will agree with me. In India, education was never a business. Education was a value in itself. It was never a commodity sold in markets. We called education market. Please do not use such words as education as a market. I feel very pained as a teacher for such a long time when we call education market and all those things. You know, please.
Thank you so
We
much.
look at education very differently. When we talk ethical values, moral values, you can't talk about that market. Market has different values.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Singh, for saying that. Please give him a round of applause. I think reinforcing those old values that built this country. I will only ask a question and let I have a question, sir. What do you think the law colleges need to do to be able to upgrade their faculty and the directors and the leaders to be able to keep in sync with what's happening, especially in a post-pandemic environment?
Fortunately for us now, I have seen a spate of faculty development programs, which are very central for upgrading. Like in a medical college, we call it CEC, a continuing education from a program for doctors. Let this kind of a program be more and more there for lawyers, even for law students, even for faculty. That program is very important. I think, and in Delhi, we started a academy for law teachers. We continuously start, because there was no forum like this in any of the universities in the country, especially law schools. We started doing it regularly every month or maybe twice a month, where we will also call faculty from outside. Not that the white-skinned faculty is very bright. We are enamored by that, of course. We have some colleges where white-skinned faculty is very important.
Yeah, the outskirts of Haryana. That's the college you're talking.
So, but we know we have been slaves for 600 years or 700 years. So we are still not out of the white skin. You see, Middle East, they don't invite you. They will invite teachers from all those, even
Middle East, even in the media, they'll hire a junior executive who's British and make him the CEO. So that happens in media also, not
including
just
Singapore. Whereas I have seen the best of professionals in the world. They may be doctors, they may be engineers, they may be in technology. There are 28% people in software business, which you call it, only from Andhra Pradesh. India has produced so many professionals, best of professionals in almost every field. And so is true about lawyers. I invited my students in UK. Normally when I go, I say, let's have a dinner together. I thought, 5-7-10 बच्चे होंगे, कोई बात नहीं, I'll foot the bill. 50 students came. And they arranged everything out there, arranged the place. They called me, they took me from the place where 50 students. I said, what are you, तुम सारे क्या कर रहे हो भाई? Sir, we are all in the magic circle firms and dealing with subjects like energy law, subjects like cyber law, cyber security, cyber management, all new subjects where we are just struggling to know, and they are experts in those fields. So India's, please do not underestimate the power of these young professionals sitting before me. They are best of legal minds. They are the future of India. And let me tell you, the program we have, Future of Legal Education in India, is very bright.
Thank you so much. On that optimistic note, let me bring in some questions. You opened by giving a very factual number, 60,000 students for 3,000 seats. So that tells you the kind of poll. Mr. Shroff talked in the morning of how legal profession, he used different words, but again, he said it's become a profession of choice. We have Dr. Singh with us. Any comments, any questions? We can take two so that the minister is here and there is another panel, and we also have an address from Ms. Namita Chadda. So we'll keep it short. Yes,
One or
the
two
young girl from
questions
there.
We don't
Yes.
want to hold the minister for
I'm
long time.
Vandana.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just want to ask you, sir,
Which
that
college are you from?
I'm from Asian Law College.
Okay.
So I just want to ask you that what are the qualities which you want in a legal intern apart from the legal curriculum in the school?
Work hard. See, you read that book, Roses in December?
I have listened about that.
Please read that book
Okay.
by MC Chagla.
Okay.
For a young lawyer, it is all bad in the beginning and no roses. And when you become successful, it is all roses and no bad. So there's no roses without hard work.
Beautiful.
Best of
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There's no substitute for hard work.
Best of lawyers
We'll
have
take
to
one
work
more
hard work.
question from some.
Yeah.
If you have a question or a comment, is there a question that anybody else wants to ask? Mr. Shroff, any comment? Yeah. So I'll ask you the last question. Today we are going to launch our first edition of the BW Legal World Law School ranking. So which is the best law school according to you?
That will be difficult.
I know, that's why I asked you this question. You gave birth to at least 3 institutions that you led at.
The best law school today would be the school which does the best.
Thank you for that fantastic answer. On this note, please give Dr. Singh a big round of applause. There's complete sync in what you said and what he said, and he said it very directly. So please give him a big round of applause. He's created leaders, added to the country in more ways than one. Thank you.
Sorry, sir, for holding you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your valuable time and, of course, the wisdom that you shared with us. Truly humbled and so much of gratitude for your presence, sir. Thank you once again. With this, we'll move on to our panel discussion. And the next panel discussion that we have for you is New Age Careers in Law, In-House Counsel, Legal Journalism, Legal Tech Innovation Officers, Legal Firm Management, Legal Analytic, and a lot more. So the next panel discussion will be based around these key points. And I would like to take this opportunity now to invite on stage the next panel that we have for you. Right. Ms. Komal Gupta, Chief Innovation Officer, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas joining us virtually for this session. Siddharth Batra, Advocate on Record, Supreme Court of India. Can I request you all to put your hands together while I invite the panelists on the dais? Mr. Tariq Khan, Registrar, International Arbitration and Mediation Center, Hyderabad, who's joining us virtually. Mr. Nipun K. Bhatia, President, Strategic Legal Management, Legal League Consulting, joining us here on the dais. Ms. Ruchi Chopra, AVP, Corporate Communications, LNL Partners, also joining us for this wonderful session. I'll request you all to put your hands together while I invite the lady on the dais. Wow, that was a thunderous round of applause. Thank you so much. I know you can do better than that. Please keep up with the energy. Mr. Kunal Dey, Associate Knowledge Management and Business Development, Argus Partners, also joining us virtually. And we have the moderator, Ashima Ori, Managing Editor at BW Legal World. So that's your panel. Ashima, over to you.
Is this working? Yeah. Thank you, Ravin. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From a panel discussion, this is going to now become a rapid fire. So we're going to rapidly go through my list of questions with the August panel that I have here. This would be of special interest to students because we are going to discuss careers you can choose after having done your law. Of course, traditionally, you could go into litigation and join a firm and corporate side, but there's more to law than just that. And here's your time to figure that out. So I'll start with my question to Ruchi. Ruchi, you're with LNL Partners. Please tell us what are the other kind of career options right now open to law students? Traditionally, of course, we would hire directly from colleges, but what are the various kinds of other positions now open to students joining on the administrative side, sales side, knowledge management? What are the various roles you're looking at?
Thanks, Ashima, for having us here. Thank you very much. And I think you absolutely mentioned quite a bit of it. So if you're a lawyer in a law firm not wanting to do transactional work, I think everything else that goes into the running of the organization is available to you. Because no other person, or let me not say no other, but a lawyer will understand how to run the organization in terms of knowledge management, in terms of HR, talent acquisition, far better than a person who's not, because he understands the topic. He understands the depth. Considering the amount the profession is evolving and has evolved, especially the last 2 years that we've seen with COVID, IT suddenly it's become such a big thing, but you can't have IT in a law firm without a lawyer understanding how to use it, right? It will only help you if you know how to use it. So that combination of IT with law is doing extremely well. And there are lots and lots of companies coming up with lawyers taking up IT as a profession. So knowledge management, IT, HR, client development, client management, all of it is available.
Thank you so much, Ruchi. In the interest of time, I'm also going to quickly say hello to Tariq Khan, Registrar, IAMC Hyderabad. I can see you on screen. And also Kunal Ray, Associate Argus Partners. While I will call on my virtual participants in just a moment, I will now go to Nipun. Nipun, very warm welcome to you. You will hopefully take us through what is law firm management, what is the buzz around it, and how do students make a career in that?
So we were the first ones to bring law firm management to the country. My mentor Bitika was the one who established legally consulting, and we brought this concept, which was immensely popular abroad. We felt the need for it because we thought, let the lawyers do the lawyering. Let them do what they're best at, but they need their businesses, they need their practices to be managed well. That's the gap law firm management is kind of filling today. And as I speak to you, I see immense interest in students who have chosen the field of law but want to go offbeat. So every day, almost on an everyday basis, I'm getting to talk to students who want to pursue HR development in law firms, who want to do knowledge management in law firm, who want to do IT, who want to also do very different stuff like partnership structuring for law firms itself. That's what we do. For example, when the two practices want to merge, what are the aspects that need to be taken care of? So if you ask me in a nutshell what law firm management is, pretty much everything that's required to run the legal practice effectively, efficiently, and ensuring that everyone from top to bottom stays productive. That is what encompasses law firm management. It could be at a macro level, it would be business planning, it would be strategic planning, it would be alliances, acquisitions, of practices in different jurisdictions. At a micro level, it could be administration, finance, HR, IT, you name it, and whatever is required to run the practice effectively is what encompasses law firm management.
Right. If we could have one, example of the kind of conflict or the kind of scenarios where law firm management has come in handy, a very basic example of how you're really applying this when it comes to law firms.
So I'm going to touch the pain point, which is let's say timesheets. A lot of lawyers are averse to the idea of timesheets. They feel that someone's sitting on their head and kind of seeing what are they clocking in. But when we talk to the lawyers, we also tell them that this is your data. Tomorrow, when you want to talk to the clients, when you want to tell them the amount of hard work you're putting in, you have to negotiate those discussions on the basis of data. So timesheets is not your enemy. Timesheets is your friend. So that's just one basic example that comes to my mind. Of course, there are several others. I think if you have effective law firm management practices in your firm, you plug the revenue leakages. You also ensure that everyone's going home happier. Everyone's kind of being taken care of in the firm. A law firm that takes care of the people is the law firm where people want to work. That is the gap that we're kind of trying to fulfill.
Right. When law firms are looking at client-centric practices, you're looking at people-centric law firm.
Absolutely. It has to be a win-win for everyone.
Right. Thank you, Nipun. Siddharth, bringing you into the conversation. Of course, you're an advocate on record. Would you please tell our audiences how can one build a career towards that? What are the tenets of a lawyer, a litigating lawyer at that? Please throw some light on it.
Well, there are no secrets. Today we have the best in the country. Mr. Shroff is there, and then Dr. Ranbir Singh is there, and the law ministry is here. I believe in this small gathering that we have the best of the country. And one thing everybody emphasized, I was hearing Dr. Ranbir Singh as well, that hard work. What can bring you to become an advocate on record is hard work. Obviously, you have to put in 5 years first to be eligible for that. There are, in fact, 4 papers that you get you there. Simple drafting, which once you graduate from a law school, you first thing what you do in a law office is drafting. The number 2 is leading cases, which are about 50 leading cases, which are there at the Supreme Court. You have to go through that. Then we have your ethics. You must have read ethics when you were doing your law. And then the Bar Council rules are included in the ethics. And I think every law graduate must know that what ultimately is where is that line which you can't cross when you become a lawyer. As Dr. Ranbir Singh rightly said that, look, education is no business and our profession is no business as well. Though I have all the big law firms here, if you're talking about business development, but do our rules permit that? In fact, our rules even do not permit having a website for that matter. Any big law firm, you'll see they don't have a website. And even if there's a website, there's a disclaimer first that, look, we have the permission of the Bar Council. So advertising in our profession is completely banned. So coming back to ethics, that's, I think, the paramount importance, which you should learn. You must have learned in your law schools as well, and which ultimately, as to become an AOR, you'll have to appear in that examination as well. Then practice and procedure. There's a very simple Supreme Court rules, which were amended back there in 2013. Keep that book always with you whenever you're in the court, whenever you're with your senior. Once you finish 5 years and you want to practice in the Supreme Court, I believe it's very important to be there. And then I say, just be persistent with your efforts, and I think you'll be there.
Right. Thank you so much for that. Even then, what would you say is the best quality one needs to be an arguing counsel or a litigator?
Look, you have to develop that quality. It is not that in a day you become a good arguing counsel. You need to put time for that. I think the best advice which I have for youngsters here and all other law graduates who are just coming out of the law schools is that you have to observe. You have to observe firstly your senior or whichever advocate you work with in the office. And then whenever you have free time, you go to the court and observe the lawyers who are arguing there. And what comes back from the judges, because if you ask me, it's an interview every day. I put in 18 years of profession, any important case in the morning, 9 o'clock, I have goosebumps as well. So that's an art which you're going to learn gradually, and that's going to come to you. The more you practice, the more you are there in the court, the more you're there in the action, and the more prepared you are. For a senior advocate here, we had a senior advocate here. I think he's left the gathering right now. So for a senior advocate, a matter may take half an hour to read it. For me, it may take 2 hours. For you, it may take maybe 4 hours. But I think that 4 hours will be worth it. But you'll be able to reach there. And the quality of youngsters that we have today, even I graduated in 2004 from a law school where Dr. Ranbir Singh started initially, the Faculty of Law Rohtak. I graduated from there. I still feel why could not become one of the top law colleges when he was there. He went to NLU Bangalore after that, which became one of the best in the country. But I think today, the kind of talent we have, and what I go back in 2004, today there's not much of practical experience when a law graduate gets out of the school. They're already prepared to face the world.
So mooting is a good way to go about it?
Pardon me?
Mooting.
Absolutely, without any doubt. Yeah. As much practical experience as you can get, as much of moots you can actually do. I mean, maybe in your college, maybe at any level. Yeah. And then, yes, the internships. I think, as Dr. Ranbir Singh mentioned, that in what is the difference between the national law schools and the other law colleges around the country is that you have those research papers. So, that practical aspect has to be put forward. Moot court, yes, is one way wherein you are setting yourself ready to be ready with what we have in the practical thing. Yes.
Thank you so much, Siddharth. I hope that was useful for our students here. Bringing quickly in Kunal. Kunal, thank you for being here virtually. Could you tell us more about sales development at law firms? Now, advertising is obviously not one of the options. How do you then creatively go about your work?
I hope everyone can hear me clearly. That's one of the things we start off the session mostly with. Basically, like as Mr. Siddharth also said, like it's a very tough nut to crack. You know, if you're having since all the regulations and everything which are there, so doing a BD in a law firm is actually something it's quite a tough thing. But as as all lawyers do, we always find out a way to do everything ultimately. So over here, I would say it all depends on the strategy of that particular firm and how they're willing to develop their, what are the BD objectives, where are they willing to grow, which is the practice area they're willing to grow. For example, so from our firm, we can say that there are few practice areas we're trying to develop, and for so on and so forth, right? So every law firm has few practices they want to develop in the future. So according to that, the strategies are put in place, and then you target people accordingly. So what might work in India might not work in a country like Australia or Singapore or anything of that sort. So you have to make your strategies also country-wise and also the people you're targeting, because at the end of the day, BD is also about working with people, understanding their needs, the client's needs, and like if when you're talking to potential client, what are they expecting? What are the service they're looking for? Now, these are also few things you need to keep in mind when you're curating the entire strategy and the people. So I think, yes, so that is one of the main aspects of BD and where the BD team plays a key role. And also there are certain measures you can take. You can do probably seminars, you can attend conferences, but I think it's more important to be relevant. So how do you keep in touch with a client who is not physically present or someone is in outer jurisdiction? So that is also a strategy. You can be in touch with them through knowledge sessions. You can do seminars, webinars. You can do different things which are there. But yes, at the core of
your articles to BW Legal World.
Yeah, you can send your articles to BW Legal. You can do also far more than that. It's all about convenience. It's about the client having it's about knowing that issue which is going on in that country. Like we're talking about a country like Singapore. I think Tariq will also be love to shed some light on that. Like talking about a country like Singapore, which is so much of arbitration oriented. If you're talking about judgments in arbitration and how it's going to impact the Indian continent as well. So even that is international commercial arbitration. Even those are something which are relevant to that country and how SIAC and other institutions play a role. So I'm just giving an example. So over that way also, I keep on saying Tariq too as well. Like whenever I think of making a whole compilation of judgments or like 50 judgments or anything, so Tariq comes out and he already publishes something with BW or Bar and Bench for that matter. So I was like should stop doing that now and giving me a chance as well. So I think yes. So I think that is being relevant and being up to the point, and always things move very quickly nowadays, especially after COVID. Things have really changed. You need to social media has become very active. You need to know what to post, when to post, and who are you targeting, who are your audience. If you don't know that, I don't think the purpose of BD actually means anything. So it's working with the partners. For a BD team, it will be the firm is your client, the partners is your client, even the associates, I would say, is your client in a way. So it's about understanding their needs, the firm's needs, the partner's needs, and making a strategy that works for everyone and also helps the firm to grow in the future. So that's BD for you mostly, and that's the strategy. And obviously, how to tackle the BCI when they come up with different rules. I guess.
Right.
So I guess that's one of the things. Yeah.
Thanks, Viral. Thank you so much for that. Tariq, coming to you, you're at the center of arbitration and mediation, of course, moving away from traditional litigation. So as the registrar of IAMC, what do you have for our students here? What can they do to build a career like yours? And also, I'm sure you have something to tell us about the strengths and weaknesses of the legal education today. Over to you.
Thank you, Ashima. Thank you, Kunal, very much. I'd like to start by quoting Sri Krishna Iyer. Justice Krishna Iyer used to say that education is now priced, not given. So I'll start with the weaknesses. I think that's the first one that I'd like to highlight. I think enough has already been said. And I would not be talking about the strengths, as we already know what Dr. Ranbir Singh pointed out, research, etc., etc. But I think there are a couple of things we need to inculcate in our law curriculum, because I've been very closely working with a lot of students across the country. First and foremost, I think that focus is on making good lawyers, not good advocates. And we've been ignoring for a very long time the recent concepts and the recent developments. After COVID, quite a lot has changed already. And there's not much emphasis on modern trends like CB, NFTs, AI, blockchain, data privacy, ODR. So if I ask any student nowadays that, do you know how things would work in metaverse, or how crypto, blockchain, non-fungible tokens would function? Because globally, the conferences now are happening on these topics. It may sound funny when I'm talking about it, but I think this is where law schools should be focusing on, about digital assets and how disputes would look like, how we'll be resolving disputes 10 years or 20 years from now, rather than just sticking to traditional rote method of dispute resolution. Another very important thing, because I'm a registrar and you talked about arbitration and mediation, I think we need to teach them about, making ADR, which is the alternative. It's not an alternative. I think it's more appropriate dispute resolution mechanism. And it should be, we should teach our students that it is something which should be made as preferred mode of dispute resolution, until it reaches or becomes primary mode of dispute resolution. And teaching them to believe in the idea of mediation, I think that's going to reduce the burden of the court quite a lot. Another thing I feel is, because there were a couple of discussions earlier, very senior speakers are present. I was having a great time listening to Mr. Shroff, Dr. Ranbir Singh, and Mr. Salim was also there. So I think they also talked about having adjunct professors. So I think I agree that there is a need to have a blend, because merely just having adjunct professors. Personally, I am teaching as an adjunct professor at NALSA. But I think, there should be something to track the performance of the teachers who are teaching. Currently, I don't think there's any institution if it is doing so or not. And there should be some kind of anonymous feedback which students should be able to give, in relation to the teachers who are teaching them. Because it shouldn't be who watches the watchman situation, because nobody is really asking what is the quality of education you are imparting. At the end of the day, the subject becomes interesting because of the teacher who is teaching it. And what I've seen in a lot of colleges, for instance, if a teacher of contract is not available, so they'll tell somebody who's teaching criminology, oh, you take up this subject. So I think students, as a result, they end up hating that subject because of the teacher. So I think these are a couple of things which we have to really work on. And I think teachers and professors must be respected. I remember what the late father of modern arbitration in the world had said, Dr. Professor Martin Hunter. I had a chance to meet him in Delhi, and he said, in developing countries, the problem is the teachers and professors are not respected like judges. Whereas if you see the other countries, so, many people would not be willing to take up as a career option professor and teaching. Last couple of points, I know I've exceeded my time, but I think there should be focus on drafting, networking, how to make a CV, how to make a cover letter, how to use social media. And even the professor should enter into some kind of discussions with the students on social media platforms. I think those teachers also need to know how to use social media rather than just expecting students to be tech savvy. So putting an end to the conventional methods, I think engagement of students in discussions is very important rather than, just sticking to the lecture format. And I think we have to also teach our students moral values nowadays, ethics, and how to respect, the senior members of the bar, what this profession stands for, that it's a noble profession. I think there's less emphasis on that. Lastly, I would just say one thing that we may consider incorporating subjects like history of, Constituent Assembly debates, or history of Indian Constitution, how it was formed. There need to be some kind of discussions on these topics also, so that we know how law has actually evolved. So these are a couple of suggestions that I wanted to share with you.
Right. Thank you so much, Tariq, for wonderful suggestions out there. I hope you'll see more of our professors on social media now. Thank you so much, panel, for being with us today. Thank you, Tariq and Kunal, for joining us virtually. Thank you, audience. You've been great. We'll wrap this very quickly. I hope this was useful to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ashima, for that wonderful moderation. So up next, we'd like to once again show our gratitude to our chief guest for the day, Professor S.P. Baghel, Minister of State for Law and Justice, for being here with us. And I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together and invite the gentleman on the dais to say a few words. So it's a very difficult task to take out the time and be present with everyone here for Professor Baghel. So I will be very happy if you can all put your hands together with zest behind it and show him our gratitude. Professor Baghel, I'll request you to say a few words to the gathering.
भारत में विधिक शिक्षा का भविष्य इस छाते के नीचे आज हमने विभिन्न विषयों पर चर्चा की और सुनी। मिनिस्टर्स को सुनने के लिए आना चाहिए और बुलाया जाता है बोलने के लिए। इस सभागार में उपस्थित विभिन्न विश्वविद्यालयों के वाइस चांसलर्स, लॉ कॉलेज के, लॉ यूनिवर्सिटीज के चांसलर और वाइस चांसलर, विधि विशेषज्ञ, प्रमुख एडवोकेट साहिबान, विधि के छात्र छात्राएं, श्री अनुराग जी ने बहुत जो ये रैंकिंग के लिए लॉ स्कूल की मेरे ख्याल से पहली रैंकिंग है। हालांकि जूरी ये काम कर रही है, लेकिन ये भी वैसे ही काम कर रहे हैं जैसे जिसने क्रिकेट का बल्ला पकड़ा ना हो, बीसीसीआई का चेयरमैन हो। मेरा तो फिर भी थोड़ा एलएलबी से थोड़ा सा संबंध है, गैस पेपर तक। अनुराग का ये भी रिश्ता नहीं है। फिर भी मैं आजकल इस नतीजे पे पहुंचा हूं कि जरूरी नहीं है कि स्वास्थ्य मंत्री का डॉक्टर होना जरूरी हो, उसको एक अच्छा प्रशासक होना चाहिए। ऐसा हमने कोरोना काल में देखा है। रजू साहब को खेल मंत्रालय चलाते हुए बहुत ढंग से देखा है। बड़ा गजब का इतिहास है हमारा लीगल एजुकेशन का। भारतीय कानून प्रणाली मुझे लगता है दुनिया की सबसे पुरानी प्रणाली है, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ सतयुग, कलयुग, द्वापर रोत रहता है। कई लोग अस्तित्व में ही तब आए हैं जब ईसा मसीह जी का जन्म हुआ। कुछ धर्म 7वीं शताब्दी में ही पैदा हुए। द्वापर को गए हुए ही 5400 साल हो चुके हैं। वेद बहुत पुराने हैं, उपनिषद बहुत पुरानी है, ऋचाएं बहुत पुरानी है। पुराने जमाने में हमारे स्मृतिकार और निबंधकार वेदों की व्याख्या करते थे और वही विवादों में निर्णय करते थे। आज की तरह नहीं था कि जो पार्टी पहले आ जाए उसका केस ले ले। गजब की आप लोगों की क्षमता है। आपको पता है ये काला है, लेकिन उसको सफेद बताने की भी क्षमता आप में। और दूसरी पार्टी को सफेद है पता है तो उसको काला सिद्ध कर देंगे। और किसके सामने सिद्ध कर रहे हैं? जो न्यायाधीश है। मुझे लगता है कि आप मार्केटिंग में जाते तो नरमा को सर्फ बना के बेच सकते थे। एक्सट्रोवर्ट लोग होते हैं, बहिर्मुखी होना आपका बहुत जरूरी है। लोकसभा राज्यसभा का मेरा विधानसभा का 6 कार्यकाल का अनुभव है। बड़ा मजा आता है जब लोकसभा राज्यसभा में कोई बहस होती है और हम जैसे कम बुद्धि के लोग बड़े कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं। जेठमलानी साहब किसी विषय पे खड़े हुए, अच्छा ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है, सरकार बहुमत की चीजें लाती है और एक मैसेज देती है कि बहुमत खुश हो, तभी रिपीट होंगे। तो जो काली है वो काली है, जो सफेद है वो सफेद है। 80-20 हो सकता है, लेकिन जब बजट पेश किया जाता है मुझे बड़ा आनंद आता है। जेठमलानी साहब खड़े होते हैं तो लगता है यही सच बोल रहा है। हमारी गर्दन उधर ही रहती थी। कपिल सिब्बल इधर से बोले तो लगता है अरे ये भी सही बोल रहे हैं। फिर इधर से जेटली साहब खड़े हुए, सबसे अच्छा तो यही बोल रहे हैं। उधर से अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी खड़े हुए, ये भी सच बोल रहे हैं। ये गुण भगवान ने केवल आपको दिया है। इसीलिए मैं अपने चुनाव की शुरुआत अपने जिले के बाढ़ से करता हूं। अपनी बाढ़ से, अनुराग जी आपकी बाढ़ से नहीं, क्योंकि चुनाव कन्वेंसिंग है। सुबह से शाम तक हमारी गाड़ी ले गए, डीजल खाना कन्विंस करके आई नहीं। मुझे लगता है पूरा गांव एक वकील साहब को समझाने के लिए आए कि बघेल साहब अच्छे आदमी हैं, उनको वोट देना। तो कहेंगे तुम अपना काम करो। और एक वकील साहब जो थोड़े बहिर्मुखी हों, एक्सट्रोवर्ट हों, थोड़ी साख ठीक हो उनकी, और वो चाहें तो गांव को आधा कर सकते हैं हमारे पक्ष में। इसलिए मैं शुरुआत आप लोगों से करता हूं, वरना कचहरी वो जगह है, हालांकि आपका वास्ता कचहरियों से नहीं। आप अभी पूरे दिन जो चर्चा हुई है वो 5% लोगों की यहाँ पर चर्चा हुई है। यहाँ इंडिया की बातें हो रही हैं, मैं भारत से चुन के आता हूँ, गांव से, उसका कोई जिक्र ही नहीं हुआ है। यहाँ पाठ्यक्रम पे हुआ है, फैकल्टीज पे हुआ है, रिफॉर्म्स पे हुआ है, सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी पे कोई चर्चा ज्यादा हुई नहीं है। अधिकारों पे बहुत होता है, वैसे भी कर्तव्यों पे होता ही नहीं है। आप जितनी याचिकाएं करते हैं वो फंडामेंटल राइट को लेकर के बहुत होती है। फंडामेंटल ड्यूटीज को लेकर मुझे नहीं लगता कि लोगों में ज्यादा जागरूकता है। मैं विषय से बार बार भटक जाता हूँ क्योंकि मुझे अपनी ट्रेन दिखाई पड़ रही है, मुझे जाना है। बत्रा जी ने 2 बार बुलाया 365 दिन में, और दोनों बार मैं यहाँ से गया हूँ। वहां जाना जरूरी है, वहां से जीतते हैं तभी यहाँ बुलाया जाता है। लेकिन इंडिया और भारत का दोनों का रेशियो लेके चलना चाहिए। पिछले 70 साल में भारत सरकार बनाता रहा और इंडिया सरकार चलाता रहा। 8 साल से भारत सरकार चुनता है और भारत ही सरकार चलाता है। लेकिन कभी कभी इन बढ़िया वाले ऐसे क्लब में भी कभी कभी आना चाहिए। इंडिया में क्या हो रहा है ये भी देखना चाहिए। लेकिन यहाँ माइंड सेट करके ये जरूर जाइएगा कि इस देश में 80 करोड़ लोग पिछले 2 साल से 5 किलो गेहूं और चावल निःशुल्क लेने के लिए 47 डिग्री टेम्परेचर में खड़े होते हैं लाइन में। छोटी मोटी संख्या नहीं है साहब, ये 80 करोड़। एक मेज पर मैं एलबी का पर्स देख रहा हूं, वो जितने में आता है उतने में प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण आवास का मकान बनता है 1,20,000 का। और सबसे खराब मोबाइल जिस पे इस सभागार में होगा उतने में 4 शौचालय बनते हैं। इसलिए हमेशा दिमाग में ये बात रखिएगा। मैं तो आपके चक्कर में ये ब्लेजर पहन आया कि कुछ ज्यादा संभ्रांत लोग होंगे में। मुझे आपकी तरह मैं रहता हूँ लोक भाषा, लोक भोजन और लोक भूषा का मैं हिमायती हूँ। एक भी व्यक्ति इस देश में अंग्रेजी में वोट नहीं मांगता है, लेकिन पार्लियामेंट में आके केवल अंग्रेजी बोलता है। एक भी नहीं मांगता। तमिलनाडु के लोगों की कितनी अच्छी अंग्रेजी हो, या बंगलौर शहर वालों की, या मुंबई वालों की, या कलकत्ता वालों की, या दिल्ली वालों की, वो भी क्षेत्रीय भाषा में वोट मांगता है या हिंदी में बात करता है। तो एक तो आपके प्रोफेशन में सबसे ज्यादा हिंदी को खतरा हो रहा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विज्ञान भवन में थोड़ी सी इच्छा जाहिर की थी कि हम क्षेत्रीय भाषाएं या हिंदी पर थोड़ा ज्यादा ध्यान दें। जिस देश में अब कुत्तों के साथ अंग्रेजी बोली जा रही है, तो समझ लो कि हिंदी को कितना बड़ा खतरा हो गया। लूसी गो, लूसी सिट, और मैं ज्यादातर लोगों को यहाँ से नाराज करके ही जा रहा हूँ। न्यू बॉर्न बेबी के साथ एलीट क्लास की दादियां और नानियां 3 दिन के बच्चे से अंग्रेजी में बात करती।
What does that got to do with anything, man?
अब मैं हिमायती हो गया हूँ। लोहिया ने कहा था अंग्रेजी में काम ना होगा फिर से देश गुलाम ना होगा। संसोपा ने बांधी गांठ पिछले पाँव में 100 में 60। बड़े लोगों की क्या पहचान, गिट पिट अंग्रेजी टाई निशान। अब नहीं, अब गांव देहात का रेशियो शहर बढ़ रहा है। या तो मैकाले को जब भगाया था तो सिलेबस से बाहर कर देना चाहिए था। तो देहरादून का दून स्कूल, अजमेर का मेयो कॉलेज, ग्वालियर का सिंधिया, नैनीताल का शेरवुड आजादी से पहले के। पीटर्स, पैटिक, चार्ल्स जॉर्ज जिदी उनका पनपते रहे, और हम जैसे देहातियों को कक्षा 6 में 11 साल की उम्र में पहली बार अंग्रेजी के अल्फाबेट से मुलाकात कराई गई। तो यूपी बिहार के लोग हैं या नहीं यार, नई पीढ़ी के लोग। हमारी उम्र के होते तो कक्षा 6 में अल्फाबेट मुलाकात होती। और विदेशी भाषा है वो हम पर हावी हो गई, हम उस पर हावी नहीं हो पाए। मैं सोच रहा हूँ मैं कानून विशेषज्ञों को कानून पे क्या बात करूं। संयोग से विभाग मेरे पास है, मैं दूसरी बातें करूं। एक सा गाना सुनते सुनते बोर नहीं हुए सुबह से। जब देश आजाद हुआ था एक छोटी सी गलती हो गई। तारीख की नजरों ने ये मंजर भी देखा है कि लम्हों ने खता की, सदियों ने सजा पाई। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी 1 नेशन 1 एजुकेशन की बात कर रहे हैं। नहीं, 1 नेशन 1 एजुकेशन की भी बात नहीं हो रही। 1 नेशन 1 राशन, 1 नेशन 1 ग्रिड, 1 नेशन 1 टैक्स, 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन के बारे में भी गंभीर है। पहले वाले अगर 1 नेशन 1 एजुकेशन कर देते, बहुत से लॉ कॉलेज खुल ही नहीं पाते, सच में नहीं खुल पाते, कोई स्कोप ही नहीं था। आवश्यकता आविष्कार की जननी है। सरकारी कॉलेज फेल हुए तो प्राइवेट कॉलेजों का उदय हुआ। लेकिन मैं इस बात से बिल्कुल सहमत नहीं हूं। एक हल्की सी गाली दी जाती है कि निजी संस्थाएं कुकर मुत्तों की तरह खुल गई हैं। आई डिसएग्री। मैंने कहा ना कि आवश्यकता आविष्कार की जननी है, खुलेंगे। तो वहां से लीगल एजुकेशन से मैं पता नहीं कहाँ आ गया। उस समय वेदों पर आधारित, वेद का मर्मज्ञ ही वेद की व्याख्या करता था। और मुझे लगता है कि फैसले, न्याय अन्याय, नीति अनीति, पाप पुण्य, धर्म अधर्म, सदाचार दुराचार, अच्छाई बुराई, नीति अनीति पर टिके होते थे। जब भागवत पढ़ता हूँ या सुनता हूँ या रामायण या महाभारत या उपनिषद, तो लास्ट में मैसेज यही मिला है कि धर्म धर्म में धर्म की जीत हुई है। चाहे राम रावण ले लो, कृष्ण कौरव ले लो, तो कृष्ण और कंस ले लें, या पांडव और कौरव ले लें, या हिरण्यकश्यप और नरसिंह जी को ले लें, प्रहलाद को ले लें। तो यहाँ हमारे यहाँ आर्ग्यू कम था, धर्म केंद्र बिंदु था न्याय का। मैंने बताया ना कि जो पार्टी आप पे पहले आ जाएगी आप उसको ले लोगे। एथिक्स पे क्या ध्यान है? कुछ लोग खास तौर से इंदिरा गांधी का जब मर्डर सरेआम दिन में सबने जाना कि लिया, उनके वकील कौन लोग होते हैं, या कोई भी महत्वपूर्ण केस है। ब्रेकिंग न्यूज यहां से बन सकती है, इसलिए मैं अपने आप को संभाल रहा हूं। ये हमारा था वैदिक काल में, और मुझे लगता है 1192-91 तक हमारा यही न्याय का सिस्टम था। अचानक एक घटना होती है 1192 के तराई के दूसरे युद्ध में पृथ्वीराज चौहान मारे जाते हैं और मोहम्मद गोरी आ जाते हैं। एक गुलाम के गुलाम ने हमको गुलाम कर दिया, फिर उसके गुलाम कुतुबुद्दीन ऐबक ने, फिर उसके गुलाम इल्तुतमिश ने, फिर उसकी लड़की रजिया ने हमसे तो पर्दा करवा लिया, जौहर करवा लिया, सती करवा ली, और खुद को लड़की को कुर्सी पे बैठा दिया। डबल स्टैंडर्ड। आप सहमत है मेरी बात से? उनकी वजह से जौहर, उनकी वजह से सती प्रथा, उनकी वजह से बाल विवाह, उनकी वजह से पर्दा प्रथा। तो रजिया पर्दा करके दरबार लगाती होगी। उसके बाद उसके 2-3 नालायक भाई, फिर बलबन, फिर अलाउद्दीन खिलजी, मोहम्मद खिलजी, जलालुद्दीन खिलजी, फिरोज तुगलक, मोहम्मद तुगलक, गयासुद्दीन तुगलक, सिकंदर लोदी, बहलोल लोदी, इब्राहिम लोदी। न्याय प्रणाली बदलती रही। फिर बाबर, हुमायूं, समकक्ष शेरशाह सूरी, अकबर, जहांगीर, शाहजहां, औरंगजेब। सुनते हैं बादशाह ही चीफ ऑफ द सुप्रीम कोर्ट होता था। ये कौन सा न्याय करता था कि हिंदू मंदिरों को तोड़वाता था? किसके पास रोने जाते? अगर वो आज भी वही सिस्टम है कि महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी हमारे प्रधान न्यायाधीश हैं, फौज के भी वो प्रधान है, और विधायिका के भी हैं, कार्यपालिका के भी, सबके, न्यायपाल के, आपको छोड़ के, मीडिया के छोड़ के। उस समय बादशाह ही होता था, राजा और बादशाह। नृपों के जमाने में, राजाओं के जमाने में कम किस्से सुनाई पड़ते हैं। मोनार्की थी, इसका यह मतलब थोड़ा था कि मेजॉरिटी लोगों के पूजा स्थलों को कोई तोड़ दे, तो इसकी अपील कहाँ होती? ये मध्यकाल है हमारा। ये 700 साल ने इस देश में हमारे कानूनों को तोड़ा है। फिरोज तुगलक, नया कोड आया, फिगे फिरोज। फिर एक और कोड और आया, फतवा आलमगीर। शहंशाह, बादशाह, जहांगीर, आलमे हिंद, जो कहते हैं वो पत्थर की लकीर है। बाद में एक और, फिर हमें जो आप पढ़ रहे हैं वो भी एक घटना से पढ़ रहे हैं, ठीक है ना सब? उस समय वेद, मध्य में ये, और इसके बाद हम पुराने पे नहीं लौटे। अचानक जहांगीर दरबार में बैठा हुआ था, शहजादी रोते हुए आती है, क्या हो गया? हाथ जल गया। ऐसी दरबार लगा हुआ था, एक अंग्रेज झूला लिए बैठा था, अपने झूले में से एक मल्हम निकालता है, शहजादी को लगाता है, शहजादी को ठंडक हुई, बादशाह खुश हुआ। मांगो क्या मांगते हो, जो हम लोगों की आदत है। तो उसने कहा कुछ नहीं, कालीकट में एक 10 बाई का 20 का टेंट लगाना है व्यापार करने के लिए। वो 20 बाई 40, 40 बाई 80, 80 बाई 160 होते होते ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी के रूप में हमें गुलाम कर लिया। 1857 में हार गए हम लोग। तुरंत 1860 में आईपीसी बना दी है। बनाने वाले कौन से लोग हैं? ब्रिटानिया हुकूमत, रानी के लोग। हमको ध्यान में नहीं रखा गया, ना हमारे डीएनए को, ना हमारी सभ्यता को, संस्कृति को, धर्म को, अध्यात्म को, हमारी मान्यताओं को। लेकिन ठीक है, कॉमन लॉ आया, कॉमन लॉ आया। 1860 में आईपीसी आ गई। कोई आंकड़े गलत हो जाएं तो टोक देना। सीआरपीसी भी ऐसी कुछ थी, 2 बार अमेंड हो चुकी है। और इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट 1872, फांसी लगानी थी क्रांतिकारियों को तो अपने अनुसार बना लिया एक्ट। मुझे लगता है कई बार ये भी अलाउ करना चाहिए, शायद होगा अभी कि अपना आर्ग्यू खुद भी कर सकते हैं, उसके लिए कोई सिम्बॉयसिस जाना जरूरी नहीं है। सिंह साहब, मैं पहली बार ये बात कहने की हिम्मत कर पा रहा हूं। भगत सिंह जी ने बम फेंका, मैं बहुत प्रभावित हूं। 23 साल की उम्र में उससे ज्यादा, उससे 1000 गुना मैं प्रभावित हूं कि वो जब आर्ग्यू करते थे कि भारत आजादी क्यों चाहता है। मुझे लगता है कि इस उम्र में भी मैं उनके पैर के नाखून के बराबर भी नहीं हूं। केवल राष्ट्रवाद की बात नहीं है, तर्क में मुझे नहीं लगता वो लॉ ग्रेजुएट थे, लेकिन उनकी किताब जो पढ़ी, उनके विचार जो पढ़े, अब उनको तो टांगना ही था। कोई कैजुअलिटी हुई थी क्या उसमें? कोई नहीं मरा था। वो सेंट्रल हॉल में देखता हूं अभी भी, रोज जाके प्रणाम करता हूं उधर उस खिड़की से जहां से फेंका था, टांग दिया फांसी पे। तो ये भी थोड़ी चर्चा होनी चाहिए कि पाठ्यक्रम में ही अकेला बदलाव की जरूरत नहीं है, हमें कानूनों में भी बदलाव की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है। इसलिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने तय कर रखा है, और जब से आए हैं वो 2014 से 1450 कानूनों को हम लोग समाप्त कर चुके हैं। इससे अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म मुझे मिलेगा नहीं। मिल जाता है कभी कभी। आप लोगों को आमंत्रित करता हूं कि इंडियन पेनल कोड जो 1860 की है, इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट और खासतौर से सीआरपीसी, इसमें बदलाव की जरूरत है। प्रधानमंत्री जी और गृह मंत्रालय बदलना चाहते हैं, हम भी उसका छोटा सा अंग हैं। तो मैं आज सबको आमंत्रित करता हूं कि उसके बारे में जो सुझाव आपको देने हो वो शुरुधार्य होंगे, क्योंकि आज उसी विषय से जुड़े हुए बहुत से लोग हैं यहाँ पर। आपके पैसे में भी पुनर्जागरण हो रहा है। मैं देख रहा हूं आजादी के समय महात्मा गांधी, बारहटला, नेहरू जी, बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर, मौलाना अब्दुल कलाम आजाद, सरदार पटेल। लोगों के दिमाग में सरदार पटेल किसान नेता थे तो बिना पढ़े लिखे होंगे। ही वॉज लॉ ग्रेजुएट। मुझे लगता है 1885 का है हमारा ये, नहीं 85 का नहीं होगा, 55 का है मुंबई गवर्नमेंट मुंबई लॉ कॉलेज, एशिया का सबसे पुराना। लेकिन मेरे कॉलेज से नया है वो। मैं जिस कॉलेज में पढ़ाता हूँ वो 1823 का है, आगरा कॉलेज आगरा, और ये 1855 का है, जो एशिया का पहला और बड़ा कॉलेज है। हमने खोया है इस बीच के कार्यकाल में। जब आप लोग जाते हो ऑक्सफोर्ड, कैम्ब्रिज, हार्वर्ड, मुझे तो आत्मग्लानि होती है। वो ये होती है कि जो नालंदा का देश हो, तक्षशिला का देश हो, विक्रमशिला का देश हो, बख्तियार खिलजी जब जला रहा था नालंदा को, उसी साल गोरे लोग फावड़ा लेके ऑक्सफोर्ड की नींव को खोद रहे थे। मुझे नहीं लगता उस जमाने में कोई तर्क शास्त्र किसी देश में रहा हो, नीति शास्त्र रहा हो, खगोल रही हो, नक्षत्र रहा हो। विश्वगुरु थे। हाँ, विषय से फिर भटक गया हूं। तो ये नेहरू जी, जवाहरलाल नेहरू, गांधी जी, सरदार पटेल, बाबा साहब, मुझे लगता है कैलाशनाथ काटजू भी, हो सकता प्रताप सीतारमैया भी। बीच का कालखंड आपने जिक्र किया रणवीर सिंह जी ने, जो कुछ नहीं बनता था वो वकील बनता था। बायोलॉजी वाला अगर ठीक है तो उन दोनों सीपीएमटी थी, पहले तो पीएमटी थी, फिर सीपीएमटी थी, फिर नीट आया, तो भैया उधर जाओ। एम्स में नहीं हो रहा है तो आखिरी कॉलेज में तो हो ही जाना चाहिए, उसमें ना हो तो बीएमएस में, बीयूएमएस में, बीएचएमएस में। इसका मतलब उस बायोलॉजी वाले का कहीं नहीं हुआ। अब मैथमेटिक्स पे आते हैं, अगर आप अच्छे स्टूडेंट थे तो आईआईटी, रीजनल इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, फिर पता नहीं क्या क्या है, लास्ट में मैं पॉलिटेक्निक पे आता हूँ। तो आईआईटी नहीं निकली तो आईटीआई तो निकलनी चाहिए थी। कॉमर्स वाला सीए बीए बनना चाहिए था कुछ भी। तो हम और आप वहां से आते हैं जो 9th में तय नहीं करता कि आई विल बी एमपी, आई विल बी एडवोकेट। मुझे लगता है, मुझे पता नहीं है बिल का इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए या शेल का करना चाहिए। तो लेकिन अब नहीं, तो मैंने क्या कहा था, अभी आपके पेशे का पुनर्जागरण हो रहा है। बीच में नहीं हो रहा, चलो बीए कर लिया, एमए कर लिया, बीएड कर लिया, जॉब लग नहीं रहा, अब लॉ कर लो। और हमारे जैसे लोग तो हॉस्टल का कमरा घेरने के लिए करते थे। अब नौकरी लग नहीं रही है, यूपीएससी की तैयारी कर रहे हैं, बाहर कमरा महंगा है, बाहर का होटल महंगा है, तो स्टूडेंट को क्या चाहिए, हॉस्टल का रूम, हमारे जमाने में साइकिल, बाइक और एक मेस। तो लॉ बहुत प्रोटेक्ट करती थी 3 साल। ऐसे भी बहुत रहे। अब बहुत अच्छा लगता है जब मैं मेरिटोरियस बच्चों को प्राइज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करने जाता हूँ, 7:15 पे बता देना है, 7:25 पे जाना, 7:50 की ट्रेन। अब मैं पूछता हूँ क्या बनना चाहते हो, तो कहते हैं, कोई कहता है डॉक्टर, कोई कहता है इंजीनियर, कोई कहता है आईएएस, कोई कहता है आईपीएस, लेकिन कहते हैं कि वकील भी बनेंगे। ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। कोई एग्जाम है वो जो क्लैट, उसको क्वालिफाई करते हैं बच्चे। तो अब बहुत अच्छा बताते हैं, 80,000 बच्चे, 17 लाख लोग रजिस्टर्ड हैं। तो नए बच्चों से ज्यादा कहना चाहूंगा, घबराना नहीं 17 लाख सुन के, और 80,000 हर साल निकलते हैं, इससे भी मत डरो। मेरी तो ये राय थी कि अगर 5 वैकेंसी हैं तो 4 सिफारिश पे चली जाएगी, 5वीं तो मैं मेरिट पे ले ही लूंगा। देश में कर निकलती है, मेरी ये राय रहती थी। अब आपका उससे कोई कंपटीशन नहीं है कि एक बार एक टेम्पू गिर गया नहर में तो उसमें 38 लोग डूब के मर गए। वो लंबा टेम्पू था, नए बच्चों ने देखा, वो गणेश जी वाला वो लंबा। हम लोगों को मिला कि भाई आप लोग अपने इलाके में, अच्छा मेरा इलाका में पुलिस में था, तो जरा ये इस प्रकार के टेम्पू नहीं चलने चाहिए। मुझे एक मिल गया, एक दिन पहले 38 मरे थे, उसमें 45 बैठे थे। पकड़ के चालान कर दिया और जेल भी भेज दिया। अब आप हो गए मोटर व्हीकल एक्ट में, तो सीआरपीसी का हीरो होता है एसएचओ, रामचरितमानस का हीरो राम और सीआरपीसी का हीरो एसएचओ। कभी अप्रेंटिस के लिए जाते हो तो एक आध दिन हमारे यहाँ भी आ जाया करो। मेरे पास कोई लॉ फर्म नहीं है, लेकिन बगल में कुर्सी डाल के एतवार को बैठोगे तो 10 साल का अनुभव एक दिन में हो जाएगा। तो मैंने चालान कर दिया, अगले दिन उस जिले की बार एसोसिएशन ने हड़ताल कर दी, हमारे वकील साहब को बंद कर दिया। तो ज्यादा परेशान मत हुआ करो। ये 17.5 लाख में कुछ लोग ट्रांसपोर्ट का भी काम करते हैं, रजिस्ट्रेशन होता है और नए लड़कों को उद्यम करने में वहां से भी पहचान बनती है। इसलिए ज्यादा प्रैक्टिस वाला तो ज्यादा हड़ताल के चक्कर में नहीं रहता है। स्ट्रगलर्स बहुत साथ देते हैं उसका। मैं आज तक नहीं समझ पाया हूँ वो हड़ताल मेरे खिलाफ क्यों हुई थी, मुझे सस्पेंड कराने के लिए। हमारे वकील साहब बंद हो गए और वकील साहब के पास 10 फाइलें भी नहीं थी। इसलिए सुनने को चर्चा हो रही है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कि एंट्रेंस एग्जाम का कुछ स्टैंडर्ड बढ़ना चाहिए। शायद 20 अगस्त तारीख लगी है। बार काउंसिल अपने यहाँ तो सब ऐसे ही था, फिर एडवोकेट्स एक्ट आया, आंकड़े में नहीं पढ़ना चाहिए, 55 में आया, कब आया, फिर 61 में बार काउंसिल बनी, उससे गवर्न हो रहा है। अभी भी नहीं समझ में आ रहा है कि कुछ घरों में 99% आने पे बच्चे को डांटा जाता है कि 99.9 क्यों नहीं आए। वहीं पर बार काउंसिल अभी 45% पर रजिस्ट्रेशन कर रही है। यही है ना, 45 है ना, तो 44.9 का मतलब 3rd डिवीजन। टाइट्रेशन करते थे अपन केमिस्ट्री में, और अगली बूंद पे नीला लेटर पेपर लाल हो जाता था। तो 1 नंबर ज्यादा पाते ही बुद्धिजीवी हो गए आपसे। अरे भैया वो जमाना नहीं है जब गांधी जी की गांधी डिवीजन कहलाती थी, 3rd डिवीजन को गांधी डिवीजन कहते थे, तीनों 3rd थी। उसके बाद भी 12 एटला में एडमिशन हो गया था। अब 45 पे क्या होना चाहिए रजिस्ट्रेशन, जब 90 वाला दशक आ गया है। मैं अब बार काउंसिल इंडिपेंडेंट संस्था है, यहाँ सबका कार्यपालिका विधायिका न्यायपालिका की बड़ी सीमाएं हैं। मैं जरा क्रीज से बाहर खेलूंगा तो स्टंपिंग हो जाएगी या कैच आउट हो जाएगा। लेकिन 45% वाले का रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं होना चाहिए, इसको थोड़ा बढ़ाना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी निजी राय है। मैं एज ए लॉ मिनिस्टर नहीं बोल रहा। अब पुनर्जागरण हो रहा है, गजब के बच्चे आ रहे हैं। अभी ये बहुत बात हुई कि बहुत अच्छी लॉ, एक तो लॉ फर्म शब्द किसने रखा था, ये तो वैसे ही हो गई ना जैसे वो किसी की कपड़े की फर्म हो, लोहे की फर्म हो। फर्म से बोध होता है कुछ धनार्जन का, और सही भी है, प्रचार हो नहीं सकता। हमारे स्कूल में लिखा था शिक्षार्थ आओ सेवार्थ जाओ। अब आपकी बस की नहीं है, वरना लिखो शिक्षार्थ आओ धनार्जन के हेतु जाओ। तो कुछ एथिक्स हैं कि ये विज्ञापन नहीं हो सकता। डॉक्टर लिखता है यहाँ टीबी का शर्तिया इलाज होता है। अच्छा है आपके यहाँ कुछ कानून बने, वरना लिखा जाता है 1 बलात्कार में 2 लूट फ्री, यह 1 मर्डर में 4 और मुकदमे फ्री में लड़े जाएंगे। मुझे लगता है अपराध को बढ़ावा मिलता है ऐसे। लेकिन हम बहुत देर से इंडिया बनाम भारत पर बात हो रही है। मैं फिर आता हूँ 80 करोड़ पीडीएस, इतने करोड़ 12,000 का शौचालय, आयुष्मान कार्ड इतने करोड़, उज्ज्वला का गैस सिलेंडर इतने करोड़, विधवा पेंशन वही लेगी जो इनकम कम होगी इतने करोड़, दिव्यांग पेंशन इतने करोड़, सीनियर सिटीजन की पेंशन इतने करोड़। ऐसे लोगों से अगर जाने अनजाने में कोई अपराध हो जाए, क्या वो भारत के किसी भी हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में निजी तौर से जा सकते हैं अभियुक्त? इसलिए मैं बैठे बैठे आपसे बात कर रहा था कि एलिमेंट्री लॉ शुरू से पढ़ाना चाहिए। कईयों को ये नहीं पता है कि मुर्गा काट दिया तो आदमी को काट दिया, ऐसा नहीं। एलिमेंट्री लॉ कम से कम इतना जरूर बताओ कि ऑल इंजरीज आर सिंपल इन नेचर, कॉज्ड बाय हार्ट एंड ब्लंट ऑब्जेक्ट 323 से, जो नॉन कॉग्निजेबल है, और बेल नहीं, बेल तो होगी लेकिन गिरफ्तारी नहीं होगी। ऑल इंजरीज आर सिंपल एक्सेप्ट इंजरी नंबर सो एंड सो कॉज्ड बाय शार्प एज ऑब्जेक्ट, 24 बन जाएगी। सड़क पे लड़ियो तो 323 504, साले घर में घुस गया तो 452 हो जाएगी। ये एलिमेंट्री सच में सिंह साहब, क्योंकि वो जहां अशिक्षा होगी वहां लड़ाई झगड़े बहुत होते हैं। पॉश कॉलोनी में रहने वाले लोग ईर्ष्या तो करते हैं, इस पे BMW है, मेरे पे ये नहीं है, लेकिन लड़ते बढ़ते नहीं है। एलिमेंट्री लॉ, और ये भी क्रिमिनल साइड वाला, वो तो गरीब लोग हैं, उनको क्या रेवेन्यू और सिविल बहुत ज्यादा पढ़ाएंगे, या कॉर्पोरेट पढ़ाएंगे, या कॉमर्स एट कोर्ट की बात करेंगे। तो थोड़ा सा ज्ञान होना चाहिए। हालांकि आप ज्ञान वर्धन करते हो बहुत, बाहर झगड़ा बताएगा तो सिंपल दाल है तेरी, फ्राई में करता हूँ, फिर वकील साहब कहेंगे घर में घुस के मारा, तो FIR में 452 करा देते हैं। यहाँ तक हो रही है, रियलिटी है, पता नहीं मुझे ये सब रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है कि झूठा अगर बलात्कार लिखाते हैं तो 3 लड़कियों में छोटी वाली को चूज करते हैं जिससे पॉस्को लगे। आप सहमत होंगे मेरी बात से? राजनीतिक परिवार से, इसलिए आपके फादर विधायक हैं, आप ज्यादा समझ सकते हैं कि सुबह उनके दरबार में क्या क्या आता है। आम आदमी को नहीं पता है, उसको ज्ञान दिया जाने लगा है कि प्रार्थी ने हिंदू रीति रिवाज के अनुसार सन फलाने में अपनी उचित दान दहेज सामर्थ्य के अनुसार शादी की थी। तो हमारे पिताजी के जमाने के वकील थोड़े साधारण थे, लिख दे कि भैंस मांग रहा है, और हमारे समय लिखा गया फटफटिया मांग रहा है। इनके जमाने में कहा गया मारुति मांग रहा है, जबकि एम्बेसडर और फिएट पहले की है। पूरे देश के वकीलों ने मारुति लिखना शुरू कर दिया सन 82 के बाद। आजकल लिखा जाता है नोएडा में फ्लैट मांग रहा है। वही हथियार है बेचारे पे। दूसरा डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस। तीसरा ये नया रिवाज आया है बलात्कार लिखाने का। शायद इसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा ये सब नहीं चलेगा। अननेचुरल सेक्स, ये महिला के दिमाग की बात थी, व्हाट इज नेचुरल व्हाट इज अननेचुरल, उस पर रोक लगी है। तो आजकल ससुर टारगेट हो रहा है। और कुछ लोगों ने सलाह दी है, वकील साहिबानों ने कि या नेताओं ने, कि नंदोई को लिखा, नंदोई लिखते हुए उसका जीजा जेल जाएगा और उनके कुंवर साहब जेल जाएंगे, बदर के जमाई साहब जाएंगे। तो ये सास ससुर और पति एकदम लाइन पे आ जाते हैं। मेरा कहने का मतलब है गूगल वो कर लें तो ठीक है, कृपया आप लोग ये सलाह ना दें। गूगल कर लें वो तब तो ठीक है, लेकिन आप लोग ऐसी सलाह ना दें, दाल को ज्यादा फ्राई ना करिएगा। ऐसी मैं नए बच्चों से कहना चाहूंगा। दूसरा, जब मैं आईएमए वालों से कहता हूं कि जरा पार्लियामेंट में कुछ कर लो रोटरी क्लब से, तो कैंप वैम्प लगा देते हैं। सरकार ने कहा है प्रो बोनो स्कीम, न्याय बंधु, टेली लॉ। आप कभी तिहाड़ जाते हो घूमने कि अदम पैरवी में कुछ लोग जेल में होंगे? सिंह साहब समझ रहे होंगे, ये उर्दू का शब्द मैंने इस्तेमाल किया, अदम पैरवी, कम पैरवी से, बिना पैरवी के कुछ लोग जेल होंगे। पिछली बार सुनाया था एक किस्सा, किन्हीं कारणों से मैंने डेमोक्रेसी में गुनाह कर दिया, अखिलेश यादव से चुनाव लड़ गया, अभी दोबारा लड़ गया। ये गुनाह मैंने 2 बार किया। उनकी सरकार थी, मेरे पे कुछ मुकदमे लिख दिए, मैं जेल में था। जिस वकील से कहूं एफआईआर क्वेश करा देंगे, मेरे को कह रहे हो जो पुलिस अफसर रहे, सेम डे ला देंगे, अरेस्टिंग स्टे ला देंगे। मैं सरकार से लड़ रहा हूं, सेम डे में हियरिंग तो होगी ना, बेल थोड़े ग्रांट हो जाएगी, एफआईआर क्वेश हो जाएगी। चीफ मिनिस्टर के कहने पे एफआईआर हो रही है, किसी आईओ की दम है? मुझे तो ना कहते, कम से कम मुझे तो मत कहो ये कि एफआईआर क्वेश हो जाएगी, अरेस्टिंग स्टे हो जाएगा, सेम डे आ जाएगी, ऊपर वाली हीनियस धाराएं कम हो जाएंगी। मैं तो सरेंडर हो गया सीधे जाके, फालतू में 4-6 लाख आपके पास चले जाते। तो मैं जब जेल में था तो 2 कैदी, एक हर बार मैं वही घटना बताऊंगा क्योंकि वो यथार्थ है ना, आंखों देखी। तो एक कैदी को लेके आए कि ये एमपी हैं, जरा बेटा इनको बताओ अपनी बात। तो मैंने कहा बोलो, तो वो बोल ही नहीं रहा था। तो मैंने कहा तुम्हें तो पता होगा। तो कहे ये उड़ीसा का है, उसको उड़िया आती है, हिंदी नहीं आती है, 13 महीने से जेल में। तो मैंने कहा 13 महीने में तो भाषा सीखी जा सकती है। ये अलग बात है कि कुछ लोग अभी इटली की भाषा ही बोलते हैं, सीख ही नहीं पाए आगे, लेकिन 13 महीने में सीखी जा सकती है। खैर, वो उसने कुछ बोला, उसमें ये था कि वो जेल में इसलिए था 379 411 में। और 379 में तो कोहनूर हीरा भी हो सकता है अगर रात में चुराओगे। 18 किलो लोहे की चोरी में उसको, उत्तर, हमारी सरकार की बात नहीं है, पूर्व सरकार में उत्तर प्रदेश की महान पुलिस, वो बच्चे को किसी ने उड़ीसा में कहा कि फिरोजाबाद एक जिला है जहां 24 घंटे चूड़ियां बनती हैं और सबको जॉब मिल जाता है। सही बात है, कटाई का, रंगाई का, जोड़ने का, तोड़ने का, पैक करने का। एक चूड़ी 82 हाथ से गुजरती है, तब आपके हाथों तक आती है। मशीन से नहीं बनती। तो वो ये सोच के आया, फिरोजाबाद में एक शोरूम के नीचे बारिश हो रही थी तो लेट गया, एक पुलिस की गाड़ी आती है पकड़ के ले जाती है। क्राइम ड्राइव चल रहा था साहब, क्राइम ड्राइव होता है, पुराने जितने हों खलीफाओं को बंद कर दो, उसको बंद कर दिया। आप में से कोई नया बच्चा अगर जाता और जेल में पूछता तो आपके एक वकालतनामा लगाने से और बड़ी थोड़ी सी बहस करने पे वो बाहर हो सकता था, लेकिन जमानत। तो मैंने कहा दुआ करो बेटा कि मैं बाहर रहूं, तो सबसे पहला काम तुम्हारे लिए करूंगा। मैं बाहर आया, मुझे को मोबाइल मिला, मैंने कहा कोई नंबर है, तो उसने अपने 13 महीने से एक पॉलीथिन में एक सिगरेट की पन्नी पे लिखा हुआ नंबर को पॉलीथिन में करके पजामे के नाड़े में कि मैं रखा था। बाहर आती मैंने फोन किया तो वो उड़िया बोल रही थी, तो मैंने कहा अजय साहू गंजाम जिले का था, जिंदा, फिरोजाबाद, जेल। हिंदी फिल्में तो लोग देखते ही तो शायद इतना समझ गए। वो रोने लगी, तो मैंने कहा कोई हिंदी वाला हो तो बात कराना। 2 घंटे बाद उनको दुभाषिया मिला, एक मंदिर के पुजारी जी। तो मैंने कहा आपका बेटा सुरक्षित है, फिरोजाबाद की जेल में है और आप जमानत के लिए आए। 12 दिन बाद वो आए, तो मैं बहुत नाराज हुआ कि 13 महीने से बच्चा गायब है, तब भी 12 दिन लग दिए। मुझे लगता है पुरुषोत्तम एक्सप्रेस 48 घंटे में जाती होगी। तो उन्होंने कहा कि पैसे का इंतजाम कर रहे थे। कितना करके लाए हो? 8,000 रुपए 12 दिन में इंतजाम हुए। माइंडसेट करके जाना, ये देश कैसा है। क्या हमारी कोई सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं है? तो मुझे बार के अध्यक्ष के पास गया कि यार इसकी बेल होनी है, तो कहा ये उत्तर प्रदेश की तरफ पैर करके नहीं सोएगा, अभी जमानती तो होगी, तारीखें तो पड़ेंगी ना, ये नहीं आएगा फिर कभी। जमानतदार फिर फंसेगा, उसके फिर संबंध जो कोर्ट का तरीका, बेलेबिल बेलेबिल बेलेबिल, फिर नॉन बेलेबिल, फिर इसके बाद कुड़की 82-83। क्या तरीका है? बोले जज साहब से बात करते हैं, अगर ये 13 महीने की कारावास को ही सजा मान लिया जाए तो छूट जाएगा। उसने ऐसे ही किया, वो छूट गया। तब भी जेलर उसके 18,000 रुपए नहीं दे रहा था, वो जो श्रम करते हुए मिलते हैं। तो हमारी धमक है उस इलाके में थोड़ी, तो मिल गए उसको पैसे। क्या वो अजय साहू पहला और आखिरी व्यक्ति है जो अदम पैरवी में जेलों में है? तो हमारे सबके भगवान कौन है? तो वैसे तो अपने बहुत हैं, लेकिन हमारे और आपके शनि महाराज हैं जो न्याय के देवता हैं, जजों के, वकीलों के, हमारे। अरे आज तो शनिवार है, 1 कुंटल तेल चढ़ा लेना, एक टैंकर, तो शनि भगवान से उतना आप न्याय की उम्मीद नहीं करना। अगर आप अपने बड़े बूढ़ों को सता रहे हो, पेरेंट्स की नहीं सुन रहे हो और ऐसे किसी व्यक्ति को निकाल लोगे तो जिंदगी भर तेल चढ़ाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। मुझे लगता है कि मैं जेल ही उसके चक्कर में गया था। मेरा जेल जाने से क्या मतलब, मैं एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर हूँ, जरिए मुखबिर सूचना मिली कि एसपी सिंह बघेल ये कर रहे हैं, वो कर रहे हैं, ये रिवॉल्वर छीन ले गए एक सीओ का। तो मुझे लगता है मैं उसकी वजह से गया था। तो बहुत सारी बातें करनी थी, अब समय की कमी है बहुत। मैं अपना विभाग का भाषण बिल्कुल नहीं बोला, लेकिन आपको भी अप टू डेट होना पड़ेगा। इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट में डीएनए की बात नहीं है, आरएनए की बात नहीं है, नार्को की नहीं है, बायोलॉजिकल टेस्ट की मुझे लगता ज्यादा बात नहीं है, लाई डिटेक्टर की नहीं है, फुटप्रिंट, फिंगरप्रिंट आदि आदि, सीमन टेस्ट, हेयर टेस्ट। अपराधी कितना ही चालाक हो, विजिटिंग कार्ड छोड़ के जाता है, बशर्ते वो आईओ में थोड़ा दिमाग हो। और अभी तक तफ्तीशें होती रही, नकल चेक, नकल रपट, बयानबाजी, निरीक्षण घटनास्थल, समाई साधक, गुलू गवाह के बयान और चार्जशीट। ऐसा हुआ या नहीं हुआ? हालांकि यहाँ वाले वकील दूसरे हैं, आप वो छप्पर के नीचे वाली कचहरी में नहीं बैठे हो। 147, 48, 49, 323, 504, 506, 452, 156(3) में मुकदमे पंजीकृत कराने वाले। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे बुलाया, लेकिन मैं भूमिका मैंने लंबी बांध दी है, तो मैं विषय पे आया ही नहीं। और क्या टाइम हो रहा? 35 हो गया? नहीं तो ये तो छूट गई बंदो राजधानी, अगर 35 हो गया तो मैं जाता हूँ।
Also request, I would request Mr. Shardul Shroff for unveiling of a special cover. This Ravi, who's the former chairman of the Bombay Stock Exchange, chairman of PFCI, Ms. Namita Chadha, who's the founder of Namita Chadha Law Associates. We can't unveil a cover on education, but as my two colleagues, Ashima Ori and Dharma.
मैं दौरान ये कहूंगा फैकल्टीज पर ही ध्यान दिया जाए। अगर बिल्डिंगों से पढ़ाई होती तो शांति निकेतन में कोई नहीं जाता, मेरा जो। और टीचर टॉट का रिश्ता भी रखो। दशरथ के पास आए, राजन अपने बच्चे 2 ताड़का मरवानी है, ले जाओ। द्रोणाचार्य के पास जाना पड़ा, वो चाहते तो कहते, दुर्योधन तो खासतौर से कहता मास्टर कल से आके यहीं पढ़ाइयो आके राजप्रसाद में। हमें इस परंपरा को खत्म नहीं होने देना, जो टीचर टॉट का। नंबर 2 ये था कि भगवान श्री कृष्ण को उज्जैन जाना पड़ा संदीपन ऋषि के यहाँ, तो विश्व गुरु थे, नहीं है, बन जाएंगे। राइट ब्रदर्स ने जहाज अभी बनाया है, हमारे पास पुष्पक भारद्वाज जी ने बनाया था, वो तो रावण हाईजैक करके ले गया था। फायर ब्रिगेड जैकेट अब दे रहे हैं, प्रहलाद पे पहले से थी, प्रहलाद की बुआ पे। बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट अब दे रहे हैं, कर्ण के पास पहले थी। आकाशवाणी अब हो रही है, त्रेता में हो गई थी कि जिसको लेके जा रहा है कंस अपनी बहन को, उसका बच्चा मारेगा। जेल वेयर ने टेलीविजन अब बनाया है, हम कुरुक्षेत्र में लड़ रहे थे और हस्तिनापुर में बता रहे थे कि महाराज अब। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि हर चीज पर जब इंटरनेशनल आ रही है, जब से वैश्वीकरण, उदारीकरण और निजीकरण हुआ, तो हमारा भी सिलेबस विश्वव्यापी होना चाहिए। जब हम वर्ल्ड हिस्ट्री पढ़ रहे हैं, कई बार यूरोपियन हिस्ट्री अलग से पढ़ते हैं, ब्रिटिश हिस्ट्री अलग से पढ़ते हैं, इंडियन हिस्ट्री में राइट फ्रॉम इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन टू 1947 पढ़ते हैं। तो हमें जब से ये बहुराष्ट्रीय कंपनी आ रही है, हमारा विभाग भी मीडिएशन और आर्बिट्रेशन पर कुछ काम कर रहा है, तो खाली इंटरनेशनल नाम नहीं होना चाहिए। मुझे खुशी है कि गोवा में 10-12 दिन पहले इंटरनेशनल लॉ स्कूल का शिलान्यास किया गया है। तो हमें कुछ अब विश्व बंधुत्व वाले हैं हम लोग, वसुंधैव कुटुंबक वाले हम लोग हैं, तो हमें विश्व का, देश के कानूनों का, वो उस देश को छोड़ के जो पत्थर मारते हैं, ये करने पे पत्थर मारते हैं, उसके सिलेबस को छोड़ के बाकी को शामिल करना।
पहले आप में ट्रेन ना छूट जाए सर, मैं चाहूंगा आप सभी साथ में कर दें। मोबाइल वगैरह तो ले लीजिए सर, सब ले लीजिए। One second. Thank you once again. We'd like to extend our gratitude to the dignitaries on the stage for being so kind and helping us unveil the magazine. I'll request all of you to kindly take your seats back. We'll be diving into the awards in a few minutes from now. But before we do that, I would like to invite on stage. Before that, I would like to invite on stage Ms. Namita Chadda, founder and managing partner at Chadda & Co. She'll be talking a little bit about successful woman lawyer in the India, the journey that is. And of course, if you do not know her already, she is the Parveen Babi of law in India. Ladies and gentlemen, the gorgeous, the very talented, please put your hands together for Namita Chadda, who's coming up on the stage.
Oh, finally, I get this moment. Thank you very much. I'm absolutely overwhelmed and delighted
to have the
to
temporary
be able to speak.
It's all not
few
going to
minutes
happen.
and not certainly more than 8 to 10 minutes. Your precious time is appreciated really, really very much. Thank you. So, I'm just carrying these notes because my team's prepared it. And I'm extremely conscious about the time that has been granted to me. I appreciate this. And I thank Mr. Anurag Batra and also the greetings, of course, to the wonderful audience who spent so much time here. And I've been asked to speak about my journey as a successful woman lawyer. So we're talking about the participation of women, which is one topic which could be a little confusing and a little touching when it comes to the participation of women in the profession of law. We've had distinguished panelists speak about so many diverse areas of what the future of legal education should be. I'm just going to be talking about the challenges that are faced by the women lawyers in India and what are the learnings exactly that the young entrants to this profession in law could benefit from. So I guess some of you are just sort of wondering as to what your future would be in a law firm. So I would just invite you for 5 minutes of your undivided attention, and I thank you for the same in advance. Mr. Soli Sorabji, none other than Mr. Soli Sorabji, has been my mentor. And the takeaways from this legend, who's unfortunately no more, have been captured by me in this very short note of 2 pages. So if you can, please give me 5 minutes of your valuable time. I'd be much, much delighted and forever grateful. I've risen in a large male-dominated field. Never say die attitude, and my team, which is represented mostly, in fact, today entirely, by women lawyers and women employees, the guidance and encouragement of many, including some of you who are sitting right here, they have yielded results for me. They have yielded results for me. And today, I run a successful corporate commercial law firm, domestically and internationally valued as one of the top leading law firms in India. And I'm the, most humbly, may I say, the founding partner of Chadda & Company. And we won many prestigious awards, and we have been ranked and recognized by Martindale-Hubbell, Chambers Asia Law, IFLR, and many other domestic forums. I've been awarded as the Woman Lawyer of the Year several times over. Just taking 2 minutes from the most overwhelming and humbling experience. I graduated as a topper from the Campus Law Center. And after that, I joined the Supreme Court of India. And after that, I realized that there were enormous challenges for not just a lawyer, but for a woman lawyer who faces litigation in the highest, the apex court of the country. What were the challenges? Enormous challenges. The environment was rigid, male-dominated, and inflexible, guys. We had to come back home and begin drafting and preparing for the matter after 5 o'clock every evening. That's the challenge. I gained extensive experience at that time in the most male-dominated environment, the most inflexible environment at the Supreme Court. After that, the government of India relaxed the investment policies in India, and in early 90s invited most multinationals to invite and invest in India. So I wanted to join the corporate law firm. And as the Honorable Minister had said, John Grisham was it, the inventor of the concept of the firm. Was it Sidney Sheldon or was it John Grisham? We don't know. We borrowed it from the US. We did not in India have the concept of what is known as a law firm. However, in the early 90s, we did borrow this concept from the West. So there were many established law firms in the early 90s, and it gave galore opportunities to the law students to join the law firms in the capacity of interns, associates, and partners. After the Supreme Court, I moved on to joining one of India's topmost law firms. It was an eye-opening experience for me. Women lawyers were vastly unrepresented at these law firms, at this particular law firm. So the retention of the female attorneys was a major issue, and it was a rain-making job. How many hours have you built? How many clients have you retained? And that was it. My mentor, Soli Sarabji, came in at just that point. And he told me that lawyers could ascend to the top, and with humility and reverence to the departed soul, must I say, inculcate. I have a lot of young friends here, a lot of them, in fact, a majority. And one of the most important issues which has not been touched upon in the panel discussions with the most eminent jurists in the country has been the women part of it. I'm very saddened to see the affairs in our country in the profession of law. And must I say, these are from none other, but the note that was given to me by none other but the legendary Mr. Soli Sarabji. Allow me to read it out in 30 seconds. Inculcating an attitude of resilience, having a can-do attitude, choosing your battles. Guys, I can see so many young friends of mine, and showing commitment to mastering this subject. Now, After this, he made me overcome the battles of the Supreme Court and the law firm. Turning point happened when I made the decision to join the world's largest company, General Electric, which is American. I was the legal head for them, the chief compliance officer, and the ombudsperson for them in India. This was very different. This was really different. So when you are signed in as a lawyer, you advise the client or the company as a lawyer. But when you participate in a company like General Electric and see what their ethics are, what is integrity, you become a part of their management and you start seeing law not as theoretical law, but the most practical, savvy, and a solution-oriented subject. That's extremely important. Extremely important. We just tell our clients as lawyers what the law is. Do we also think of the practical solution, the legal solution, the savvy and commercial approach to getting out of the legal battle that are involved in? Well, GE, General Electric, taught me to do that. Theory one side, reverence to the theory, definitely. Reverence to the Indian law, definitely. What about the practical and the commercial solution to that? Why are we in India taught about the commercial aspects in our legal education? Why? Why aren't we taught about that? Why are we told that legal education in India is a very respectable, noble profession? Of course, indeed, it is. And we all know that. But ultimately, everywhere, including the country, including the welfare, including the motivation of our partners, of our fellow colleagues at the bar, isn't it true that the commercial and the savvy, the practical approach, what we have been taught as the rain-making approach, equally important? It pains me on two aspects. One, participation of the women in this particular profession. And secondly, the commercial aspect of this profession. Why are the teachers and why are the judges in this profession paid so abysmally low? One can't understand this. Let me take you to some of the learnings, because I'm left with 3 minutes more. Some of the learnings. So the god of Bollywood, sorry, Shah Rukh Khan, he just says, why should be the young, the entrance to our profession be told that being commercial, being realistic, and being practical about achieving their materialistic goals be considered in India as something that is not good. That's the first thing that we have to consider. Would everybody appreciate that for me, please? And what is it? What is it? That the women candidates join law and then give up law?
हेडफोन का जैक नहीं है
Why is retention of female talent in this profession such a
ब्लूटूथ वाला
difficult
लगता
job?
है
Why? I don't see too many women here.
जैक नहीं है जैक
The subject assigned to me today, and I have 2.5 minutes left, has been the participation of women in the profession of law. You can't sit back and enjoy and not be disturbed about this topic. Honestly, guys.
ठीक है थैंक यू
Really, honestly. Well, let me tell you a few learnings that in the most humble and overwhelming way. So my firm advises clients from over 38 countries today. It has been ranked as one of the top legal international and domestic firms commercially. Today, I'm represented here by all my female attorneys, and it is like talking about the concept of Chadha and Company representing all women law firm in the US. Can I please beg you for some encouragement and motivation for the people of my firm who are women, diversity, inclusion of gender. Why do we talk about it in every forum? Why don't we talk about it in the forum of law? I cannot understand this. It's not easy. So firstly, they'll enroll for law. Secondly, they do it till the time they get married. Then they drop out of the profession of law. Why? Why don't we have senior partners in the top law firms as female attorneys? Does the Honorable Minister and the Government of India and our Honorable Prime Minister pay weightage to the subject of inclusion of diversity in the profession of law? That's the moot question. What is it? What is it? They don't teach us at the law school how to be rainmakers. They don't teach us at the curriculum of the law schools as to how to develop communication skills. Indira Nui, the global chairperson of PepsiCo, she said, develop a hip pocket skill. Friends, I don't know what that meant, but as she explained, it means whatever uniqueness you have inside of you, use it as a hip pocket skill. She rose to becoming the global CEO of PepsiCo. How many women? I have the stats in the last 1 minute. The legal field, as Mr. Soli Sorabji put it, is just like any other profession. You have the same likelihood of succeeding as your male counterparts. If you know your work and know how to excel in what you do, then success definitely comes on its own. I'm just quoting the noble soul. He said, nurture your confidence. So when you start identifying your weaknesses and your strengths, it helps you to consolidate them and aim towards the required experience. The second thing he would always say was show commitment to your career. It's just vital to have and demonstrate deep commitment. And I heard a 2-minute video from none other than Shah Rukh Khan, who says, Khana chhod do, peena chhod do. We don't know what good living is. I envy the people who want to be not successful in life, because the people who want to be successful in life don't have reasons to say why they can't make it, but the reasons to say how they can make it. How they can make it. So all of you will have a few standard defenses to say, oh, we are the first generation lawyers. We don't have the advantage of having a legal backing. No, 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 that's not relevant, because most of us have proven you guys wrong. And we've set up precedents for you to say even the first generation lawyers can make it to the top. What is required is just the passion, not the knowledge of law, not the commercial aspects of it. You have the passion, you can do it. What? I mean, I ask myself as a woman in the end, I don't know swimming. I see my infant drowning. Would I not jump into the river and save? I don't know swimming, but I'm seeing that my infant is drowning in a current of the river flowing. I'm not going to think whether I'm going to drown in the river or not, whether I know swimming or not. I'm going to just jump in as a mother and successfully be able to save my infant from drowning. What is it? What is it? Why do in Delhi women who feel very cold in the months of December and January, but when they step out in the cold, they're dressed to their best and they don't have a shawl? What is it that motivates them? But when they're in their house, they need 2 razais, they need 2 heaters, and they're very cold. Let them step out in the public forum and they're not cold. What do we think of the honorable profession, the most beautiful profession of law in this country? Well, with greatest humility, I conclude this session with saying that I feel passionately for the subject, very passionately. Dr. Upendra Bakshi, who was our dean, said, I'm pregnant with the faculty of law and I don't want to ever deliver it. Those were his words. So what he taught us was just rise up to the challenge, emulate. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, friends. I've been asked to speak about my journey. I haven't taken too much time. It's not even my slot, Anuragji. I finished. I'm done. All I want to say is thank you. And I just want to inspire, please, my young friends, the entrance to this profession. Please come and talk to me. Please come and talk to our members in the law firm. We represent the largest names across Japan, America. We earn a substantial percentage of the foreign exchange for this country. We won several awards for providing the best services to a multinational. What are the ethics? What is governance? What is commercial savvy solutions? How do you maintain the best billing? What do you do to entertain the interns? Our practices which are enrolled in our firm. Please, I take this opportunity to invite any of you, my dear friend, and I'll be enriched and blessed thinking that I've made it worthwhile for any of your journey in the profession of law, which I think is so crucial to my existence today. I romance with every section of the parents' law that the Honorable Minister, prior to my speech, was here mentioning about, whether that be the Civil Procedure Code, the Indian Evidence Act, or the Indian Contract Act. It's very enriching. We just have to make it commercially viable and a method to accord us dignity. That's all, my dear friends. That's all, my dear friends. Can we have just more participation of the females in this country to represent the country at international forums is my most humble request. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Once again, Namita Chadda, founder and MD at Chadda & Co. With this, we'd like to move on to invite our next speaker. And of course, it's truly an honor and a privilege to invite him on the stage before we move on to our awards that we have this evening. Right. So the next keynote is by our guest of honor, Shri Sethu Raman Ravi, managing partner at Ravi Rajan & Company, chairman TFCI and former chairman at Bombay Stock Exchange, chairman of TFCI and former chairman of Bombay Stock Exchange. I'll say that twice so that you all can applaud for the achievement that this gentleman has. Yes. It's an honor to invite Mr. Ravi on the screen. I'll request you all to put your hands together once again with a lot of zest behind them. Fantastic. Thank you.
Good evening to everybody. Thank you, Anurag, for inviting me. It was an inspiring speech, ma'am, for all the, and it's a privilege to be here. So I'm a chartered accountant. I'm not in the legal profession, but I work with the legal profession quite closely. And especially my firm does a lot of forensics. So we work very closely with a lot of the legal profession. And the Honorable Minister had made significant suggestions, and ma'am also inspired all of you. I would like to just make 2 points as far as this profession is concerned. The most important thing is, first of all, any profession requires passion. And the second thing is, how are you going to develop your passion and how are you going to execute it when it comes to practicality? So I think the most important thing is, one side is passion and the other side is how you are going to execute that passion into reality. And I think both go together. And that's what anybody who's successful or a successful firm, these two are the most important ingredients. The other thing is, any firm has a lot of layers of people, and how these layers of people work together to achieve the ultimate goal. That is also very, very important. I have had the experience of Pramod Dubeji very closely. And, I have dealt with him in a very personal level. And what I felt about him is that he was very conservative and but very correct. And I had discussed various clients with him and I found him to be very conservative. So it's very important that the consequence of all our decision should be well measured. We should ensure that whatever consequences, whatever decisions we take, it has direct bearing on the consequences. And that is the most important aspect that one must look at. I think with the fraternity, the legal profession, the minister talked about those in those days who did not get anything went to the legal profession. But it's not now, it's not so. People actually choose the profession very carefully. So this profession, with the reforms that is coming in and with the type of IBC code, the insolvency code, when the RERA and all different things coming into place, there is a transformation that is happening. And I think it's the right time for the profession. And I wish you all the best. I won't take much time. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
One second. I'll request you to stay on the stage for 1 second, sir. Thank you so much. Can we please have the bouquet out? I'll request Mr. Pramod Dubey, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, to kindly help us felicitate Mr. S. Ravi for his valuable presence here. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'll request you to get back to your seat. So this brings us to the end of the first half of the event that we had for all of you today at Future of Legal Education in India. Now we move on to the Law School Ranking Awards that we have this evening for all of you. BW Legal World's Law School Conference and BW Law School Rankings 2022 is the list, the much coveted list that we have this year. So we've got top 100 as such in the list, but in the interest of time, we've made sure that we cut the list down to the people present in this room. So it will be a short list relatively. And I'm absolutely sure that all of you who are here will be very happy to be a part of this amazing evening with us. Once again, since we are starting the next session, I would like to welcome you all if you're joining us virtually on our social media networks or on our website, that's bwlegal.com, bwlegalworld.com. Thank you so much for joining in. I would also like to thank our law school partner for the day, Presidency University, for their valuable support. Thank you. We'd also like to take a moment to thank our selection board who has helped us reach this list, this year's winners for after an extensive and intensive jury deliberation. Pinky Anand, Senior Advocate, former ASG, Supreme Court of India. Thank you so much, Pinky ma'am, for always being a part of the deliberations and helping us reach this penultimate evening. I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together for all the jury members. They made this evening possible, right? So thank you so much again to Pinky Anand. Of course, we'd like to thank Dr. Pawan Duggal, cyber law expert. Mr. Hemant Kumar, Group General Counsel at Larsen and Toubro. Mr. Vaibhav Kakkar, Partner at Saraf and Partners. Ms. Priyanka Valesha, Functional Head and Senior Manager Legal at Yum Digital. Mr. Divyam Agrawal, Partner at JSA. Of course, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman, Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder at Exchange for Media. Mr. Siddharth Batra, AOR, Supreme Court of India. Thank you so much, sir. Garima Ahuja, Business Head at BW Legal World, right there. Ashima Ori, Managing Editor, BW Legal World. So the last two names, these two ladies are mostly responsible for this amazing evening. You want to put your hands together once again for making this possible. Well done. Okay, so I would request the team to kindly show the jury AV before we dive into the list of awardees this evening. Can we have the AV, please? So now you've seen what the process looked like, and we'd like to thank once again the jury for their valuable time. Okay, I think we should kickstart the awards now, and I would like to invite on stage our guest of honor, Mr. S. Ravi, to kindly help us. Okay, Dr. Batra, if you can help us out in felicitating the winners. Also, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Vaibhav Kakkar, partner, Saraf and Partners, to kindly join us.
I just want to say about awards, we, in every sector, we do an award. And Mr. Duggal is here. He's I only got to know him the last few years, but I've known about him for at least 2 decades with his prominence. Mr. Dubey was introduced to me a couple of years back when we didn't have BW Legal World by a common media owner friend, who I'm talking about, Mr. Dubey. I just want to say this, Mr. Weber Kakkar is here, and again, he's a stalwart. You saw Ms. Anand, Mr. Hemant Kumar. I was there in the jury meet for 90 minutes. I think after that I checked out because most of the major decisions had happened. It's an honest process. Priyanka ji is here, right? It's an honest, we have no brief. Ashima Garima were there and they prepared and Divam, how are you? He did the tabulations for us. So this year we hurried the rankings in some way because we wanted to bring it out in June. From next year, we'll start bringing it out in March even, but we have enough time between now and. So it's a very honest, and again, there was view from the jury members on what is, there are traditional rankings. Of course, we've looked at every ranking that exists, whether it's NIRF or whatever exists, we've looked at it. But we could have done the ranking without bringing a jury. We bring jury for 2 reasons. The quality, Mr. Duggal, Ms. Pinky Anand, Mr. Batra was also there. Sorry, sir. I got up at 5 a.m. in Indore, landed, and I worked from 10:30, then came here at 3. So, I'm sometimes fatigued, and I'm much older than you. So I forget when I sleep less, only time when I sleep less, and I have only slept 4.5 hours in the night. So I just want to tell you, the reason we add the jury is qualitative inputs and adding a layer of credibility that we don't sell rankings. This is the first year we even haven't got too many queries, but in all other awards, we get queries, right? And the answer, they don't even bring it to me or the editor. The sales team will tell them this is not possible. You want a sponsor slot, speaker slot, all that is possible. But ranking में कुछ नहीं हो सकता. 20 school करते हैं. I have 17 years. I was the chairman of the alumni of MDI, and I would write letters to Business World saying why your ranking is not right. We should be there. And my alumni keep saying it is still 6. When you were not the owner of Business World, it was 5. Now it is 6. What is the problem? I would listen to them, but so we do our awards honestly, and whatever in this world, some of you have been part of other awards. Mr. Dubey was in our BW Legal World, 40 under 40. We have no. Do you think Mr. Shardul Shroff would want to be chair of a jury where we are telling him what to do? Right? Or Mr. UK Chaudhary, he was our jury chair of 30 under 30. I have to say this, okay? He is there. I don't know. I have to say this. I got to know Mr. Saraf thanks to my friend Sudhir Mishra. And I met him and I liked him. Me and Ved actually went one day, had a coffee with him in the afternoon. And then Sudhir introduced us. And then I told him, why don't you participate in the 40 under 40? But he said, there's a certain gentleman on the jury. Hamare to jitenge nahi koi. I don't have to give you the name of the gentleman. You can figure out. Right? My first boss in life was Australian. He used to say FO. So I used to get very upset. So I used to say it means figure out, find out. It doesn't mean anything else. Okay. So his name was David Fowler. So, and I showed him that there is enough breadth on the jury. Even if he doesn't vote, there are enough. I'm sure if people are good. So with some reason he believed and he put 6 entries or 6, right? And I think 4-1 or 5-1 or 3-1. I think 3-1. 5 put and 3-1, and the 4th one almost won. Like 1 mark, he was 41st in the list or 42nd. And really, and I must say to this gentleman who was on the jury, also voted for all 3 of them. Right? So sometimes we have perceptions about people that I must tell you, I don't sit in E4M juries that much, Exchange for Media. We did our top 30. And the owner of a very large gadgets company called me, is about to go IPO. It's a new startup. So it has to do with water. I'm a quizzer and a dumb charade at the same time. And he said, but another competitive guy is on the jury. मेरा वाला बंदा तो जीतेगा ही नहीं, man. Luckily, at that day, I was sitting in the jury. I was in Bombay. I went for 2 hours. And at that guy who he was saying won't vote for the guy, actually made sure that the guy won. So, sometimes we have so, people are honest. This country runs on honest people. Aisa nahi hai. And sometimes you have to be practical also. I run a business. There are things that I do which are practical. I am no qualm. But selling editorial or selling awards is not one of them. Right? So I just want to say it's an honest and Ashima, Garima, I'm very happy. I'm always telling them what is wrong, ye nahi hua, wo nahi hua. Like I am driven, but I must tell you that you put together a very fine event in a very short span, got everyone together. So I really want to thank you. I have seen various initiatives grow, and I must tell you, I was coming on the flight and BW Hotelier, according to me, is our best community. It doesn't make the most amount of money because the last 2 years for the hospital, it is number one. I know because I live in hotels and the kind of, sometimes these days bills don't come. I'm telling you, real. Last 4 trips, 2 times, no bill has been presented to me. I don't take a coffee free from anyone, right? I know it is the number one. That's not the reason I'm saying it is the number one. But the other community I was thinking that I see a lot of potential and I feel it is doing a lot of things right is BW Legal World. So I just want to compliment Garima and Ashima. They've been there throughout. And I don't thank them enough. I'm always telling them, कुछ भी छोटा सा भी कुछ हो जाता है, हमें वर्गो perfectionist तो होते ही हैं, ठीक है, और नॉन वर्गो भी perfectionist हो सकते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री वर्गो हैं तो मतलब ऐसे. So I'm sure you'll like me. Some of you may like me even more, but pun intended. Okay. So I don't want to stay between you and the winner. It's the first year. This will grow. It is a very big forum. I realize we should be a bridge for the industry and the academia. We should create internships. There are so many needs that we can fill today. And I don't normally sit on all our conferences, but today 80% I sat without a phone. 80%. That's a lot. Okay. So just want to say it's an honest ranking. There are surprises in the ranking. The established number one may not be number one. There is a lot of, and there, Mr. Duggal is there, Vaibhav is there, Divyam is there, Siddharth is there, Priyanka ji is there, Hemant ji and Pinky ji are not here. So it's a very honest ranking. And in anything we do, I don't have a brief. I have no problems with anyone. I have no favorites. I hardly know people, right? I mean, I'm not from the legal process. Where I know people even there, I tell them what as it is. If they like it, it's fine. If they don't, I apologize to them that I couldn't help them, right? I'm in public life, so I have to be very responsive. I feel it is a basic currency. So just want to give you this preamble that it is the first year, it will grow. You may have a viewpoint that why this college, but some of the jury members, luckily 1, 2, 3, 4 jury members are here. So you can 5. Divyam. मैं आशिमा और गरिमा थे, but Ashima was running the jury. Garima had 103 fever that day. I told her, don't come. We lined up a back-end person so that her role, who runs a very large community, very senior. So, but that's her passion. They were working in fever. She was working, she had 103 fever. I told her, why you don't have to come? Talis will handle it. But she came, she ran. So I was there. I was like, they asked me, can we do this? I said, you can do whatever you want to. I have no point of view. So just want to give you that perspective. They are here. And I think what they've come up with, what we've come up with is an honest ranking. I think it's representative. And I know sometimes you don't change rankings because you don't want to change status quo. Right? So I wanted to give you this preamble. तो अगर किसी की कम है या आपको लगता है किसी की ज्यादा है, उतनी नहीं होनी चाहिए. और जलन में बहुत सारे अवार्ड्स और रैंकिंग करता हूँ, उसकी कैसे ज्यादा है मेरे से, मुझे चलो मेरी तो कम है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है मुझे. अभी I do India's #1 media awards. The vice chairman of the Rajya Sabha, the jury chair, the INB minister was the chief guest. Hey, it is very prestigious. We had 1,600 entries. We had 800 people at the event. And there's a certain anchor, my colleagues from Exchange for Media know who I'm talking of. I mean, the next day after the awards was Saturday evening, Sunday, called the jury there. He called people saying, "Isko kaise award mila? Usi ki company mein dono parallel hai." He had a problem. He got a little better award, but isko usse kam award kyun mila? And I had to go to the jury chair. Luckily, I have a 20-year relationship with the jury chair. He was a journalist, editor. And I explained to him the dynamics, why he's jealous, what happened. I explained and luckily we do everything on the camera. पहली बात तो मुझे दिखाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी. So अगर रैंकिंग आपके हिसाब से कुछ कम है या ज्यादा है, we stand by those rankings. We'll open to suggestions, inputs. From next year, at least the top 50, we will visit the institutes, we will talk to the directors, we will know everything, we'll gather data. This year, we've done it in a secondary research, and some of you have sent information. So it is not perfect, but it is honest. So just want to say that. I'm taking a little time to say that because I know rankings के बाद कितना hard burn होता है. हमारी rankings credible है. Main BW में भी जाएंगी, पूरी industry पढ़ेगी. Legal world की magazine में तो जाएंगी जाएंगी. You saw the cover of the legal world issue. So and they will become the industry standard. At least that would be our endeavor. That it is an honest and a detailed ranking like हम B school में करते हैं. हमें पता है कैसे होती है. अभी हम hospitality के colleges की ranking start कर रहे हैं. And again, the gentleman who runs hospitality has done an amazing job at building a community that gets respect. It doesn't make money. I'm telling you, it's one of my communities that doesn't make money. There are other communities. But for me, it's my favorite because it gets me respect, right? पैसा भी बन जाएगा, respect है, so it has to be sustainable. But he is even more meticulous than me. He returns birthday cakes. उनको कोई भेजता है बर्थडे पे, मैं उनके बर्थडे पे बैठा हुआ था. आनंद आपको पता है मैं इनके बारे में बात कर रहा हूँ. बर्थडे केक वापस भेज रहे थे कि मेरे को किसी से कुछ लेना नहीं है. मैंने बोला कन्ना जी केक तो ले लो, कोई टेंशन नहीं है आप, right? So so that's the kind of ethics we come from. So if you have issues with ranking, I don't know everyone in the law school domain, but we'd love to engage with you next year if there is, and hopefully we'll have the same jury members because that helps in continuity. You are the founding jury. So we would like to continue because the continuity का फर्क पड़ता है. We'll add more people. So just I'll get bugger off the stage because मुझको भी खाना खाना है और सोना है और आप लोगों को अवार्ड लेने हैं. तो आशिमा, गरिमा and our jury members के लिए एक जोरदार ताली बजा दिया.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. And of course, I can vouch for this when Dr. Batra says that he does not give a script to the jury. I can vouch for that because I haven't got a script ever.
It's a best practices organization right
there. I'm just trying to be funny, but honestly, that process that you are a part of is as clear as the water in the Ganges. I'm sure about that. After the cleanup, sir, not before. So we'll move on to invite the next person on the dais to help us felicitate the winners, Dr. Pawan Duggal, cyber law expert. If I can request you to kindly join us on the stage, sir. And of course, Ms. Namita Chadda, managing partner at Chadda & Co, to help us felicitate the winners. All right, we're down to the business end of things. This is the list of law school ranking by BW Legal World this year. We hope you're ready. Let's have a look at the first winner. So this is going to be in descending order. We're starting from the first school who's going to take away the coveted prize of being in this year's list. That should be popping up on any screen now in the center. Yes. All right, let's have a look at the first winner of this year's law school ranking. School of Law, Manipal University. Overall rank is 98. Zonal rank is 13. I would like to invite on stage Professor and Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Sharma, who is the Professor and Director at School of Law, Manipal University. I'll request you all to put your hands together for the lady. And of course, the college. Congratulations again. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Let's have a look at the next winner in this year's list. BW Legal World, BW Education. Overall rank 93, zonal rank is rank 10. School of Law, Presidency University. Dr. Shabir, Associate Professor at the University, is joining us to come and collect the award on behalf of Presidency University. I'll request you all to put your hands together once again for the gentleman.
Thank you very much, all of you. And trust me, just one word, trust me, we were the partners only for this event. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, of course, for being the partners as well. Let's move on to look at who's making it to the elite list of BW Law School ranking this year, the maiden year. Let's have a look at the next winner. Overall rank 86, zonal rank 24, Faculty of Law, Swami Vivekanand, Bharati University. Professor Dr. Vaibhav Goel Bhartiya, Dean and Principal for the university, coming up to collect this award.
Thank you very much. The business world and their, legal venture, because the way they have started, I think the way is too far that they will touch it, but very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations once again. Mr. Kakkar, thank you so much for your valuable time and, of course, helping us felicitate the winners. I'll request you to kindly take your seat back. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vaibhav Kakkar, partner at Saraf and Partners. Right, so since we have a few gifts to give away, I thought we'll keep rotating everyone who's coming up on the dais to help us felicitate. And to do exactly that, I would like to call on stage Mr. Agrawal, Divyam Agrawal, partner at JSA, to kindly come and help us out, felicitate all the winners. Even our virtual applause is not even letting our guests come up on the stage. So can we do the virtual and the real applause when the guest is on the dais? Yes? Wonderful. Okay, with this, we'd like to move on to our next winner in this year's list. Let's quickly have a look. With overall rank of 82, Amity Law School Gurugram is the next winner. And to collect the award, I would like to call on stage Mrs. Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor at Amity Noida, to help us come and collect the award on behalf of Amity Gurugram.
Yeah, it's my pleasure to receive on behalf of Amity University, Haryana, that our group university. And I would like to congratulate Dr. Anurag Battaji for initiating this national ranking of the law school. It's very important. And venturing it because we have seen, Dr. Batra, that all the initiative which has been taken has really scaled the quality of the higher education institutions in the country in various fields. So thank you very much, Dr. Batra, taking this initiative.
Shall we move on to the next winner in this year's list? Let's quickly have a look at who's taking this coveted prize back home. I would like to call on stage Professor I.K. Bhatt, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and Professor D.S. Sengar, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor for Faculty of Law at Manav Rachna University, to come and collect the award. Okay, let me tell you a secret about life. Have you seen Namita's energy on the stage? It's not because she's drinking Red Bull mixed with coffee. Trust me, it's because she appreciates what's happening in this room, and I would urge you to do the same. Put your hands together for the gentleman coming up on the dais with the lady. Thank you. You're too kind.
In fact, it is an honor for us to win this award. And I'm sure that we'll keep on doing well. This motivates us and also our students who are studying and who are present also here in this hall. I'm sure that they'll be motivated to do much more as has been expected from them. All the people have been saying it. And it will give them a sense of achievement also. I got my student, in fact, to the stage just for that, so that she also has that feeling of how you have to behave when you get certain awards, and remain humble for that. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, sir. So now, finally, I know why I haven't got an award from BW yet. It's because I do not know how to behave on the stage when I get an award. So I'll make sure that I try better for the next time. But before getting to it, I would like to get back the list on the screen for you all. The next winner on this year's list. Let's have a look. BW Legal World, BW Education Law School ranking. The next winner this year is overall ranked 75. The zonal rank is 19. Chandraprabhu Jain College of Higher Studies and School of Law is the next winner. I'll request Dr. Amit Jain, the director for the university, to come and collect the award. And Mr. Chaturvedi as well. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Chaturvedi, the Director General for the college. And of course, we have Dr. Amit Jain, the Director, coming up to collect the award.
This is Yugang Chaturvedi, the Director General of the college. And thanks so much to the jury, the distinguished jury, as I must say, and Mr. Dugal, Business World, to have initiated it. And thanks a lot for the coveted ranking. And I would definitely, the distinguished gathering here, my dear students, as I'm very close to my students too at the college and the university too, I would say that we would stand to the ranking being given and would surely see to it that, without any feel, but with our commitment and with our committed work and dedication, we come up in our ranking the next year. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, especially to Batraji and his team for this award. Thank you.
Anybody else left to thank? I mean, you can thank the anchor as well someday. No, I'm kidding. Okay. I would like to thank Ms. Namita Chadda, Managing Partner at Chadda & Co, for being so kind and helping us felicitate all the winners. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll let you take a seat back. Thank you. Let's have a round of applause for the lady.
So adorable. Can we have a big applause for him?
Just a quick pointer to succeed in life. You ask for whatever you want and somebody will deliver it to you, right? That's karma, I guess. Okay, let me quickly call upon Ms. Priyanka Valesha, Functional Head and Senior Manager, Legal, Yum Digital and Technology India, to help us felicitate the winners. Let's have a round of applause and invite the lady on the dais with a lot of love. So with this, we'd like to move on to unveil our next winner on this year's list. Let's have a look on the screen for that. In BW Law School ranking, overall 73, zonal rank 18, School of Law, Sushant University is our next winner. Professor Dr. Jagbir Singh Dahiya, the Dean, I hope, is joining us on the stage along with Dr. Mukherjee, Associate Professor, who's helping us come and collect the award on behalf of the college.
Very good evening to all of you. I'm Dr. Sulakshana, and it's really an honor and privilege on my part to receive this award on behalf of School of Law, Sushant University, and to receive this award from all such eminent personalities. It's really an insightful session today. We really enjoyed, and thanks to BW Legal Board for organizing the ranking process. Thank you so much.
Up next, let's have a look who's going to be on the ranking this year at BW Legal School Ranking 2022. Overall ranked 62, zonal ranking 13, Lloyd Law College. Mr. Manohar Hirani, President, if I can request him to join us on the stage and collect the award. So I'm presuming everybody in the left-hand side corner is from Lloyd Law College? Huh, good. So you know what to do after I have them step up on the stage. You applaud for them once again. Well done, nice. आप सबके practical numbers लगेंगे आज.
So much BW Legal for all the support all the time. We always enjoy participating in all the events which are conducted online and offline too. We would appreciate to be invited again and again on, in all the talk shows and all that. So it's just a fabulous event. Thank you so much for organizing the same. Thank you.
All right, I would like to now thank Dr. Duggal for being here with us and helping us felicitate the winners. I'll let you take your seat back. Thank you so much, Dr. Duggal. Thank you. Okay, you have anything against Dr. Duggal? Some of you? I did not hear an applause. Thank you so much, sir. I would also like to call upon Mr. Siddharth Batra, AOR at Supreme Court of India, to kindly help us felicitate the rest of the winners coming up on the dais. And also, I would like to request all the winners to kindly stay back. We'll be taking a group photograph at the end of the awards, and that might get featured in the coming magazine that we have for you at BW Legal World. So please stay back for the picture that we'll be taking later on. We've got 8 awards done. We've got 10 more to go approximately. So we'll make it real quick. And in that spirit, let's have a look at the next winner in this year's list. Can we have the AV, please? With overall rank of 60, zonal rank of 12, this year it's Geeta Institute of Law making it to the list. I have a name here, that's Dharmendra Patial, Dr. Dharmendra Patial, Professor and Dean at the college, who's coming up to collect the award with the lady. I'll request you all to show your gratitude and love to the distinguished gentlemen and the ladies on the dais.
Good evening to all of you. See, I'm an ex-serviceman. When I was promoted from one rank to another, I asked my boss that I am so happy, I'm so overwhelmed. You know, my general told me, my dear, it is nothing, but it is a trap. I said, how come, sir? He said, you have been promoted from one rank to another, but this comes with more responsibilities. So we understand our responsibilities. Next time, we'll try to be higher in the ranking. And thank you very much, BW. We are grateful to you. There were great takeaways today. And I believe these types of collections or the conclaves can turn around the legal education in India. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Can I please request Mr. Pramod Dubey, the senior advocate, to kindly help us felicitate the winners and join us on the stage. I'll request you all to put your hands together and welcome this gentleman. All right, let's have a look at the winner joining this year's list up next. With overall rank of 52, the next winner in this year's list, ladies and gentlemen, Symbiosis Law School. Dr. Chandrasekhar Ravantail, the director at Symbiosis Law School, coming up to collect the award on behalf of everyone involved for making this possible.
Let me just thank you everyone who waited till last, because once I was there, and you can have the hope you will be here too. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations again. Let's have a look at the next winner who's joining this year's list. Overall rank of 48, zonal rank of 11, School of Law, Sharda University. I would like to call Professor Pradeep Kulasheshka, the Dean for Sharda University.
Thank you very much to the jury, Dr. Anurag, he is not here, and the teams and the students and my senior teachers, vice chancellors. It's a great occasion to be here, and it was day full of learning. And I'm sure this will motivate us further, all of us, because I remember somebody told there are 1700 plus law schools. So we all are at least in top 100. That is good consolation. Thank you very much.
Let's move on to the next winner on this year's list. Can we please have a look at who's joining this year's elite list of 2022? Overall rank of 38 and zonal rank of 1, Faculty of Law, ICFAI University. I would like to call on stage Dr. Muhammad Akbar Khan, Associate Professor at ICFAI University, to come and collect the award.
Yeah, good evening to all of you.
It's really a great and tremendous initiative taken up by business world. That is to encourage the efforts put in by the law schools in promoting excellence not only in education but also in profession. So thank you once again to all of you.
With that, we'd like to move on to our next winner in this year's list. Can we have a look, please? BW Legal World, BW Education Law School Ranking 2022. The next winner is overall rank 32, zonal rank 7, School of Law, GD Goenka University. I'd like to call on stage Professor Dr. Tabrez Ahmed, Vice Chancellor and Dean at GD Goenka University. Please, sir.
Thank you, Anurag Batra, and thank you, BMW legal team, for having the great program. I'm sure it will be raising further standards and competition in the law school and raising the entire standard in the country. Thank you. And let me also thank the jury members for their time, energy to really filter out and find out the best one in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations once again. Let's move on to the next winner in this year's list. Can we have a look, please? With an overall rank of 28, the next winner is School of Law, Christ University. I would like to call on stage Ms. Nabila Siddiqui, Associate Professor, School of Law, Delhi NCR, to come and collect this award.
Thank everyone, the organizers and the beautiful audience that has been patient enough. And I am conveying this thanks on behalf of the Christ family and all the campuses of Christ. Thank you.
I would like to call on stage Ashima Ohri, Managing Editor, BW Legal World, and Garima Ahuja, Business Head, BW Legal World, to help us felicitate the rest of the winners. Garima, if you can make it to the stage, please, we'll be very happy. Right, okay. So we'd like to move on to the next winner that we have this year. Can we have a look on the screen, please? With an overall rank of 22 and zonal rank of 6, Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies is the next winner. I would call Tanya Madan, Associate Professor at VIPS, to come and collect this award. Garima Ahuja ji, aap bhi aa jaye, please, to come and felicitate the winner. Can I please invite Ms. Tanya Madan on the dais? Right. So in that case, Priyanka is the alumni from the college and you're getting this award. So, so this is in exchange for all the fee that she had paid at the college. Now finally is paying back. Ma'am, you have to say a few words now.
So thank you, Vips. I'm holding this on your behalf. It's an honor for me. It's an honor, I think, for anybody, the college you study in and you are holding an award for that college. I think tremendous faculty, the trust they have for their students and the assistance they provide to the students. You know, it was, if somebody would know, it was a small college earlier in somewhere in Karampura, and now there's a full campus at the outskirts of the outer ring road. And they have done tremendous job. They have grown so much. They are participating in national, international moods. They are inviting luminaries to ensure that the legal students, they definitely, earn something, they learn something. So thank you to Vips once again. It's again a very big honor for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Let's quickly look at who's winning the next award in this year's list. Can we have the EV, please? School of Legal Studies, K.R. Mangalam University. I would call on Ms. Manvi Arora, Deputy Registrar, and Professor C.S. Dubey, Vice Chancellor. Professor Dubey, thank you so much for joining in. Congratulations.
Good evening to all of you. My name is Chandrasekhar Dubey, and I'm the Vice Chancellor of K.R. Mangalam University. I just joined very recently on 21st February here in this university. And you will not believe that we have done almost more than 100 events from that till now. And I think the 5 parameters of NAC which we value, that is the global competencies, national development, technologies, power excellence, and most important, which I talked about and people didn't like, was society outreach. And that is what we are into. And I think probably we'll try to find the best students and we'll make these students more ethical in law. That is my pledge to the system. I thank BW League for this. I think this is a great opportunity to see that, and I was surprised that we got this award. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations again. Let's move on to the next winner of this year's BW Law School ranking, Top 100. Can we unveil the next winner, please? With overall rank of 17, zonal rank of 3, this is Amity Law School. Who's the next winner? I request Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor of Amity Law School, to come and collect this award. And the ladies along with her, of course.
I'm truly humbled to receive this award. It's on behalf of all my students, faculty members, deans head of institution, our Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and our Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan have always dreamt to give the best education and make a very humble, value-based professional in all fields. I'm very proud today our alumni are working in the best of the organization and contributing to the nation building. I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Anurag Batraji for initiating this award. Thank you so very much. And I'm thankful to all the jury members. Thank you.
And with that, we'll move on to our next winner on this year's list. With an overall rank of 56 and zonal rank of 3, Kishan Chela Rama Law School is the next winner on this year's list. Dr. Kavita Lalchandani, the principal, I'm hoping to invite the lady on the dais to come and collect this award. So ma'am was just saying that we'll be giving out 10 scholarships, all expenses paid, to the kids out here who will be clapping loudest. So I don't know if you want that or not. I was lying, so that's not. Thank you for the applause, though.
A very good evening to all of you. It's really a matter of great pride and pleasure and honor for this KC Law College to receive this prestigious award. And I would like to thank all the jury members for considering us and taking this initiative. And also thankful to all the organizing team of this event, organizing this event very gracefully, successfully. And we also have certainly takeaways from this event. Thanks to all of you and the wonderful audience. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am, and thank you so much for being so kind and joining us on the stage tonight. With this, we'd like to move on to our virtual winners who could not make it here, but they've been kind enough to join us virtually. So let's quickly get the first winner to come up on the screen who's joining us virtually with the help of technology. So the next winner is coming up on your screens. Overall rank 59, zonal rank 5. Kirit P. Mehta School of Law is the next winner. And we have Dr. Alok Mishra Santosh Gaikwad, who's the Dean at Kishnichan Chela Ram Law College. So congratulations. The screen is all yours.
Thank you so much, BW World. This is NMIMS Kirit P. Mehta School of Law, Vileparle, Mumbai. Very grateful to the organizers for this award. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations on making to this year's coveted list. We are looking forward to hosting you next year physically. But for this side, thank you so much, and congratulations to the whole team itself. Thank you. So that was Dr. Alok Mishra from the college that won the award this year. Let's quickly have a look at the next winner who's joining the coveted list of top 100 law school ranking by BW Legal World and BW Education. Overall rank 54, zonal rank 2. The next winner is Manik Chand Pahare Law School. I would like to call on stage Mr. Sri Kishan More, Vice Principal, to join us virtually and accept this award.
Thank
So,
you.
congratulations. All yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. On behalf of my college, I am thankful to the jury members and particularly Garima ma'am and all the team. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And Garima, congratulations. We'll move on to the next winner who's joining us virtually to collect the award for this year. Can we please have it on the screen who's joining us in the top 100 law school ranking by BW Legal World and BW Education in association with BW Business World. Overall rank of 27. Department of Law, Aligarh Muslim University. We have with us Professor Mohammad Ashraf, Professor at Criminology, Criminal Law, Law of Evidence, Mercantile Law, and Insurance Law, joining us virtually to collect this award. Professor Ashraf, congratulations. बहुत-बहुत मुबारक हो आपको. Screen आपका है, sir. Would like.
Thank you very much. And all, especially the organizers and all the guests there of and on the meeting venue. Congratulations to all of you and thank you. I feel very, very obliged in receiving the award on behalf of law faculty, AMU Aligarh. So my best wishes to all, and inshallah in the next time, I will be meeting you all. Thank you very much.
Looking forward to that, sir. Thank you so much and congratulations. To everyone who's wondering, does he look like this only at 9 in the night? No, he looks like this 9 in the morning as well. With that, we'll move on to our next winner on this year's list. Let's quickly have a look. With the overall rank 10, the next winner this year is Symbiosis Law School. Please welcome Dr. Shashikala Gurpur, the director. Doctor, congratulations. We are thrilled to have you here. The stage is all yours.
Good evening, one and all. It's a pleasure to receive this ranking and the award. Thank you, Mr. Batra and your team for creating another set of ranking practices. And it's nice to see many law schools being shown up there, including one member of our Symbiosis faculty from the law school from Noida. Being the oldest member of this family of law schools and as the Dean of the university's Faculty of Law and as the Director of Symbiosis Law School, Pune, which has figured again and again in among the top 5, top 10 law schools of this country. It's my pleasure to be acknowledged in terms of our teamwork, our top management support, and the excellence of our students and all stakeholders. Thank you, one and all.
All right, so that's about it, ladies and gentlemen. This brings us to the end of this year's list of all the winners that we managed to get hold of and bring them either physically or virtually to this evening. The rest of the winners will, of course, be getting the same plaques and the trophies delivered to their colleges because they've made it to top 100 this year. We want to make sure that the world knows about it. So that's it from the presentation party, I guess. I'll request all of you to thank everyone on the dais for being so kind and humble and helping us out. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. For the rest of you all, thank you so much for being so patient. I know it has been a long, long day, but to make it up to you, we are not serving alcohol outside. But we do have dinner, so kindly enjoy your dinner. Thank you so much for being a part of this maiden edition of BW Legal World, BW Education Law School ranking in association with BW Business World. Before we leave for the dinner, all the winners who are present in the room, please join us on the stage. We'd like to take the group photograph that we spoke about. And this would be, of course, going into the magazine and all over the social medias. So I'll request all the winners who are present to kindly please join us on the stage for a picture together with all the rest of the winners. Dr. Batra, can I please invite you on the stage for a group photograph? Let me quickly go through and request all the winners to kindly step up. School of Law, Manipur University, School of Law, Presidency University, Faculty of Law, Swami Vivekananda Subharti University, Amity Law School, Gurugram. Of course, we have ma'am from Noida coming in to collect the, join the picture. Faculty of Law, Manav Rachna University. Why am I taking all these names? You know if you won this award, right? So you know that you won the award. Come on the stage and get a picture with me. I'll be very happy. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. Thank you. I'm Ravin. Because I understood I have to be more than the area that I come from. So I learned a few languages here and there. Thank you so much. Do we have all the winners on the dais now? Anybody else missing? All the winners. Can I request the jury members, Team BW? First, let's take a picture with everyone on the dais and then only winners to stay back for the second picture. That makes sense? After this picture, I would request the winners and Team BW Legal World to stay back on the stage. Okay, everyone in this room, please pay attention to me for the next 10 seconds. If you can, they'll be amazing. Right. Please remember your school days and stand in ascending height wide order so that everyone can be in the frame. Do we have everybody in the frame? Only the winners and Team BW Legal to stay back. Rest of you, thank you so very much. We are indebted for your valuable time. And thank you once again for being a part of this amazing evening. Yes, sir. Thank you. Just the winners. Just the winners. Agar aapka college jeeta hai, please stay back on the stage. If your college has won, please stay back on the stage for a picture with all the winners together. Okay, before we start taking the picture, please listen to the cameraman. He would want to get all of you in the frame. We're done. Thank you. Team BW Legal World. We've got a picture together. Dr. Batra.
Have dinner. My request everyone to have dinner.
We'd request all of you to kindly join us for dinner that's being served outside. Thank you so much once again for being a part of this day, Future of Legal Education in India. We've tried our best to incorporate a holistic approach and of course, include everyone that we could. So that's it that brings us to the end of BW Law School Ranking 2012 Maiden Edition, brought to you by BW Legal World, BW Education in association with BW Business World. And I would like to thank our partners, law school partner, Presidency University, for their valuable support. My name is Ravin Kundu. I was your host for the day. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much.